This book is an attempt to cover the whole field of Greek tragedy. My purpose throughout has been twofold. Firstly, I have sought to provide classical students with definite facts and with help towards a personal appreciation of the plays they read. My other intention has been to interest and in some degree to satisfy those general readers who have little or no knowledge of Greek. This second function is today at least as important as the first. Apart from the admirable progress shown in Europe and the English-speaking world by many works of first-rate Greek scholarship, in the forefront of which stand Jeb's monumental Sophocles, Verrall's achievements in dramatic criticism, and the unrivaled Einleitung of Wilamowitz Moellendorff, the magnificent verse translations of Professor Gilbert Murray, springing from a rare union of poetic genius with consummate scholarship, have introduced in this country a new epoch of interest in Greek drama among many thousands who are unacquainted with the language. Even more momentous is the fact that the feeling of educated people about drama in general has been revolutionized and reanimated by the creative genius of Ibsen, whose penetrating influence is the chief cause of the present dramatic renaissance in Great Britain. Two important topics have been given more prominence than is usual in books of this kind: dramatic structure and the scansion of lyrics. It might have been supposed self-evident that the former of these is a vital part, indeed the foundation, of the subject, but it has suffered remarkable neglect or still more remarkable superficiality of treatment. Criticism of the Greek tragedians has been vitiated time and again by a tendency to ignore the very existence of dramatic form. It is a strange reflection that the world of scholarship waited till 1887 for the mere revelation of grave difficulties in the plot of the Agamemnon. Examining boards still prescribe Ajax VV 1865, on the naive assumption that they know better than Sophocles where the play ought to end. Euripides has been discussed with a perversity which one would scarcely surpass if one applied to Anatole France the standards appropriate to Clarendon. Throughout, I have attempted to follow the working of each playwright's mind to realize what he meant his work to feel like. This includes much besides structure, but the plot is still, as in Aristotle's day, the soul of the drama. Chapter 6 on meter and rhythm will, I hope, be found useful. Greek lyrics are so difficult that most students treat them as prose. I have done my best to be accurate, clear, and simple, with the purpose of enabling the sixth-form boy or undergraduate to read his chorus with a sense of metrical and rhythmical form. With regard to this chapter, even more than the others, I shall welcome criticism and advice. I have to thank my wife for much help, and my friend Mr. Cyril Brett, M.A., who kindly offered to make the index. Gilbert Norwood. Contents. Chapter 1. The Literary History of Greek Tragedy. All the types of dramatic poetry known in Greece, tragic, satiric, and comic, originated in the worship of Dionysus, the deity of wild vegetation, fruits, and especially the vine. In his honor at the opening of spring were performed dithyrambs, hymns rendered by a chorus, who, dressed like satyrs, the legendary followers of Dionysus, presented by song and mimic dance stories from the adventurous life of the god while on earth. It is from these dithyrambs that tragedy and satiric drama both sprang. The celebrated Arion, who raised the dithyramb to a splendid art form, did much incidentally to aid this development. His main achievement in this regard is the insertion of spoken lines in the course of the lyrical performance. It seems, further, that these verses consisted of a dialogue between the chorus and the chorus leader, who mounted upon the sacrificial table. Such interludes, no doubt, referred to incidents in the sacred story, and the early name for an actor, letter 1F51 pi omicron kappa iota tau eta sigma. One who answers suggests that members of the chorus ask their leader to explain features in the ritual or the narrative. At this point, drama begins to diverge from the dithyramb. With comedy, we are not here concerned. The drama of the Spring Festival may be called tragedy, but it was in a quite rudimentary state. Its lyrics, sung by 50 satyrs, would altogether outshine in importance the dialogue interludes between chorus leader and individual singers. The theme, moreover, would be always some event connected with Dionysus. Two great changes were necessary before drama could enter on free development: the use of impersonation in the interludes and the admission of any subject at will of the poet. The first was introduced by Thespis, who is said to have invented one actor. The second was perhaps later, but at least as early as Phrynichus, we find plays on subjects taken from other than Dionysiac legends. It is said that the audience complained of this innovation. What has this to do with Dionysus? Another great development is attributed to Pratinas, the invention of satiric drama. The more stately, graver features and the frolicsome, often gross, elements being separated, the way was clear for the free development of tragedy and satiric into the forms we know. But satiric work, though always showing playful characteristics and a touch of obscenity, was never confounded with comedy. Stately figures of legend or theology regularly appeared in it, Odysseus in the Cyclops, Apollo in the Ichneutae, and it was a regular feature at the presentations of tragedy. Each tragic poet competed with 3 tragedies followed by one satiric play. When the latter form changed its tone slightly, as in the work of the Alexandrian Pleiad, it approximated not to comedy, but to satire. The Dorians claimed the credit of having invented both tragedy and comedy. There seems little doubt that they provided the germ, though the glories of Greek drama belong to Athens. Arrian, whose contribution has been described, if not himself a Dorian, worked among Dorians at Corinth, which Pindar, for example, recognized as the birthplace of the dithyramb. Moreover, the lyrics of purely Attic tragedy show in their language what is generally regarded as a slight Doric coloring. Aristotle sums up the rise of tragedy as follows. Tragedy was at first mere improvisation, originating with the leaders of the dithyramb. It advanced by slow degrees. Each new element that showed itself was in turn developed. Having passed through many stages, it found its natural form, and there it stopped. Aeschylus first introduced a second actor. He diminished the importance of the chorus and assigned the leading part to the dialogue. Sophocles raised the number of actors to 3 and added scene painting. It was not till late that the short plot was discarded for one of greater compass, and the grotesque diction of the earlier satiric form for the stately manner of tragedy. The iambic measure then replaced the trochaic tetrameter, which was originally employed when the poetry was of the satiric order and had greater affinities with dancing. The number of episodes, or acts, was also increased, and the other embellishments added, of which tradition tells. We have but meager knowledge of the drama before Aeschylus, whose vast achievement so overshadowed his predecessors that their works were little read and have in consequence practically vanished. Tragedy was born at the moment when, as tradition relates, Thespis of Icaria in Attica introduced the actor. Arrian, as we saw, had already caused one of the chorus to mount upon the sacrificial table or the step of the altar and deliver a narrative, or converse with his fellow choristers, concerning Dionysus, using not lyrical meter, but the trochaic tetrameter. Thespis' great advance was to introduce a person who should actually present the character to whom Arrian's chorister had merely made allusion. The action, instead of being reported, went on before the eyes of the audience. This change clearly at once begets the possibility of drama, however rudimentary. By retiring to the booth while the singers perform their lyric, he can change his mask and costume and reappear as another person. By learning and discussing what has been said by his supposed predecessor, he can exhibit the play of emotion or the construction of a plan. If this was done by Thespis, he was the founder of European drama. His fleurute may be assigned to the year 535 BC, the date of the first dramatic competition at Athens, but little is known of him. Aristotle in his Poetic does not mention his name. Far later we have the remarks of Horace, Diogenes Laertius, and Suidas. Horace tells that Thespis discovered tragic poetry and conveyed from place to place on wagons a company of players who sang and acted his pieces, their faces smeared with lees of wine. Diogenes Laertius says that Thespis discovered one actor. Suidas gives us the names of several plays, Phorbas or the Trials, letter 1F06 theta lambda alpha of Pelias, the priests, the youths, Pentheus. We possess 4 fragments alleged to belong to these, but they are spurious. Aristotle, moreover, affirms that tragedy was in the first place a matter of improvisation. The conclusion seems to be that Thespis did not write plays in the modern sense of the phrase. He was much more like those Elizabethan dramatists who provided the words for their actors, and for whom printing and publication were only thought of if the play had achieved success upon the boards. He stood midway between Aeschylus and the unknown actor-poets before Arrian who improvised as they played. The next name of importance is that of Euripides the Athenian, who competed in tragedy for the first time during the 64th Olympiad, 524-1 B.C., and continued writing for the stage during 40 years. He produced 160 plays and obtained the first prize 13 times. Later generations regarded him as especially excellent in the satiric drama invented by his younger contemporary Pratinas. To him were attributed the invention of masks, as a substitute for the wine lees of Thespis and more majestic costume. We know by name only one of his works, the Elope, which is concerned with the Attic hero Triptolemus. A fragment or two reveal an unexpected preciosity of style. He called stones and rivers the bones and veins of the earth. Pratinas of Phlius, in the north of the Peloponnese, is said to have competed with Aeschylus and Euripides in the 70th Olympiad, 500-497 B.C. His great achievement, as we have said, was the invention of satiric drama. 50 plays are attributed to him, of which 32 were satiric. Hardly any fragments of these are extant, but we get some conception of the man from a hyperchema in which he complains that music is encroaching upon poetry. Let the flute follow the dancing revel of the song, it is but an attendant. With boundless gusto and polysyllabic energy, he consigns the flute to flames and derision. At length we reach a poet who seems to have been really great, a dramatist whose works, even to a generation which knew and reverenced Aeschylus, seemed unworthy to be let die. Phrynichus of Athens, son of Polyphradmon, whose first victory occurred 512-509 BC. It is said that he was the first to bring female characters upon the stage, always, however, played by men. The following dramas are known by name: Egyptians, Alcestis; Antaeus or the Libyans, the daughters of Danaus; the capture of Miletus; Phoenician women, Phoenici; the women of Pleuron, Tantalus, Troilus. The Egyptians seems to have dealt with the same subject as the supplices of Aeschylus, so does the Danaids. These two dramas may have formed part of a trilogy. The Alcestis followed the same lines as the Euripidean play. It is probable, indeed, that the apparition of death with a sword was borrowed by Euripides from Phrynichus. The Antaeus related the wrestling match between Heracles and his earthborn foe. The manner in which Aristophanes refers to the play shows that the description of the wrestling bout was still celebrated after the lapse of a century. The Pleromai treated of Meleager and the fateful log which was preserved, and then burnt in anger, by his mother Althea. Two plays were specially important. The Phoenici, produced in 476, celebrated the victory of Salamis, had Themistocles himself for Corgus, and won the prize. Its popularity never waned throughout the 5th century. We are told that the prologue was spoken by an eunuch while he placed the cushions for the Persian counselors. Further, an important fact, that this person, at the beginning of the play, announced the defeat of Xerxes. The capture of Miletus, less popular in later days, no fragments at all are to be found, created even more stir at the moment. Maltus had been captured by Darius in 494 BC, Athens having failed to give effective support to the Ionian revolt. While the distress and shame excited by the fall of the proudest city in Asiatic Greece were still strong in Athenian minds, Phrynichus ventured to dramatize the disaster. Herodotus tells how the theater burst into tears. They fined him 1,000 drachmae for reminding them of their own misfortunes, and gave command that no man should ever use that play again. Few lost works are so sorely to be regretted as those of Phrynichus. The collection of fragments merely hints at a genius who commanded the affection of an age which knew his great successors, a master whose dignity was not utterly overborne by Aeschylus, and whose tenderness could still charm hearts which had thrilled to the agonies of Medea and the romance of Andromeda. The chief witness to his popularity is Aristophanes, who paints for us a delightful picture of the old men in the dark before the dawn, trudging by lantern light through the mud to the law court, and humming as they go the charming old-world honeyed ditties from the Phoenici. In another play, the birds assert that it is from their song that Phrynichus, like his own bee, took his feast, food of the gods, the fruit of song, and found unfailingly a song full sweet. One or two snatches survive from these lyrics, lines from the Phoenici in the Greater Asclepiad, meter which is the form of some of Sappho's loveliest work, and a verse from the Troilus which Sophocles himself quoted. The light of love on rosy cheeks is beaming. It is clear that for most Athenians the spell of Phrynichus lay in his songs. Succeeding poets he impressed almost equally as a playwright. It has already been mentioned that Euripides seems to have borrowed from the Alcestis. Aeschylus, especially, was influenced by his style, and in the Percy followed the older poet closely. Indeed, the relation between the Percy and the Phoenici is puzzling, but ancient authority did not hesitate to say that the later work was modeled on the earlier. It is no question of a réchauffé to suit the taste of a later age, like the revisions of Shakespeare by Davenant and Cibber, for the two tragedies are separated at the utmost by only 7 years. Rather, we appear to have a problem like the connection between Macbeth and Middleton's Witch. Perhaps the soundest opinion is that the younger playwright wished to demonstrate his own method of writing and his theory of dramatic composition in the most striking way possible, by choosing a famous drama of the more rudimentary type and rewriting it as it ought to be written. Two features in the Phoenici seem to lend support to this view. Firstly, the prologue was delivered by a slave who was preparing the seats of the Persian counselors. The Percy expunges the man and his speech, presenting us at once with the elders in deliberation. Nothing is more characteristic of the architectonic power in literature than the instinct to sweep away everything but the minimum of mere machinery. At the first instant, we are in the midst of the plot. Secondly, the prologue at once announced the disaster. Nothing was left but the amplification of sorrow, a quasi-operatic presentation by the Phoenician women who formed the chorus. Here again, the Percy provides a most instructive contrast. From the fragments, from ancient testimony, and from the recasting of the Phoenici which appeared instinctive or necessary to Aeschylus, we gain some clear conception of Phrynichus. A lyrist of sweetness and pellucid dignity, he has been compared to his contemporary Simonides. The graceful phrases in which Aristophanes declared that Phrynichus drew his inspiration from the birds recall to us the native wood notes wild of Shakespeare's earlier achievement. As a playwright in the strict sense he is, for us, the first effective master, but still swayed by the age of pure lyrists which was just reaching its culmination and its close in Pindar. So greatly swayed that the episodes were still little more than interruptions of lyrics, which gave but a static expression to feeling. Aeschylus, the son of Euphorion, was born at Eleusis in 525 BC. At the age of 25, he began to exhibit plays, but did not win the prize until the year 485. The Persian invasions swept down upon Athens when Aeschylus had come to the maturity of his powers. He served as a hoplite at Marathon, and his brother Cynegerus distinguished himself even on that day of heroes by his desperate courage in attempting to thwart the flight of the invaders. That the poet was present at Salamis also may be regarded as certain from the celebrated description in the Percy. He twice visited Sicily. On the first occasion, soon after 470 BC, he accepted the invitation of Hiero, king of Syracuse, and composed the women of Etna to celebrate the city which Hiero was founding on the slope of that mountain. Various stories to explain his retirement from Athens were circulated in antiquity. Some relate that he was unnerved by a collapse of the wooden benches during a performance of one of his plays. Others said that he was defeated by Simonides in a competition. The task was to write an epitaph on those who fell at Marathon. According to others, he was chagrined by a dramatic defeat which he sustained at the hands of the youthful Sophocles in 468. A fourth story declared that he was accused of divulging the Eleusinian mysteries in one of his plays, and was in danger of his life until he proved that he had himself never been initiated. These stories are hard to accept. Possibly he wrote something which offended against Eleusinian rule, and was condemned to banishment or possibly to death, which, as often occurred, he was allowed to escape by voluntary exile. We cannot suppose that he pleaded ignorance seriously. A man of his genuinely devout temperament and a native of Eleusis must assuredly have been initiated. A second visit to Sicily was taken after he had again won the prize with the Orsteia. He never returned. Story tells how he was sitting on the hillside near the city of Gela when an eagle, flying with a tortoise in its claws in quest of a stone whereon to crush it, dropped its prey upon the bald head of the poet and killed him. He left 2 sons, Euphorion and Bion, who also pursued the tragic art, a tradition which persisted in the family for generations. Aeschylus is too great a dramatist to receive detailed treatment in the course of a general discussion. A separate chapter must be allotted to this. At present, we shall consider only his position in the history of tragedy. The great technical change introduced by Aeschylus was that he first introduced a second actor. He diminished the importance of the chorus and assigned the leading part to the dialogue. The two last statements are corollaries of the first, which describe a deeply important advance. It has been said above that the drama was founded by the man who invented one actor. At the same time, it is easy to realize how primitive such drama must have been. The addition of another actor did not double the resources of tragedy, rather it increased them 50-fold. To bring two opposed or sympathetic characters face to face, to exhibit the clash of principles by means of the clash of personalities, this is a step forward into a new world. A change so great that to call Aeschylus the very inventor of tragedy is not unreasonable. This meager equipment of two actors was found sufficient by two of the 5th-century masters for work of the highest value. The further remark of Aristotle that Aeschylus diminished the importance of the chorus follows naturally from the vast increase in the importance of the episodes. Revolutionary as Aeschylus was, he did not attain at a bound to a characteristic dramatic form of his own and then advance no farther. In his earliest extant play, the supplices, the alterations mentioned above are certainly in operation, but their use is tentative. The chorus is no doubt less dominant than it had been, but it is the most important feature, even to a modern reader. To an ancient spectator, it must have appeared of even greater moment. The number of singers was still 50, and the lyrics, accompanied by music and the dance of this great company, occupy more than half of our present text. We have left Phrynichus behind, but he is not out of sight. It is necessary at this point to give some account of the life of Sophocles and his position in dramatic history, though a detailed discussion of his extant work must be reserved for a separate chapter. He was born about 496 BC, the son of a well-to-do citizen named Sophocles, and received, in addition to the usual education, more advanced training in music from the celebrated Lampros. The youth's physical beauty was remarkable, and at the age of 16, he was chosen to lead the choir of boys who performed the paean celebrating the victory of Salamis. Nothing more is known of his life till the year 468, when he produced his first tragedy. One of his fellow competitors was Aeschylus, and we are told that feeling ran so high that the archon, instead of choosing the judges by lot as usual, entrusted the decision to the board of generals. They awarded the victory to the youthful Sophocles. For 60 years, he produced a steady stream of dramatic work with continuous success. He at first performed in his own plays. His skill in the Nausicaa gained great applause, but was compelled to give this up owing to the failure of his voice. The number of his plays was well over 100, performed in groups of 4, and he won 18 victories at the city Dionysia. Even when he failed of the first prize, he was never lower than the second place. His genius seems even to have increased with advancing age. He was about 90 when he wrote the Oedipus Colonius. Sophocles took a satisfactory, if not prominent part in public life, being twice elected general, once with Pericles and later with Nicias. He served also as Hellenotamias, a member, that is, of the Treasury Board which administered the funds of the Delian Confederacy. It is an interesting comment on the early part of the Oedipus Colonius that the poet acted as priest of 2 heroes, Asclepius and Alcin. He had several sons, the most celebrated of whom was Iophan, himself a tragedian of repute. A famous story relates that Iophan, being jealous of his illegitimate brother, brought a suit to prove his father's insanity, with the intent to become administrator of his estate. The aged poet's defense consisted in a recitation of the Oedipus Colonius which he had just completed, and the jury most naturally dismissed Iophan's petition. He died late in 406 B.C., fully 90 years old, a few months later than Euripides, and not long before the disaster of Aegispotami. The Athenian people mourned him as a hero under the name of Dection, the entertainer, or host, and brought yearly sacrifice to his shrine. The personality of Sophocles stands out more definitely before the modern eye than that of perhaps any other 5th-century Greek. His social talent made him a noted figure whose good sayings were repeated, and of whom the gossips as well as the critics loved to circulate illustrative stories. He seemed the embodiment of all that man can ask. Genius, good health, industry, long life, personal beauty, affluence, popularity, and the sense of power. All were his, and enjoyed in that very epic which, beyond all others, seems to have combined stimulus with satisfaction. Salamis was fought and won just as he had left childhood behind. His adolescence and maturity coincided with the rise and establishment of the Athenian Empire. He listened to Pericles, saw the Parthenon and Propylaea rise upon the Acropolis, associated with Aeschylus, Euripides, Aristophanes, and Thucydides, watched the work of Phidias and Polygnotus grow to life under their fingers. Though he carried into the years of Nestor the genius of Shakespeare, he was yet so blessed that he died before the fall of Athens. Phrynichus, the comic poet, wrote, "Blessed was Sophocles, who passed so many years before his death, a happy man and brilliant, who wrote many beautiful tragedies and made a fair end of a life which knew no misfortune." Sophocles' own words come as a significant comment. Mu letter 1 F7 4, Phi letter 1 F E6, Nu alpha iota tau, letter 1 F7 8, Nu letter 1 F0 5 pi alpha nu tau alpha, Nu iota kappa, letter 1 F B7, lambda omicron gam omicron nu. Tau letter 1 F7 8 delta, letter 1 F1 0 pi epsilon letter 1 F7 6, Phi alpha nu letter 1 FC7, beta letter 1 FC6 nu alpha iota kappa epsilon letter 1 FD6, theta epsilon nu letter 1 F4 5 theta epsilon nu pi epsilon rho, letter 1 F2 5 kappa epsilon iota. Pi omicron lambda letter 1 F7a, delta epsilon tau epsilon rho omicron u, letter 1 F6 1 sigma, tau alpha chi iota sigma tau alpha. Best of all fates, when a man weighs everything, is not to be born, and second best beyond doubt is, once born, to depart with all speed to that place whence we came. Of his social charm, there are many evidences. He gathered round him a kind of literary club or salon. Some hint of the talk in this circle may be gathered from the fragment of Ion's memoirs, which tells how when the poet came to Chios, he engaged in critical battle with the local schoolmaster concerning poetical adjectives. And quoted with approbation Phrynichus, line lambda alpha mu pi epsilon iota delta, letter 1 F1 0, pi letter 1 F7 6, pi omicron rho phi epsilon alpha iota sigma, pi alpha rho letter 1 FC7 sigma iota phi letter 1 FF6 sigma, letter 1 F1 4 omega tau omicron sigma. He was a friend of Herodotus, from whom he quotes more than once, and to whom he addressed certain elegiac verses. With regard to his own art, we possess two remarks of deep interest. The first is reported by Aristotle. "I depict men as they ought to be, Euripides depicts them as they are." It is excellent Attic for, "He is a realist, I am an idealist." Nevertheless, he esteemed his rival. When he led forth his chorus for the first time after the news of Euripides' death in Macedonia had reached Athens, he and his singers wore the dress of mourning. The second remark is a brief account of his own development. "My dramatic wild oats were imitation of Aeschylus, pomp. Then I evolved my own harsh mannerism. Finally, I embraced that style which is best, as most adapted to the portrayal of human nature." All that we now possess would seem to belong to his third period, though certain characteristics of the Antigone may put us in mind of the second. Apart altogether from his glorious achievement in actual composition, Sophocles is highly important as an innovator in technique. The changes which he introduced are: the number of actors was raised from 2 to 3. Roman II scene painting was invented. Roman III, the plays of a tetralogy were, sometimes at any rate, no longer part of a great whole, but quite distinct in subject. Roman IV, it is said that he raised the number of the chorus from 12 to 15, was the first tragedian to use Phrygian music and to give his actors the bent staff and white shoe which they sometimes used. The points named under Roman IV are of small importance save the change in the number of choruti, but that is a detail which can scarcely be accepted. Aeschylus during part of his career employed 50 choruti, and it is extremely improbable that the number sank as low as 12, only to rise slightly again at once. The invention of scene painting is clearly momentous. It became easy to fix the action at any spot desired, and a change of scene also became possible. Aeschylus, of course, in his later years made use of this development. The other 2 points are vital. Though the stage gained immensely by the introduction of a third actor, little perhaps need be said on the point. An examination of the early Aeschylean plays, and even of the Chophoro or Agamemnon, side by side with the Philoctetes or Oedipus Coloneus, will make the facts abundantly clear. In the crisis of Oedipus Tyrannus, for example, the presence of Jocasta, while her husband hears the tidings brought by the Corinthian, does not merely add to the poignancy of the scene. It may almost be said to create it. The last change, that of breaking up the tetralogy into 4 disconnected tragedies, is equally fundamental. The older poet was a man of simple ideas and gigantic grasp. His conceptions demanded the vast scope of a trilogy, and perhaps the most astonishing feature of his work is the fact that, while each drama is a splendid and self-intelligible whole, it gains its full import only from the significance of the complete organism. Sophocles realized that he possessed a narrower, if more subtle, genius, and molded his technique to suit his powers. Each of his works, however spacious and statuesque it may seem beside Macbeth, Lear, or even Hippolytus, shows, as compared with Aeschylus, a closeness of texture in characterization and a delicate stippling of language, which mark nothing less than a revolution. Tradition tells that Euripides was born at Salamis on the very day of the Great Victory, 480 BC. The Parian marble puts the date 5 years earlier. He was thus a dozen or more years younger than Sophocles. His father's name was Nesarchus. His mother Clito is ridiculed by Aristophanes as a petty greengrocer, but all other evidence suggests that they were well-to-do. Euripides was able to devote himself to drama, from which little financial reward could be expected, and to collect a library, a remarkable possession for those days. He lived almost entirely for his art, though he must, like other citizens, have seen military service. His public activities seem to have included nothing more extraordinary than a single embassy to Syracuse. Unlike Sophocles, he cared little for society save that of a few intimates, and wrote much in a cave on Salamis which he had fitted up as a study. The great philosopher Anaxagoras was his friend and teacher. Several passages in the extant plays point plainly to his influence. It was in Euripides' house that Protagoras read for the first time his treatise on the gods, which brought about the sophists' expulsion from Athens. Socrates himself is traditionally regarded as the poet's friend. Aeschylus says that he began to write tragedy at the age of 18, but it was not till 455 BC, when he was perhaps 30, that he obtained a chorus, that is, had his work accepted for performance. One of these pieces was the Pleiades. He obtained only the 3rd place. By the end of his life, he had written nearly 100 dramas, including satiric works, but obtained the first prize only 4 times. His 5th victory was won by the tetralogy, which included the Bacchae, performed after his death. His influence was far out of proportion to these scanty rewards. On any given occasion, he might be defeated by some talented mediocrity who hit the taste of the moment. When he offered the Medea itself, he was overcome, not only by Sophocles, but by Euphorion, yet his vast powers were recognized by all Athens. Euripides was married, twice it is said, and had 3 sons. Late in his life, he accepted an invitation from Archelaus, king of Macedonia. After living there a short time in high favor and writing his latest plays, he died in 406 BC. He was buried in Macedonia, and a cenotaph was erected to his memory in Attica. Further light both on the career and works of Euripides has recently been provided by an interesting discovery. In 1912, Dr. Arthur S. Hunt published extensive fragments of a life of the poet by Satyrus from portions of a papyrus roll found at Oxyrhynchus in Egypt by Dr. Grenfell and Dr. Hunt. Satyrus lived in the 3rd century before Christ. Armiz itself is dated by its discoverers from the middle or latter part of the 2nd century, after Christ. The most striking points are Satyrus quotes the fragment of the Pirithous dealt with below, attributing it, as was often done, to Euripides, and saying that the poet has accurately embraced the whole cosmogony of Anaxagoras in 3 periods. Roman 2, there are new fragments, on the vain pursuit of wealth. Roman 3, the poet was prosecuted for impiety by the statesman Cleon. Roman 4, we read that Euripides wrote the proem for the Percy composed by his friend the musician Timotheus. Satyrus, in discussing peripeteia, mentions ravishings, supposititious infants, and recognitions by means of rings and necklaces, for these, as you know, are the backbone of the new comedy and were perfected by Euripides. A discussion of Euripides' surviving work will be found in a separate chapter. Our business here is to indicate his position in the development of technique. Though he is forever handling his material and the resources of the stage in an original and experimental manner, the definite changes which he introduced are few. That many of his dramas are not tragedies at all but tragicomedies is a development of the first importance. Another fact of this kind is his musical innovations. The lyrics of his plays tend to become less important as literature and to subserve the music, in which he introduced fashions not employed before, such as the mixed Lydian. It is impossible to criticize some of his later odes without knowledge, which we do not possess, of the music which he composed for them and the manner in which he caused them to be rendered. Hence the loose syntax, the polysyllabic vagueness of expression, and the repeated words, features which irritated Aristophanes and many later students. Another novelty is his use of the prologue, since this is properly nothing but that part of the play which precedes the first song of the whole chorus. Prologues are of course found in Aeschylus and Sophocles. The peculiarity of the Euripidean prologue is that it tends to be non-dramatic, a narrative enabling the spectator to understand at what point in a legend the action is to begin. It is from Euripides' use of the prologue that the modern meaning of the word is derived. Aristophanes in his Frogs makes a famous attack upon most sides of Euripides' art as contrasted with that of Aeschylus. But it is often forgotten that, damned utterly as the younger tragedian is, Aeschylus by no means escapes criticism. Many of the censures put into Euripides' mouth are just and important. It seems likely that Aristophanes is practically quoting his victim's conversation. The remark about Aeschylus that he was obscure in his prologues is no mere rubbish attributed to a dullard. That Euripides did criticize his elder is a fact. The Supplices contains a severe remark on the catalogue of chieftains in the septum. The elaborate sarcasm directed in the Electra against the recognition scene of the Chophoro is even more startling. Besides this, Aristophanes seems to quote remarks of Euripides on himself in his work. When I first took over the art from you, I found it swollen with braggadocio and tiresome words, so the first thing I did was to train down its fat and reduce its weight. His comment on dialogue is no less pertinent. With you Niobe and Achilles never said a word, but I left no personage idle. Women, slaves, and hags all spoke. Finally, there is the perfect description of his own realism. Omicron letter 1F30, kappa epsilon letter 1FD6, alpha pyro alpha gamma mu alpha tau. Epsilon letter 1F30, sigma alpha gamma omega nu. Omicron letter 1F37, sigma chiro omega mu epsilon theta. Omicron letter 1F37, sigma epsilon nu epsilon sigma mu epsilon nu. I introduced life as we live it, the things of our everyday experience. Such sentences as these reflect unmistakably the conversation of a playwright who was jealous for the dignity and the progress of his art. Though during his own time Euripides was hardly equal in repute to his two companions, scarcely had his Macedonian grave closed over him than his popularity began to overshadow theirs. Aeschylus became a dim antique giant. Sophocles, though always admired, was too definitely Attic and Periclean to retain all his prestige in the Hellenistic world. It was the more cosmopolitan poet who won posthumous applause from one end of the civilized earth to the other. From 400 BC to the downfall of the ancient world, he was unquestionably better known and admired than any other dramatist. This is shown by the much larger collection of his work which has survived, by the imitation of later playwrights, and by innumerable passages of citation, praise, and comment in writers of every kind. He shared with Homer, Virgil, and Horace the equivocal distinction of becoming a schoolbook even in ancient times. 9 of our 19 plays were selected for this purpose: Alcestis, Andromache, Hecuba, Hippolytus, Medea, Orestes, Phoenice, Rhesus, and Troades. It is not easy to see what principle of selection prompted the educationists of the day. Andromache and Hippolytus do not strike a modern reader as specially suitable. Owing to their use in schools they were annotated, these scholia are still extant and are often of great value. In the Byzantine age the number was reduced to 3: Hecuba, Orsts, Phoenice. Among the numerous lesser tragedians of the 5th century, 5 hold a distinguished place: Neophron of Sicyon, Aristarchus of Tegea, Ion of Chios, Achaeus of Eretria, Agathon of Athens. Neophron is an enigmatic figure. It would seem that he was an important forerunner of Euripides. Not only do we learn that he wrote 120 tragedies and that he was the first to bring upon the stage pedagogy and the examination of slaves under torture. It is said also that his Medea was the original of Euripides' tragedy so named. Pedagogy, or elderly male attendants of children are familiar in Euripides, and the questioning of slaves is shown, though not to the audience in the Ion. As for the third point, we have 3 fragments which clearly recall the extant play. A few lines in which Aegeus requests Medea to explain the oracle, a few more in which she tells Jason how he shall die, and the celebrated passage which reads like a shorter version of her great soliloquy when deciding to slay her children. There is the same anguish, the same vacillation, the same address to her passion, theta upsilon mu omicron sigma. Such a writer is plainly epic-making. He adds a new feature to tragedy in the lifetime of Sophocles. The realism of everyday life and the pangs of conscience battling with temptation, these we are wont to call Euripidean. But some have denied the very existence of Neophron as a dramatist. The fragments are 4th century forgeries, or Euripides brought out a first edition of his play under Neophron's name. Against these views is the great authority of Aristotle, who, however, may have been deceived by the name Neophron in official records. An argument natural to modern students that a poet of Euripides' caliber would not have borrowed and worked up another's play is of doubtful strength. Aeschylus, as we have seen, probably acted so towards Phrynichus. The best view is probably that of antiquity. We may note that Sicyon is close to Corinth, and that a legend domestic to the latter city might naturally find its first treatment in a playwright of Sicyon. Aristarchus of Tegea, whose debut is to be dated about 453 BC, is said by Suidas to have lived for over 100 years, to have written 70 tragedies, 2 of which won the first prize, and one of which was called Asclepius, a thank-offering for the poet's recovery from an illness, and to have initiated the present length of plays. This latter point sounds important, but it is difficult to understand precisely what Suidas means. For though the average Sophoclean or Euripidean tragedy is longer than the Aeschylean, Aristarchus began work later than Sophocles and no earlier than Euripides. It has been thought that Suidas refers to the length of dramas in post-Euripidean times, but of these we have perhaps no examples. Aristarchus' reputation was slight but enduring. Aeneas 2.5 centuries later translated his Achilles into Latin. The same work is quoted in the prologue of Plautus Ponulus. A phrase from another play became proverbial. A more distinguished but probably less important writer was Ion of Chios, son of Orthomenes, who lived between 484 and 421 BC, a highly accomplished man of ample means. He traveled rather widely. In Athens, he must have spent considerable time, for he was intimate with Cimon and his circle, and produced plays the number of which is by one authority put at 40. Besides tragedy and satiric drama, he wrote comedies, dithyrambs, hymns, paeans, elegies, epigrams, and scholia. He was, moreover, distinguished in prose writing. We hear of a book on the founding of Chios, of a philosophically work, and of certain memoirs. This latter work must be a real loss to us, if we may judge from its fragments. In the 5th century BC, no one but a facile Ionian would have thought it worthwhile to record mere gossip even about the great. For us there is great charm in an anecdote like that of the literary discussion between Sophocles and the schoolmaster, or the exclamation of Aeschylus at the Isthmian Games. Ion would seem to have been less a great poet than a delightful belles-lettrist. The quality is well shown in his remark that life, like a tragic tetralogy, should have a satiric element. One year he obtained a sensational success by winning the first prize both for tragedy and for a dithyramb. To commemorate this, he presented to each Athenian citizen a cask of Chian wine. He died before 421, the date of Aristophanes' Peace, wherein he is spoken of as transformed into a star, in allusion to a charming lyric passage of his. Letter 1F00 mega iod omicron u, letter 1F00 epsilon rho omicron phi omicron iota tau alpha nu, letter 1F00 sigma tau epsilon rho alpha. Mu epsilon iod nu alpha mu epsilon nu, letter 1F00 epsilon lambda iod omicron upsilon, lambda epsilon cap omicron pi tau epsilon rho upsilon gamma alpha, pi rho omicron delta rho omicron mu omicron u. We awaited the star that wanders through the dawnlit sky, pale-winged courier of the sun. His tragedies, though they do not appear to have had much effect on the progress of technique or on public opinion, were popular. Aristophanes, for instance, nearly 20 years after his death, quotes a phrase from his Sentinels as proverbial, and centuries later the author of the treatise on the Sublime wrote his celebrated verdict. In lyric poetry, would you prefer to be Bacchylides rather than Pindar? and in tragedy to be Ion of Chios rather than Sophocles. It is true that Bacchylides and Ion are faultless and entirely elegant writers of the polished school, while Pindar and Sophocles, although at times they burn everything before them as it were in their swift career, are often extinguished unaccountably and fail most lamentably. But would anyone in his senses regard all the compositions of Ion put together as an equivalent for the single play of the Oedipus? Aeschylus of Eretria was born in 484 BC and exhibited his first play at Athens in 447. He won only one first prize, though we hear that he composed over 40 plays, nearly half of which are known by name. That he was second only to Aeschylus in satiric drama was the opinion held by that delightful philosopher Menedemus the Minor Socratic, the seat of whose school was Eretria itself, Aeschylus' birthplace. It has been suggested that the apparent disproportion of satiric plays written by Aeschylus is to be accounted for by his having written them for other poets. He is once copied by Euripides and parodied twice by Aristophanes. Athenaeus makes an interesting comment on his style. Aeschylus of Eretria, though an elegant poet in the structure of his plots, occasionally blackens his phrasing and produces many cryptic expressions. The instance which he gives is significant. Lambda iota theta alpha rho gamma upsilon rho omicron sigma delta. Letter 1 F44 lambda pi eta. Pi alpha rho eta omega rho epsilon letter 1 F d6. Tau omicron chi rho iota sigma mu alpha tau omicron sigma. Pi lambda epsilon alpha. Tau letter 1 F78. Nu sigma pi alpha rho tau iota alpha tau eta nu. Gamma rho alpha pi tau letter 1 F78. Nu letter 1 F10 nu delta iota. Pi lambda letter 1 FF7. Xi upsilon lambda letter 1 FF3 cap upsilon rho beta iota nu. The cruse of alloyed silver, filled with ointment, swung beside the Spartan tablet, double wood inscribed. That is, he carried an oil flask and a Spartan general's baton. Aiming at dignified originality of diction, Aeschylus has merely fallen into queerness. On the other side, when he seeks vigorous realism, he becomes quaintly prosaic. In the Philoctetes, for instance, Agamemnon utters the war cry letter 1 F10, lambda epsilon letter 1 Fe6 in the middle of an iambic line. A far more noteworthy dramatist was Agathon the Athenian, who seems to have impressed his contemporaries and even the exacting Aristotle, as coming next in merit to the three masters. Born about 446 BC, he won his first victory in 416 and retired to the court of the Macedonian Prince Archelaus some time before the death of Euripides, 406. From contemporary evidence, we gather that he was popular as a writer and as a social figure, handsome, and given to voluptuous living. Three striking innovations are credited to him. He produced at least one play of which both the plot and the characters were invented by himself. The name of this attractive drama is uncertain. It may have been the flower anthos or antheus. Agathon, here as elsewhere, shows himself a follower of Euripides. The master had employed recognized myths as a framework for a thoroughly modern treatment of ordinary human interests. His disciple finally throws aside the convention of antiquity. Roman 2, another post-Euripidean feature, is the use of musical interludes, Aristotle tells us. As for the later poets, their choral songs pertain as little to the subject of the piece as to that of any other tragedy. They are therefore sung as mere interludes, a practice first begun by Agathon. Our poet, then, is once more found completing a process which his friend had carried far. Sophocles had diminished the length and dramatic importance of the lyrics, but with him they were still entirely relevant. Euripides shows a strong tendency to write his odes as separable songs, but complete irrelevance is hardly found. Plays such as Agathon's could obviously be performed, if necessary, without the trouble and expense of a chorus, which in process of time altogether disappeared. His interludes served, it seems, more as divisions between acts than as an integral part of the play. In this connection should be mentioned his innovation in the accompaniment, the use of chromatic or colored style. His florid music is laughed at by Aristophanes as ants, bypaths. Roman 3, occasionally he took a great extent of legend as the topic of a single drama, and it seems likely that he composed a Fall of Troy, taking the whole epic subject instead of an episode. Agathon is trying yet another experiment. It was necessary for a writer of his powers to vary in some way from Euripides, but this attempt was unsatisfactory. In the Aristophanes pays Agathon the honor of elaborate parody. Euripides comes to beg his friend to plead for him before an assembly of Athenian women, and the scene in which Agathon, amid much pomp, explains the principles of his art, contains definite and valuable criticism under the usual guise of burlesque. That Aristophanes valued him is shown by the affectionate pun on his name, which he introduces into the frogs, v84. Letter 1F00, gamma alpha theta letter 1F78, sigma pi omicron iota eta tau, letter 1F74, sigma kappa alpha letter 1F76, pi omicron theta, epsilon iota nu letter 1F78, sigma tau omicron letter 1FD6, sigma phi iota lambda omicron iota sigma. A good poet, sorely missed by his friends. Plato lays the scene of his symposium in the house of Agathon, who is celebrating his first tragic victory. The poet is depicted as a charming host, and, when the conversation turns to a series of panegyrics upon the god of love, offers a contribution to which we shall return. From these sources, we learn as usual little about the poet's dramatic skill, much as to his literary style. But under the first head falls a vital remark of Aristotle. In his reversals of the action, i.e. the peripetia, however, he shows a marvelous skill in the effort to hit the popular taste, to produce a tragic effect that satisfies the moral sense. This effect is produced when the clever rogue, like Sisyphus, is outwitted, or the brave villain defeated. Such an event is, moreover, probable in Agathon's sense of the word. It is probable, he says, that many things should happen contrary to probability. Agathon belongs to the class of playwrights who win popularity by bringing down to the customary theatrical level the methods and ideas of a genius who is himself too undiluted and strange for his contemporaries. Agathon's relation to Euripides resembles that of, let us say, Mr. St. John Hankin in his later work to Ibsen. Of his literary style, much the same may be said. He loves to moralize on chance and probability and the queer twists of human nature, with Euripides' knack of neatness but without his insight. Such things as mu omicron upsilon gamma, letter 1F70, rho alpha letter 1F50, tau omicron letter 1Fe6, kappa alpha letter 1F76, theta epsilon letter 1F78, sigma tau epsilon rho iota sigma kappa epsilon tau alpha iota. Letter 1F00 gamma epsilon nu eta tau alpha, pi omicron iota, epsilon letter 1FD6, nu letter 1F05 sigma. Letter 1F02 nu, letter 1F96, pi epsilon pi rho alpha gamma mu epsilon nu alpha. This alone is beyond the power even of God, to make undone that which has been done. And even the celebrated tau epsilon chi nu eta, tau epsilon chi eta nu, letter 1F14 sigma tau epsilon rho psi epsilon, kappa alpha letter 1F76 tau epsilon chi eta, tau epsilon chi nu eta nu. Skill loves luck, and luck's skill give the measure of his power over epigram. His easy way of expressing simple ideas with admirable neatness may remind us of a much greater dramatist, Terence, or, in later times, of Marivox. Plato tells us that he was a pupil both of Prodicus and of Gorgias, the renowned sophists, and we may trace their teaching in the fragments and in the remarkable speech which the greatest stylist of all time puts into his mouth in the Symposium. The rhymes, antitheses, quibbles, and verbal trickiness of argument. The parody, both brilliant and careful, which Aristophanes presents at the opening of his Thesmophory, as you see, is directed chiefly perhaps against his music, whereof we have no trace. The blunt auditor Nessalachus describes it as lascivious. The words set to it read like a feeble copy of Euripides, fluent, copious, nerveless in spite of the lathe, the glue, the melting pot, and the molds over which his satirist makes merry. Agathon, then, marks unmistakably the beginning of decadence. The three masters had exhausted the possibilities of the art open to that age. A new impulse from without, or the social emancipation of women might have, opened new paths of achievement. But no great external influence was to come till Alexander, and then the result for Greece itself was loss of independence and vigor. And the little that could be done with women still in the harem, or the slave market, was left to be performed by Menander and his fellow comedians. Agathon made a valiant effort to carry tragedy into new channels, but lacked the genius to leave more than clever experiments. On a lower plane of achievement stands Critias, the famous leader of the 30 tyrants. Two tragedies from his pen are known to us, Pirithous and Sisyphus, both at one time attributed to Euripides, but he is too doctrinaire, too deficient in brilliant idiomatic ease for such a mistake to endure. The Preface deals with Heracles' descent into Hades to rescue Theseus and to demand of Pluto Persephone's hand for Pirithous. Of this astounding story, we find little trace in the fragments, which are mostly quasi-philosophical dicta. For instance, a temper sound more stable is than law, the one no politician's eloquence can warp, but law by tricks of cunning words full often is corrupted and unhinged. In strong contrast to these prosaic lines is Critias' superb apostrophe to the Creator, which may be paraphrased thus: "From all time, O Lord, is thy being, neither is there any that saith, This is my Son. All that is created, lo, thou hast woven the firmament about it. The heavens revolve, and all that is therein spinneth like a wheel. Thou hast girded thyself with light. The gloom of dusk is about thee, even as a garment of netted fire. Stars without number dance around thee. They cease not, they move in a measure through thy high places." From the same hymn probably comes the majestic passage, which tells of unwearied time that in full flood ever begets himself, and the great bear and the less. In apparent contrast to this tone is the remarkable passage of 42 lines from the Sisyphus. It is a purely rationalistic account of religion. First, human life was utterly brutish. There were no rewards for righteousness, no punishment of evildoers. Then law was set up that justice might be sovereign, but this device only added furtiveness to sin. Finally, some man of shrewdness and wisdom introduced religion, or the conception of God, tau letter 1f78 theta epsilon letter 1f d6 omicron nu, so that even in secret the wicked might be restrained by fear. The contradiction between these two plays is illusory. Critias combines with disbelief in the personal Greek god's belief in an impersonal first cause. It is too often forgotten that among the 30 tyrants were men of strong religious principles. The democratic writers of Athens loved to depict them as mercenary butchers, but it is plain from the casual testimony of Lysias that they looked upon themselves as moral reformers. They said that it was their business to purge the city of wicked men and turn the rest of the citizens to righteousness and self-restraint. Such passages read like quotations from men who would inaugurate a rule of the saints, and if their severities surpassed those of the English Puritans, they were themselves outdone by the cruelty which sternly moral leaders of the French Revolution not only condoned but initiated. Critias was the Athenian Robespierre, but the one revolution was the reverse of the other. The Regime of the 30 was a last violent effort of the Athenian oligarchs to stem the tide of ochlocracy, to induce some self-discipline into the freedom of Athens. They failed, and Critias was justified on the field of Chaeronea. The most successful tragic playwright of the 4th century was Aristodemus, whose history furnishes good evidence that after the disappearance of Euripides and Sophocles, the Greek genius was incapable of carrying tragedy into new developments. While prose could boast such names as Plato and Demosthenes, the tragic art found no greater exponent than this Aristodemus, of whose numerous plays nothing is left save 9 odd lines. There were, moreover, 2 Aristodemontes, father and son, whose works, scarcely known save by name, it is difficult to distinguish. But it seems that it was the son whose popularity was so great as to win him 15 first prizes and an honor before unknown. His Parthenopaeus won such applause in 340 BC that the Athenians set up a brazen statue of the playwright in the theater. It was not till 10 years later that the orator Lycurgus persuaded them to accord a like honor to the 3 masters. We learn from Aristotle that Aristodemus altered the story of Alcmaeon, causing him to slay his mother in ignorance, and Plutarch alludes to his Hector as one of the greatest plays. He was nothing more than a capable writer who caught the taste of his time, and probably owed much of his popularity to the excellence of his actors. Only one fact is known about Polyidus the sophist, but that is sufficiently impressive. Aristotle twice takes the recognition scene in his Iphigenia as an example, and in the second instance actually compares the work of Polyidus with one of Euripides' most wonderful successes, the recognition scene in the Iphigenia in Taurus. It appears that as Orestes was led away to slaughter, he exclaimed, "Ah, so I was fated, like my sister, to be sacrificed." This catches the attention of Iphigenia and saves his life. Polyidus here undoubtedly executed a brilliant coup de théâtre. During the 4th century, many tragedians wrote not for public performance, but for readers. Of these, letter 1F00 nu alpha gamma nu omega sigma tau iota cap omicron iota, the most celebrated was Caraman, of whom sufficient fragments and notices survive to give a distinct literary portrait. Comic poets ridiculed his preciosity. He called water river's body, ivy the year's child, and loved wordplay. Pi rho letter 1F76 nu gamma letter 1F70, rho phi rho omicron nu epsilon letter 1FD6, nu epsilon letter 1F56, kappa alpha tau, alpha phi rho omicron nu epsilon letter 1FD6, nu letter 1F10 pi iota sigma tau alpha iota. But though a sophisticated attention to style led him into such frigid mannerisms, he can express ideas with a brief Euripidean cogency. Perhaps nothing outside the work of the great masters was more often quoted in antiquity than his dictum: human life is luck, not discretion. Tau upsilon chi eta tau, letter 1F70 theta, nu eta tau, letter 1F6, nu pyro alpha gamma mu alpha tau. Omicron letter 1F50, kappa epsilon letter 1F50, beta omicron upsilon lambda iota alpha. The only technical peculiarity attributed to him is the play Centaur, if play it was. Athenaeus calls it a drama in many meters, while Aristotle uses the word rhapsody, implying epic quality. It may be that the epic or narrative manner was used side by side with the dramatic in the manner of Bunyan. Here is another proof that by the time of Euripides' tragedy had really attained its full development. Attempts at new departures in technique are all abortive after his day. A delightful point which emerges again and again is Caraman's passion for flowers. From Thyestes come two phrases, the sheen of roses mingled with silver lilies, and strewing around the children of flowering spring, which indicate, as do many others, Caraman's love of color and sensuous loveliness. It was his desire to express all the details of what pleased his eye that led him into preciosity, a labored embroidery which recalls Keats' less happy efforts. But he can go beyond mere mannerism. A splendid fragment of his Oeneus shows Caraman at his best. It describes the half-nude beauty of girls sleeping in the moonlight. One can hardly believe that Caraman belonged to the 4th century and was studied by Aristotle. In this passage, despite its voluptuous dilettantism, there is a sense of physical beauty, above all of color and sensuous detail, which was unknown since Pindar, and is not to be found again, even in Theocritus, till we come to the Greek novelists. In one marvelous sentence, too, he passes beyond mere prettiness to poetry, expressing with perfect mastery the truth that the sight of beauty is the surest incentive to chastity. Kappa letter 1F00, xi epsilon pi epsilon sigma, phi rho alpha gamma iota zeta epsilon tau, omicron letter 1F65 rho alpha sigma, gamma epsilon lambda omega sigma eta sigma, chi omega, rho letter 1F76, sigma letter 1F10 lambda pi iota delta omega nu, letter 1F14 omega sigma. Love, his passion quelled by awe, printed his smiling soul on all he saw. It is the idea which Meredith has voiced so magically in Love in the Valley. Love that so desires would fain keep her changeless, fain would fling the net, and fain have her free. That Greek literature has progressed far towards the self-conscious Alexandrian search for charm can nevertheless be observed if we compare this passage from Caraman with the analogous description in Euripides' Bacchae, which no doubt suggested it. They're the same general impression, and far more atmosphere is given with no voluptuous details. Theta alpha letter 1Fe6 mu, letter 1F30 delta epsilon letter 1Fd6, nu epsilon letter 1F50, kappa omicron sigma mu iota alpha sigma. A marvel of grace for the eye to behold is his nearest approach to Caraman's elaboration. If, as has been well said, one may compare the three masters to Giotto, Raphael, and Correggio respectively, then Caraman finds his parallel among the French painters. He reminds one not so much of the handsome sensuality of Boucher as of that more seductive simplicity in which Greuze excelled. A curious figure in this history is Dionysius the Elder, tyrant of Syracuse from 405–367 BC like Frederick the Great of Prussia. Not satisfied with political and military glory, he aspired to literary triumphs. With a pathetic hero worship, he purchased and treasured the desk of Aeschylus and similar objects which had belonged to Euripides, hoping, says Lucian, to gain inspiration from them. The prince frequently tried his fortune at the dramatic contests in Athens, but for long without success, and naturally became a butt of the Attic wits, who particularly relished his moral aphorisms, such as, "Tyranny is the mother of injustice." Eubulus devoted a whole comedy to his tragic confer, in 367 BC. He heard with joy that at last the first prize had fallen to him at the Linea for Hector's ransom. Gossip said that his death in the same year was due to the paroxysms of gratified vanity. Little is known about the contents of his dramas, but we hear that one play was an attack upon the philosopher Plato. In other works, too, he appears to have discussed his personal interests. Lucian preserves the bald verse. Doris, Dionysius' spouse, has passed away. And the astonishing remark, "Alas, alas, a useful wife I've lost." But one may be misjudging him. Perhaps by useful, chiroeta sigma iota muetanu, he meant good, chiroeta sigma tauetanu. Dionysius had a curious fad for using words, not in their accepted sense, but according to real or fancied etymology. Ancient critics set great store by Carcinus, the most distinguished of a family long connected with the theater. 160 plays are attributed to him, and 11 victories. He spent some time at the court of the younger Dionysius, the Syracusan tyrant, and his longest fragment deals with the Sicilian worship of Demeter and Persephone. We possess certain interesting facts about his plots. Aristotle, as an instance of the first type of recognition, that by signs mentions among those which are congenital the stars introduced by Carcinus in his Thyestes, evidently birthmarks. More striking is a later paragraph. In constructing the plot and working it out with the proper diction, the poet should place the scene, as far as possible, before his eyes. The need of such a rule is shown by the fault found in Carcinus. Amphiaraus was on his way from the temple. This fact escaped the observation of one who did not see the situation. On the stage, however, the piece failed, the audience being offended at the oversight. This shows incidentally how little assistance an ancient dramatist obtained from that now vital collaborator, the rehearsal. In the Medea of Carcinus, the heroine, unlike the Euripidean, did not slay her children but sent them away. Their disappearance caused the Corinthians to accuse her of their murder, and she defended herself by an ingenious piece of rhetorical logic. Suppose that I had killed them. Then it would have been a blunder not to slay their father Jason also. This you know I have not done. Hence, I have not murdered my children either. Just as Carcinus there smoothed away what was felt to be too dreadful in Euripides, so in Oedipus he appears to have dealt with the improbabilities which cling to Oedipus Tyrannus. He excelled, moreover, in the portrayal of passion. Circean, struggling with horrified grief in Carcinus, elope, is cited by Aristotle. The erope, too, had sensational success. That bloodthirsty savage Alexander, tyrant of Pheræ, was so moved by the emotion wherewith the actor Theodorus performed his part that he burst into tears. 2 points in his actual fragments strike a modern reader. The first is a curious flatness of style noticeable in the one fairly long passage. Every word seems to be a second best. The opening lines will be sufficient. Lambda epsilon gam omicron upsilon sigma iota, del theta mu eta tau rho omicron sigma, pi omicron tau. Letter 1 F04 rho rho eta tau omicron u, cap omicron rho eta nu, pi lambda omicron upsilon tau mega nu alpha, kappa rho upsilon phi iota omicron iota sigma, letter 1 F01 rho pi alpha sigma alpha iota, beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon mu alpha sigma iota. Delta letter 1 Fe6, nu alpha iota, tau epsilon gamma alpha iota alpha sigma, epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma mu epsilon lambda alpha mu phi alpha epsilon letter 1 FD6, sigma mu epsilon chi omicron upsilon sigma. Pi omicron theta letter 1 FF3, delta letter 1 F72, mu eta tau epsilon rho. Letter 1 F20 phi alpha nu iota sigma mu epsilon nu eta sigma, cap omicron rho eta sigma, mu alpha sigma tau letter 1 FC6, rho letter 1 F10, pi epsilon lambda theta epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu pi letter 1 FB6, sigma alpha nu letter 1 F10 nu, kappa upsilon, kappa lambda letter 1 FF3, chi theta omicron nu alpha. To turn from this dingy verbiage to his amazing brilliance in epigram is like passing from an auctioneer's showroom into a lighthouse. The difference, we note, is between narrative and rhetoric. Such a sentence as omicron letter 1 F50, delta epsilon letter 1 F76, sigma letter 1 F14 pi alpha iota nu omicron nu, letter 1 F21 delta omicron, nu alpha letter 1 FD6, sigma letter 1 F10 kappa tau eta sigma alpha tau omicron. No man ever won praise by his pleasures, positively bewilders by its glitter. It is perhaps not absolutely perfect. Its miraculous ease might allow a careless reader to pass it by, but that is a defect which Carcinus shares with most masters of epigram, notably with Terence and Congreve. More substantial is the wit of this fragment. Chi alpha iota omega sigma, letter 1 F41 rho letter 1 FF6, nu phi theta omicron, nu omicron letter 1 FE6, nu tau alpha. Tau omicron letter 1 FE6 tau, epsilon letter 1 F30 delta omega sigma. Letter 1 F45 tau iota, letter 1 F13 nu delta rho letter 1 FB7, mu omicron nu delta iota kappa alpha iota omicron nu, letter 1 F67 nu, pi omicron iota epsilon letter 1 FD6, phi theta omicron nu omicron sigma lambda upsilon pi epsilon letter 1 FD6 gamma letter 1 F70, rho alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron chi rho eta mu alpha tau omicron letter 1 F7a sigma. Kappa epsilon kappa tau eta mu epsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma. I rejoice to see that you harbor spite, for I know that of all its effects there is one that is just. It straightway stings those who cherish it. One notices the exquisite skill which has inserted the second line, serving admirably to prepare for and throw into relief the vigorous third verse. Theodex of Thespis enjoyed a brilliant career. During his 41 years, he was a pupil of Plato, Isocrates, and Aristotle, obtained great distinction as an orator. Cicero praises him, produced 50 plays, and obtained the first prize at 8 of the 13 contests in which he competed. Alexander the Great decked his statue with garlands in memory of the days when they had studied together under Aristotle. That philosopher quotes him several times, and in particular pays Theodex the high honor of coupling him with Sophocles. The examples which he gives of peripeteia are the Oedipus Tyrannus and the Lynceus of Theodex. The same drama is used to exemplify another vital point, the difference between complication and denouement. He was doubtless a brilliantly able man and a popular dramatist with a notable talent for concocting plots. But all that we can now see in his remains is a feeble copy of Euripides, though he was, to be sure, audacious enough to place Philoctetes' wound in the hand instead of the foot, for the sake of gracefulness, one may imagine. For the rest, we possess a curious speech made by some one ignorant of letters, who describes as a picture the name Theseus. This idea is taken bodily from Euripides and sundry sententious remarks, one of which surely deserves immortality as reaching the limit of pompous commonplace. Widely through Greece hath this tradition spread, O aged man, and ancient is the saw, the hap of mortals is uncertain ever. Mention should be made of Diogenes and Crates the philosophers, who wrote plays not for production, but for the study as propagandist pamphlets. They may none the less have been excellent plays, like the Justice of Mr. Galsworthy. Very little remains on which an opinion can be founded. One vigorous line of Diogenes catches the attention. I would rather have a drop of luck than a barrel of brains. A more remarkable dramatist was Moschin, whose precise importance it is hard to estimate, though he is deeply interesting to the historian of tragedy. For on the one hand, he was probably not popular, nothing is known of his life, and Stobaeus is practically the only writer who quotes him. On the other hand, he is the one Greek poet known to have practiced definitely the historical type of drama. Moschin is of course not alone in selecting actual events for his theme. Long before his day Phrynichus had produced his Phoenicy and the capture of Maltus, Aeschylus his Percy, and his contemporary Theodex composed a tragedy Mausolus in glorification of the deceased king of Caria, but all four were pieces d'occasion. Moschin alone practiced genuine historical drama. He went according to custom into the past for his material, but chose great events of real history, not legend. His Themistocles dealt with the Battle of Salamis. We possess one brief remnant thereof, in which, as it seems, a messenger compares the victory of the small Greek force to the devastation wrought by a small axe in a great pine forest. The Men of Phaerae appears to have depicted the brutality of Alexander, Prince of Phaerae, who refused burial to Polyphron. These burial passages include Moschin's most remarkable fragment, a fine description in 33 lines describing the rise of civilization. The versification is undesirably smooth. Throughout there is not a single resolved foot. Like a circumspect rationalist, Moskian offers 3 alternative reasons, favoring none, for the progress made by man. Some great teacher such as Prometheus, the law of nature, letter 1F00 nu alpha gamma kappa eta, the long, slow experience tau rho iota beta eta of the whole race. His style here is vigorous but uneven. After dignified lines which somewhat recall Aeschylus, we find a sudden drop to bald prose. Letter 1F41 delta, letter 1F00, sigma theta epsilon, nu letter 1F74, sigma letter 1F26 nu, tau letter 1F6, nu letter 1F00 mu epsilon iota nu omicron nu omega nu, beta omicron rho alpha. The weak were the food of the strong. It is convenient to mention here a remarkable satiric drama, produced about 324 BC, the Aegean, of which 17 consecutive lines survive. This play was produced during the Dionysiac festival in the camp of Alexander on the banks of the Hydaspes or Jhelum, in the Punjab. Its subject was the escapades of Harpalus, who had revolted from Alexander and fled to Athens. The author is said to have been either Python of Catana or Byzantium, or the great Alexander himself. No doubt it was an elaborate squib full of racy topical allusions. Were it not that Athenaeus calls it a satiric playlet, we might take the fragment as part of a comedy. But about this time, satiric drama tended to become a form of personal attack, a dramatic satire. Thus one Mimnermus, whose date is unknown, wrote a play against doctors. Lycophron and Sisythius, both members of the Alexandrian Pleiad, attacked individual philosophers, the former writing a Menedemus which satirized the gluttony and drunkenness of the amiable founder of the Eretrian school, the latter ridiculing the disciples whom the folly of Cleanthes drove like cattle, an insult which the audience resented and damned the play. The 3rd century saw a great efflorescence of theatrical activity in Alexandria. Under Ptolemy Roman II, 285–47 BC, that city became the center of world culture as it already was of commerce. All artistic forms were protected and rewarded with imperial liberality. The great library became one of the wonders of the world, and the Dionysiac festivals were performed with sedulous magnificence. Among the many writers of Tragedy 7 were looked on as forming a class by themselves, the famous Pleiad, the constellation of 7. Only 5 names of these are cert: Philiscus, Homerus, Alexander, Lycophron, and Sisythius. For the other 2 chairs, various names are found in our authorities: Sosiphanes, Dionysiades, Eontides, Euphronius. Nor can we be sure that all these men worked at Alexandria. That the splendor of the city and Ptolemy's magnificent patronage should have drawn the leading men of art, letters, and science to the world's center is a natural assumption and indeed the fact. Theocritus the idolist, Euclid the geometer, Callimachus the poet and scholar certainly lived there. Of the Pleiad, only 3 are known to have worked in Alexandria. Lycophron, to whom Ptolemy entrusted that section of the royal library which embraced comedy, Alexander, who superintended tragedy, and Philiscus, the priest of Dionysus. Homerus may have passed all his career in Byzantium, which later possessed a statue of him, and Sisythius was apparently active at Athens. Lycophron's Menedemus has already been mentioned. His fame now rests upon the extant poem Alexandra, in high repute both in ancient and in modern times for its obscurity. But Sisythius is the most interesting of the galaxy. We may still read 21 lines from his satiric drama Daphnes or Lydiurses, describing with grim vigor the ghoulish harvester Lydiurses who made his visitors reap with him, finally beheading them and binding up the corpses in sheaves. Sisythius made his mark, indeed, less in tragedy than in satiric writing. He turned from the tendency of his day, which made this genre a form of satire, and went back to the antique manner. Sosiphanes, finally, deserves mention for a remarkable fragment. Letter 1 F66 delta upsilon sigma tau upsilon chi epsilon letter 1 FD6 sigma mu letter 1 F72 nu pi omicron lambda lambda alpha. Pi alpha letter 1 Fe6 rho alpha delta letter 1 F44 lambda beta iota omicron iota beta rho omicron tau omicron iota. Tau iota sigma epsilon mu nu epsilon sigma theta epsilon tau alpha letter 1 FD6 sigma letter 1 F10 psi omicron epsilon sigma iota alpha iota sigma. Letter 1 F03 sigma letter 1 F15 nu tau, letter 1 F14 delta omega cap epsilon, phi epsilon gamma gamma omicron sigma, letter 1 F15 nu tau, letter 1 F00 phi epsilon iota lambda epsilon tau omicron. Letter 1 F22 nu delta, epsilon letter 1 F50, tau upsilon chi letter 1 FC6 tau epsilon. Mu eta delta letter 1 F72, nu letter 1 F44 nu tau epsilon sigma, epsilon letter 1 F50, theta epsilon omega sigma letter 1 F34 sigma, omicron letter 1 F50, rho alpha nu letter 1 FF7, phi rho omicron nu epsilon letter 1 FD6 tau epsilon. Tau letter 1 F78, nu delta letter 1 F72, cap epsilon rho iota omicron nu, alpha letter 1 F35 delta eta nu pi alpha, rho epsilon sigma tau letter 1 FF6 tau, omicron letter 1 F50, chi letter 1 F41 rho letter 1 FB6, tau epsilon pi lambda eta sigma iota omicron nu. O mortal men, whose misery is so manifold, whose joys so few, why plume yourselves on power which one day gives and one day destroys? If ye find prosperity, straightway, though ye are not, your pride rises high as heaven, and ye see not your master death at your elbow. A curiously close parallel with the celebrated outburst in Measure for Measure. We observe the Euripidean versification, though Sophocles flourished 2 centuries after the master's birth, and though between the two, in men like Moschian, Carcinus, and Caraman, we find distinct flatness of versification. The 4th century poets, however second-rate, were still working with originality of style. Sophocles belongs to an age which has begun not so much to respect as to worship the great models. He sets himself to copy Euripides, and his iambics are naturally better than Moschian-s, as are those written by numerous able scholars of our own day. After the era of the Pleiad, Greek tragedy for us to all intents and purposes comes to an end. New dramas seem to have been produced down to the time of Hadrian, who died in AD 138, and theatrical entertainments were immensely popular throughout later antiquity, as vase paintings show, besides countless allusions in literature. But our fragments are exceedingly meager. One tragedy has been preserved by its subject, the famous Christus Patiens, chi rho iota sigma tau letter 1 F78 sigma pi alpha sigma chi omega nu, which portrayed the Passion. It is the longest and the worst of all Greek plays, and consists largely of a repellent cento, snippets from Euripides pieced together and eked out by bad iambics of the author's own. The result is traditionally, but wrongly, attributed to Gregory of Nazianzus, born probably in AD 330. Its only value is that it is often useful in determining the text of Euripides. It would be useless to enumerate all the poetasters of these later centuries whose names are recorded. In this chapter, we have constantly referred to the Poetic of Aristotle, and it will be well at this point to summarize his view of the nature, parts, and aim of tragedy. Before doing so, however, we must be clear upon 2 points: the standpoint of his criticism and the value of his evidence. It was long the habit to take this work as a kind of Bible of poetical criticism, to accept with blind devotion any statements made therein, or even alleged to be made therein, as constituting rules for all playwrights forever. Now, as to the former point, the nature of his criticism, it is simply to explain how good tragedies were as a fact written. He takes the work of contemporary and earlier playwrights, and in the light of this, together with his own strong common sense, aesthetic sensibility, and private temperament, tells how he himself, for example, would write a tragedy. On the one hand, could he have read Macbeth then, he would have condemned it. On the other, could he read it now as a modern man, he would approve it. As to the second point, the value of his evidence, we must distinguish carefully between the facts which he reports and his comment thereon. The latter we should study with the respect due to his vast merits, but he is not infallible. When, for instance, he writes that even a woman may be good and also a slave, though the woman may be said to be an inferior being and the slave quite worthless, and blames Euripides because Iphigenia the suppliant in no way resembles her later self, we shall regard him less as helping us than as dating himself. But as to the objective facts which he records, he must be looked on as for us infallible. He lived in or close to the periods of which he writes. He commanded a vast array of documents now lost to us. He was strongly desirous of ascertaining the facts. His temperament and method were keenly scientific, his industry prodigious. We may, and should, discuss his opinions, his facts we cannot dispute. The reader will be able to appreciate for himself the statement which follows. Aristotle's definition of tragedy runs thus. Tragedy, then, is an imitation of an action that is serious, complete, and of a certain magnitude, in language embellished with each kind of artistic ornament, the several kinds being found in separate parts of the play, in the form of action, not of narrative, through pity and fear affecting the proper purgation of these emotions. Adequate discussion of this celebrated passage is here impossible. Only 2 points can be made. Firstly, the definition plainly applies to Greek tragedy alone and as understood by Aristotle. We observe the omission of what seems to us vital. The fact that tragedy depicts the collision of opposing principles as conveyed by the collision of personalities, and the insertion of Greek peculiarities since, as he goes on to explain, by language embellished, he means language which includes song. Secondly, the famous dictum concerning purgation, catharsis, is now generally understood as meaning, not purification or edification of our pity and fear, but as a medical metaphor signifying that these emotions are purged out of our spirit. Further light on the nature of tragedy he gives by comparing it with 3 other classes of literature. Comedy aims at representing men as worse, tragedy as better than in actual life. In another place, he contrasts tragedy with history. It is not the function of the poet to relate what has happened, but what may happen, what is possible according to the law of probability or necessity. The poet and the historian differ not by writing in verse or in prose. The true difference is that one relates what has happened, the other what may happen. Poetry, therefore, is a more philosophical and a higher thing than history, for poetry tends to express the universal, history the particular. Our imperfect text of the treatise ends with a more elaborate comparison between tragedy and epic, wherein Aristotle combats the contemporary view that epic poetry is addressed to a cultivated audience who do not need gesture, tragedy to an inferior public. Being then unrefined, it is evidently the lower of the two. His own verdict is that, since tragedy has all the epic elements, adds to these music and scenic effects, shows vividness in reading as well as in representation, attains its end within narrower limits, and shows greater unity of effect, it is the higher art. In various portions of the Poetic, he gives us the features of tragedy, following 3 independent lines of analysis. Section I on the aesthetic line he discusses the elements of a tragedy: plot, character, thought, diction, scenery, and song. Of the last 3 he has little to say, but on one of them he makes an interesting remark. Third in order is thought, that is, the faculty of saying what is possible and pertinent in given circumstances. The older poets made their characters speak the language of civic life, the poets of our time, the language of the rhetoricians. This prophesies from afar of Seneca and his like. As for character, it must be good, appropriate, true to life, and consistent. Concerning plot, which he rightly calls the soul of a tragedy, Aristotle is of course far more copious. The salient points alone can be set down here. A. The proper magnitude is comprised within such limits, that the sequence of events, according to the law of probability or necessity, will admit of a change from bad fortune to good, or from good fortune to bad. B. The plot must imitate one action and that a whole, the structural union of the parts being such that if any one of them is displaced or removed, the whole will be disjointed and disturbed. A tragedy must be an organism. It therefore follows that, of all plots and actions the episodic are the worst, in which the episodes or acts succeed one another without probable or necessary sequence. He is recommending the unity of action. C. Plots are either simple or complex. An action, I call simple, when the change of fortune takes place without reversal or recoil of the action and without recognition. A complex action is one in which the change is accompanied by such reversal or by recognition or by both. Reversal we shall meet again. By recognition, Aristotle means not merely such recognition scenes as we find in the crisis of the Iphigenia in Taurus, though such are the best, but a change from ignorance to knowledge, producing love or hate between the persons destined by the poet for good or bad fortune. D. 2 parts then of the plot, reversal and recognition, turn upon surprises. A third part is the tragic incident. The tragic incident is a distinctive or painful action, such as death on the stage, bodily agony, wounds, and the like. In the words death on the stage, or before the audience, The phrase has no bearing on the stage controversy. Aristotle casually but completely overthrows another critical convention that in ancient tragedy deaths take place only behind the scenes. In the extant plays, not only do Alcestis and Hippolytus die on the stage in their litters, but Ajax falls upon his sword. The best subject of tragedy is the change from good fortune to bad in the life of some eminent man not conspicuously good and just, whose misfortune, however, is due not to wickedness, but to some error or weakness. The poet may not indeed destroy the framework of the received legends. The fact, for instance, that Clytemnestra was slain by Orsts and Eriphyle by Alcmaeon, but he ought to show invention of his own and skillfully handle the traditional material. This injunction was obeyed beforehand by all the three Athenian masters. It is especially important to remember it when studying Euripides. The unraveling of the plot must arise out of the plot itself. It must not be brought about by the deus ex machina, as in the Medea. The deus ex machina should be employed only for events external to the drama, for antecedent or subsequent events, which lie beyond the range of human knowledge. This vital criticism will be considered later, when we discuss the Philoctetes of Sophocles and the Euripidean drama. Within the action there must be nothing irrational. If the irrational cannot be excluded, it should be outside the scope of the tragedy. Such is the irrational element in the Oedipus of Sophocles. Aristotle means certain strange data in the Oedipus Tyrannus, the fact that neither Oedipus nor Jocasta has learnt earlier about the past, and so forth. Section Roman 2. On the purely literary line, he tells us the parts. The prologos is that entire part of a tragedy which precedes the parodos of the chorus. See below for the parodos. Thus a drama may have no prologos at all, for example the Percy. The implications of our word prologue are derived from the practice of Euripides, who is fond of giving in his prologos an account of events which have led up to the action about to be displayed. The episode is that entire part of a tragedy which is between complete choric songs. Episodes, then, are what we call acts. The name has already been explained. The exodos is that entire part of a tragedy which has no choric song after it. The few anapaests which close most tragedies are not choric songs, they were performed in recitative. Thus the exodos is simply the last act. Of the choric part, the parodos is the first undivided utterance of the chorus. The stasimon is a choric ode without anapaests or trochees. The chamos is a joint lamentation of chorus and actors. It will be seen later that by excluding trochees, he probably means the trochaic tetrameter as seen in dialogue. Lyric trochees are very common. Section Roman 3. On the strictly dramatic line, he tells us the stages of structural development. Every tragedy falls into two parts, complication and unraveling, or denouement. By the complication, I mean all that comes between the beginning of the action and the part which marks the turning point to good or bad fortune. The unraveling is that which comes between the beginning of the change and the end. Reversal or recoil, peripeteia, is a change by which a train of action produces the opposite of the effect intended, subject always to our rule of probability or necessity. Thus in the Oedipus, the messenger comes to cheer Oedipus and free him from his alarms about his mother, but by revealing who he is, he produces the opposite effect. Much might be written on this analysis of dramatic structure. One remark at least must be made. It is not plain how much importance Aristotle allots to the recoil or peripeteia. We have seen that he did not regard it as indispensable. At the most, he seems to think it a striking way of starting the denouement. It is better to look upon it, and the action which leads up to it, as a separate part of the drama. And it may be argued that every tragedy, if not every comedy, has a peripeteia, to form, in fact, that middle stage which elsewhere in the Poetic he mentions as necessary. Chapter 2. The Greek Theatre and the Production of Plays. The occasions of performance. Greek drama was looked upon not only as a form of entertainment and culture, but as an act of worship offered to the god Dionysus. It was, in consequence, restricted to his festivals. Performances of a quite secular character are unknown. 3 Attic festivals are connected with the tragic drama: the city Dionysia, the Linnaea, the rural Dionysia. The city or Great Dionysia were the most splendid of the three, held in the precinct of Dionysus Eleutherius on the southeastern slope of the Acropolis, where the ruined theater still lies. Tragedies, comedies, and dithyrambs were performed, but of these tragedy was the most important. The time was the month of Elaphebolion, March to April. The Lenia, or Winepress Festival, which occurred in Gamelion, January to February, was the great occasion for comedy, though tragedies were also to be seen. It was held at first in the Lenion, a sacred enclosure, the site of which is still uncertain, later in the same theater as tragedy. The rural Dionysia fell in Posidion, December to January, and were celebrated by the various Attic townships, especially the Piraeus. Most of the dramas performed were probably such as had been successful in Athens itself. Companies of actors traveled about the country for this purpose. Of these three celebrations, the city Dionysia were the most important for tragedy. The tyrant Pisistratus greatly increased the splendor of this festival and instituted the tragic contest. Each year during the 5th century, 3 tragedians submitted each a tetralogy, and 5 comedians one play apiece. Tragedies were given in the mornings, comedies in the afternoon, and the celebration continued for at least 5 days. Roman II, the buildings. Since the performance was a state function, the whole nation was theoretically expected to be present, and in point of fact, enormous audiences attended. The great theater accommodated perhaps 30,000 spectators. This fact governs the nature of the whole presentation. The theater could not be roofed, and the acting therefore differed greatly from that customary in modern buildings. A Greek theater consisted of 3 parts: the auditorium, the orchestra, and the stage buildings. The heart of the whole is the orchestra, or dancing ground, letter 1F40 rho Chi sigma tau rho alpha, upon which the chorus, throughout the action, were stationed, a circular area of beaten earth, later paved with marble. Beside the altar in this orchestra stood, in the earliest days of the theater, the sacrificial table upon which the single actor mounted. This table in the fixed theater is the descendant of the wagon from which the peripatetic actor of Thespis delivered his lines. In addition to the celebrants, the passive worshippers were needed, the audience. Therefore the orchestra was placed at the bottom of a slope, and the spectators stood or sat on the higher ground. On the farther side rose the stage buildings, whatever from time to time they were. The general plan, then, of any Greek theater was this. A is the circular orchestra, B the altar, theta mu epsilon lambda eta, of Dionysus, which invariably stood in the middle of it. C represents the stage buildings. D, E, F are the doors which led from the building to the open air. The building usually projected into side wings, G, called pi alpha rho alpha sigma kappa eta nu ode alpha. H are the passageways, pi alpha rho omicron delta omicron iota, by which the chorus generally entered the orchestra, and by which the audience always made its way to the seats. J is the auditorium, a vast horseshoe-shaped space rising up a hillside from the orchestra and filled with benches. This space was intersected by gangways, K, L, etc., called perhaps kappa lambda iota mu alpha kappa epsilon sigma. The areas M, N, etc. so formed had the name pegs, kappa epsilon rho kappa iota delta epsilon sigma. In most theaters, a longitudinal gallery, O, was made for further convenience in getting to the seats. In the strictly Greek type, the front line of stage buildings never encroached on the circle of the orchestra. But these theaters were used in Roman times also, and altered to suit certain needs. The front of C was thrown forward so that it cut into the orchestra and obliterated the passages H. To replace these, entrances were tunneled through the auditorium. Thus at Athens, the orchestra is now only little more than a semicircle, though amid the ruins of the stage buildings can still be seen a few feet of the curbstone which surrounded the original dancing floor, the only surviving remnants of the Aeschylean theater. This masonry shows that the diameter of the whole was about 90 feet. The stage buildings, as we have called them for convenience, require a longer discussion. Originally, there stood in that place only a tent called scene sigma kappa eta nu eta, which took no part in the theatrical illusion, but was used by the one actor simply as a dressing room. Soon, no doubt, came the important advance of employing it as scenery, the tent of Agamemnon before Troy, for example. Later, a wooden booth was erected, and Sophocles' invention of scene painting, that is, of concealing this booth with canvas to represent whatever place or building, was needed, added enormously to the playwright's resources. This booth was afterwards built of stone and became more and more elaborate. Roman stage buildings survive, which are admirable pieces of dignified architecture. The building, of course, contained dressing rooms and property rooms. There were doors at the narrow ends. The front of the building was pierced by 3, later by 5 doors. Upon what did these doors open? Was there a stage in the Greek theater? This problem has aroused more discussion than any other in Greek scholarship, save the Homeric question. That all theaters possessed a stage, lambda omicron gamma epsilon letter 1 fd6 omicron nu, in Roman times is certain. The Athenian building, which in its present condition dates from the alterations made by Phaedrus in the 3rd century after Christ, shows quite obviously the front wall of a stage about 4.5 feet high. But did the dramatists of the 5th and 4th centuries before Christ write for a theater with a stage or not? There is a good deal of prima facie evidence for a stage, and a good deal to show that the actors moved to and fro on that segment of the orchestra nearest to the booth. That is, the question lies between acting on top of the proscenium, or decorated wall joining the faces of the parascenia G, and acting in front of it. A brief resume of the evidence is all that can be attempted here. It is confined to the consideration of the 5th and 4th centuries BC, to which belongs practically all the extant work. For the period after 300 BC, the use of a stage seems indisputable. Arguments for a stage. Section 1. A high stage. Vitruvius, the Roman architect who wrote at the end of the 1st century BC, in his directions for building a Greek theater says, "Among the Greeks the orchestra is wider, the back scene is farther from the audience, and the stage is narrower." This latter they call logian speaking place, because the actors of tragedy and comedy perform there close to the back scene, while the other artistes play in the ambit of the orchestra, wherefore the 2 classes of performer are called scenassi and thymlussi respectively. Literally, those connected with the booth and those connected with the central altar. This logian should be not less than 10 and not more than 12 feet in height. This, says Dorpfeld, applies to the Greek theater of Vitruvius' own time, but has been extended by modern writers to the 5th century. Supposing, however, that Vitruvius was thinking of the 5th century, then A. The stage is too narrow for performances, viz., 250 to 3 meters, from which 1 meter must be subtracted for the background. The remaining space is not enough for actors and mutes, not to mention any combined action of players and chorus. B. It is also too high. Many passages in the plays show that chorus and actors are on the same level. In all these cases, the chorus would have to mount steps, or the actors descend. This is absurdly awkward, nor is there evidence for steps. An attempt has been made to meet the difficulties by the assumption of another platform about half the height of the stage, erected on the orchestra for the chorus. But the various objections to such a subsidiary platform are so strong that it is no longer believed in. With it, however, disappears the only way by which plays with a chorus could be performed on the high stage of Vitruvius. Section 2. A low stage. Many scholars, abandoning Vitruvius as evidence for the 5th century, postulate a low stage. Their arguments are: Aristotle in the 4th century calls the songs of the actors tau letter 1 f7 letter 1 f00, pi letter 1 f78, tau letter 1 fc6 sigma sigma, kappa eta nu letter 1 fc6 sigma, and says that the actor performed letter 1 f10, pi letter 1 f76, tau letter 1 fc6 sigma sigma, kappa eta nu letter 1 fc6 sigma, phrases which seem to mean from the stage and on the stage, respectively. And though Dorpfeld would take sigma kappa eta nu eta as background, not stage, translating Aristotle's phrases by from the background, and at the background, there remains the difficulty that Aristotle plainly thinks of actors and chorus as occupying quite distinct stations, which scarcely suggests that they move on contiguous portions of the same ground. B. The side wings or parascenia must have been meant to enclose a stage. What else could have been their use? C. There are 5 phrases used by Aristophanes. 3 times an actor, on approaching other actors, is said to come up. Twice he is said to go down. Nothing in the context implies raised ground as needed by the drama, so that we seem forced to refer these expressions to the visible stage itself. Dorpfeld and others would translate these 2 verbs by come here and go away, but there is no evidence for these meanings. D. The existing plays throw incidental light on the problem. Certain characters complain of the steepness of their path as they first come before the audience. Do they not refer to an actual ascent from orchestra to stage? II. Ghosts sometimes appear. How can they have ascended out of the ground unless action took place on a raised area? This argument is, however, not strong. In later theaters, such specters did rise from below, but in the 5th century, they may well have walked in. III. A more striking argument is that on several occasions the chorus, though it has excellent reason to enter the back scene, remains inert. In the Agamemnon, the elders talk of rushing to the king's aid. A similar thing happens in the Medea. There are a number of such strange features. The inference is that there was a stage, to mount which would have appeared odd. IV. A stage was needed to make the actors visible, instead of being hidden by the chorus. But, though there is no evidence that the chorus grouped themselves about the orchestra, as in the performances at Bradfield College, and they apparently stood in rows facing the actors, they could have been placed far forward enough to enable all to see the actors. Anyone who has visited a circus will appreciate this. Plato remarks that Agathon and his actors appeared on an letter 1F40 Caparo Iota Beta Alpha Sigma, a platform. But the word suggests a slight structure. Dorpfeld objects that this appearance was probably in the Odeum or music hall, not the theater of Dionysus. If it was in the theater, the passage rather tells against a stage, for a temporary platform would not have been used if there was a stage. VI. Horace says that Aeschylus gave his modest stage a floor of beams, or gave the stage a floor of moderate-sized beams. Dorpfeld alleges, without evidence, that pulpitum, translated stage in the last sentence, may mean booth, and suggests that the poet assumes a stage as matter of course. He is marking the advance made by Aeschylus upon Thespis, who, according to Horace himself, performed his plays upon a wagon. But the proper answer is surely that Horace is regularly unreliable when he deals with questions of Greek scholarship, and that he is no doubt arbitrarily combining his knowledge of contemporary Greek theaters with his knowledge that Aeschylus advanced in theatrical matters beyond Thespis. Such are the main arguments in favor of a stage in the 5th and 4th centuries before Christ. Arguments against a stage. The evidence of the extant dramas. This, already adduced by many to prove that a stage was used, is taken by Dorpfeld as showing unmistakably that no separation existed between chorus and actors, that on the contrary both played on the same area. He refers to action where people pass between house and orchestra with no apparent difficulty or hesitation. The chorus enter from the palace in the Chophoro, the Eumenides and Euripides, Phaethon. The chorus of huntsmen enter it in the Hippolytus. There are other probable or possible instances. Particularly noteworthy is the fact that in Helena the chorus in the midst of the play enter the building and later reappear from it. II. The tradition in later writers. It is true, says Dorpfeld, that we have no express assertion that there was no stage. It never occurred to the older writers to say so, for they knew of no such thing. The later writers imply that there was none. Timaeus, commenting on letter 1F40 Caparo Oda Beta Alpha Sigma, says, "For there was not yet a thymel." Thymel there means stage. Several late writers tell us that the Roman logion, speaking place, or stage, was once called orchestra. This supports the view that the stage is part of the old orchestra, higher than the other portion, see below. The scholiast on Prometheus Vinctus, 128, remarks, "They the chorus say this as they hover in the air on the machine, for it would be absurd for them to converse from below to one aloft." Now, the pro-stage theory makes all choruses do this. The scholiast on Aristophanes, Wasps, 1342, writes, "The old man stands on a certain height, letter 1F10 pi iota, tau oda nu omicron sigma, mu epsilon tau epsilon omega rho omicron upsilon, as he summons the girl." The word certain, tau oda nu omicron sigma, implies that he knew nothing of a regular stage. Finally, if there was a definite and regular difference of position between actors and chorus, is it not astonishing? A. That there is in Greek literature no certain allusion to the fact. B. That the older literature contains no word for the stage. The place where the acting was performed being referred to merely by reference to the booth, letter 1F10, pi letter 1F76 sigma, kappa eta nu letter 1FC6 sigma, and letter 1F00, pi letter 1F78 sigma, kappa eta nu letter 1 FC6 sigma. Roman 3, the architectural remains. Dörpfeld sums up his celebrated architectural researches thus: no theater survives from the 5th century, but the theater of Lycurgus, 4th century, belongs to a period when the plays of that century were still acted in the old manner. Also, we possess numerous buildings which represent the rather later form of the theater, the building with fixed proscenium, and which belong to that period to which the remarks of Vitruvius apply. From the Lycurgian theater, we learn that there was no stage high or low. A platform for actor or orator is only necessary when the audience are all on a flat area. If they sit on a slope, a stage is more inconvenient than if the speaker stands on the ground. And so, in the earliest times, when there was no sloping auditorium, Thespis, for example, performed upon a cart. In Italy, the slope came into use only late, and the stage had been widely adopted before that time, for there was no chorus to provide for. When the Greek theater was introduced into Italy, the Roman form was invented. They did not abandon their own stage, but divided the Greek orchestra into 2 parts of different height. The farther half, now superfluous, the chorus having vanished, could be used for spectators or gladiators. This portion was, in earlier theaters of the true Greek type, excavated and filled with fresh seats. The stage was, of course, not made higher than the lowest eyes. The nature of the proscenium in Greek theaters was not suitable for the supporting wall of a stage. It would be absurd to see a temple in the air above a colonnade. Again, it was impossible to act on top of the proscenium. The fear of falling, when the actor wore a mask and was forced to approach the edge in order to be well seen by the lowest spectators, would spoil his acting. Finally, why was the proscenium front not a tangent of the orchestra circle? It should have been brought as far forward as possible if they acted on top of it. To sum up, the orchestra in the earliest period was the place of the chorus and the actors. It kept that function when the scene was erected beside it as a background. The chorus used the whole circle, the actors only part of it, and the ground which lay in front of the scene. No change in this arrangement was made later. The actors in Roman times, of course, stood above the level of the excavated semicircle. But they remained throughout at the same distance from the spectators and at the same level, that of the old orchestra. How then are we to deal with Vitruvius' statement about the height of the stage? Dörpfeld suggested that Vitruvius used plans and descriptions made by a Greek. Vitruvius, in absence of any warning, taking it, as a Roman, for granted there was a stage, saw it in the proscenium. Or he may have misunderstood the phrase letter 1F10, pi letter 1F76 sigma, kappa, eta nu letter 1FC6 sigma in his Greek authority. But such a fundamental error made by a professional architect, who even if he had never been in Greece, must have known many persons familiar with Greek acting, is extremely hard to assume. Yet the mistake is credible as regards the Greek theater of the 4th and 5th centuries. Amidst the mass of evidence and argument, only an outline of which is here presented, it is difficult to decide. The majority of inquirers will probably be swayed as regards the theater of Sophocles and Aristodemus by 2 considerations: the acting exigencies of the plays we now read or know of, and their own feeling as to how the performance would look with a stage and without. It seems, perhaps, most likely that Dörpfeld is right, that there was no stage, though when the facade represented a palace or temple, a few steps might naturally appear. Roman 3. Supervision of dramatic displays. The authority superintending dramatic performances was the Athenian state, acting through the archon Basilius for the Linnaea, the archon Eponymus for the city Dionysia. The archon allotted the task of producing the 3 annual series of dramas to 3 persons for each series: the poet, the chorus, the protagonist. We will consider these persons in turn. Playwrights submitted their work to the archon, who himself selected 3. To each he was said to give a chorus. The applications were many, and distinguished poets sometimes failed to receive a chorus. The poet's business was not only to write the play and the music, but in early times to train actors and chorus. Near the end of the 5th century BC, it became the practice to employ an expert trainer. Occasionally, the poet caused some other person to produce the play. This was frequently done by Aristophanes, and we hear that Iophan competed with tragedies written by his father Sophocles. The name chorus means chorus leader, but the chorus actually had quite other functions. He was a rich citizen who, as a liturgy or public service, bore all the special cost of the performance. To each chorus a flute player was allotted, and it seems likely that the poet too was regarded as assigned to the chorus rather than the latter to the poet. The mounting of plays, which depended on the chorus, greatly influenced the audience, and their expressed opinion cannot but have had weight with the 10 judges. The wealthy Nicias, for example, obtained success for every tetralogy which he mounted. The third person with whom the archon concerned himself was the protagonist, the chief actor, after the middle of the 5th century. Before then, it appears that poets chose their protagonists. In the middle of the 5th century, a protagonist was selected by the archon and one assigned to each tragic poet by lot. The chief actor provided his subordinates himself. This change came at about the time when 3 actors were regularly employed in each tragedy and when the contests in acting were instituted. A prize for acting was awarded, and the successful actor had the right to perform the following year. As the importance of the actor increased, Aristotle tells us that in his time, the success of a play depended more upon the actor than upon the poet. It was considered unfair that one poet should have the best performer for all his plays. In the middle of the 4th century, the arrangement was introduced that each protagonist should play in one tragedy only of each poet. Each dramatist competed with a tetralogy, that is, 4 works, consisting of 3 tragedies and a satiric play, and the claims of these 3 tetralogies were decided by 5 judges. Some days before the competition began, the Council of the State and the Corgi selected a number of names from each of the 10 tribes. These names were sealed up in urns, which were produced at the opening of the festival. The archon drew one name from each urn, and the 10 citizens so selected were sworn as judges and given special seats. After the conclusion of the performances, each of the 10 gave his verdict on a tablet, and 5 of these were drawn by the archon at random. These 5 judgments gave the award. In this method, the principle of democratic equality and the necessity to rely on expert opinion were well combined. When the votes had been collected, a herald proclaimed the name of the successful poet and of his chorus, who were crowned with ivy, a plant always associated with Dionysus. There is no evidence that a dramatic chorus was given any further reward. The prize of a tripod was only for dithyramb. The poet received, tradition said, a goat in early times. After the state supervision began, a sum of money from public funds was paid to each of the competitors. Records of the results were inscribed upon tablets and set up both by the victorious corgi and by the state. It is from these, directly or indirectly, that our knowledge of the facts is obtained. Directly, because such inscriptions have been discovered in Athens; indirectly, because they were the basis of written works on the subject. Aristotle wrote a book called Didascalii, delta iota delta alpha sigma kappa alpha lambda iota alpha iota, that is, dramatic productions. Though it is lost, later works were based upon it, and it is from these that the Greek arguments to the existing plays are derived. Roman 4. The mounting of a tragedy. Scenery was painted on canvas or boards and attached to the front of the buildings. In satiric drama, it appears to have varied little, a wild district with trees, rocks, and a cave. Tragedy generally employed a temple or palace front, though even in the extant 32 there are exceptions: the rock of Prometheus, the tent of Ajax, the cave of Philoctetes, and so forth. In a facade there were 3 doors, corresponding to the 3 permanent doors in the buildings. When a cave or tent was depicted, its opening was in front of the central door. Statues were placed before the temple or palace, those of the deities, for instance, in the Agamemnon to whom the herald utters his magnificent address. Individuality would be given to a temple by the statue of a particular god. Scene painting was probably not very artistic or scrupulous of details. We never read any praise of splendid theatrical scenery such as is familiar today, and clever lighting effects were of course out of the question when all was performed in the daylight. Here and there the persons allude to the landscape, as in Sophocles' Electra, where the aged attendant of Orestes points out to the prince striking features of the Argolid plain. Such things were mostly left to the imagination of the audience, like the Forest of Arden and the squares of Verona or Venice in Shakespeare. Undoubtedly, a Greek tragedy provided a beautiful spectacle, but this resulted from the costumes, poses, and grouping of actors and chorus. Change of scene was rarely needed in tragedy. The peculiar arrangements of comedy do not concern us. Only two extant tragedies need it. In the Eumenides of Aeschylus, the change from the temple of Apollo at Delphi to Athena's temple in Athens is vital to the plot but need not have caused much trouble. Probably convention was satisfied by changing the statue. In Ajax, the scene shifts from that hero's tent to a deserted part of the seashore. No doubt the tent was simply removed. One reason against change of scene was the continuous presence of the chorus. When the playwright found he must shift his locality, the chorus were compelled to retire and reappear. We read of a permanent appliance by which scenery could be altered. There is, however, no evidence that it was known in the great age of Athenian drama. This consisted of the periacti, pi epsilon rho oda alpha kappa tau omicron iota. At each end of the scene stood wooden triangular prisms, standing on their ends and revolving in sockets, so arranged that one of the narrow oblong sides continued the picture. A different subject was painted on each side. A twist given to either marked a change of place. The alteration of one periactis meant a change of locality within the same region, while the alteration of both meant a complete change of district. Thus, had this contrivance been used in the 5th century, one periactis would have been moved in the Ajax, both in the Eumenides. Another and stranger use of this contrivance is mentioned by Pollux. It introduces sea gods and everything which is too heavy for the machine. We shall return to this when we come to the ekaklema and the machine. No curtain is known for the classical age. Stage properties were few and for the most part simple. Much the most important was the tomb of some great person. That of Darius in the Percy and of Agamemnon in the Chophoro are fundamental to the plot, and there are many other examples. Statues have already been mentioned. The spaciousness of the orchestra made it easy to introduce chariots and horses, as in Agamemnon, Euripides, Electra, and Iphigenia at Aulis. Various contrivances were employed to permit the appearance of actors in circumstances where they could not simply enter the orchestra or logion. We need not dwell upon certain quaint machinery, which it is fairly certain was not used in the Great Age: Charon's steps, by which ghosts ascended, the anapisma, which brought up river gods and furies, the strophion, which showed heroes in heaven and violent deaths, the hemicycleon, by which the spectators were given a view of remote cities or of men swimming, the brontion, or thunder machine, consisting of a sheet of metal and sacks of stones to throw thereon, the serenoscopion, or lightning machine, a black plank with a flash painted upon it, which was shot across the stage. In the 5th century, the theatrical contrivances amounted to 4: the disticha, the theologian, the machine, and the ekaklema. The disticha was employed when human beings showed themselves above the level of the stage, for example on a roof or cliff. Such appearances are not common. The watchman Agamemnon, Antigone and her nurse, Phoenice, Orestes and Pylades, Orestes, Evadne, Euripidean supplices, are all the occasions in existing tragedy. Comedy supplies a few more. Probably it was a projecting balcony or upper story, which might be introduced when required. The word appears to mean second story. The arrangement would then correspond closely to the gallery, used at the back of the Elizabethan stage. Similar to this was the theologian, speaking place for gods, on which gods or deified heroes appeared when they were not to be shown descending through the air. The arrangement seems to have been a platform in the upper part of the scenery. Whether it was fixed there, and the actors entered through an opening to take their place, or whether it was used like the ekaklema, see below, is not clear. We hear much more of the machine, muita chi alpha nuita, by which actors descended as from heaven or ascended. It was a crane from which cords were attached to the actor's body. A stagehand hauled the actor up or down by a winch. There are a good many instances of its use. The apparition of Thetis at the close of Andromache exemplifies the most customary happening. But sometimes the machine had to carry a greater burden. Both the Dioscuri appear in Euripides' Electra, both Iris and Frenzy in Hercules' Furens. Aeschylus no doubt sent Oceanus on his four-legged bird by this route. Possibly Medea, and the chariot containing her sons' bodies, were also suspended by it. And it has even been thought that the chorus of Prometheus Vinctus and their winged chariot enter in this way. But the last suggestion is very questionable. The weight would be excessive, and probably the car is supposed to be left outside, or may have been painted on a periactis. Aristophanes gets excellent fooling out of the machine. The celebrated basket in which Socrates walks the air and contemplates the sun is attached to it, and in the piece there is a delightful parody of Bellerophon's ascent to heaven. Far more puzzling is the echiclema. This celebrated device was employed to reveal to the spectators events which had just taken place. Within, after the murders in the Agamemnon, the palace doors are opened, and Clytemnestra is shown standing axe in hand over the corpses of Cassandra and the king. There are a good many instances of precisely the same type. The scene exhibited is a small tableau, but there are dissimilar examples which shall be discussed later. The construction of this machine is usually described thus. Inside the middle door was a small oblong platform on wheels, upon which the tableau was arranged. Then the platform was thrust out upon the stage, and in a few minutes drawn back again. Two quite different objections have been raised to this account. First, it seems ridiculous to reveal what is supposed to be inside a building, not to come out, be it observed, but to stay inside, by thrusting forth one or two people on a species of dray. But we must remember the enormous and rightful influence of convention. If Greek audiences wished to see such tableaus and were convinced that by no other means could they be shown, then it was their business to accept the echiclema. That in such circumstances they would accept and soon fail even to notice it, is proved by the whole history of art. We see nothing ludicrous in the spectacle of a man telling his deepest secrets in a study one wall of which is replaced by a vast assembly of eavesdroppers. The Elizabethan theatre accepted precisely this contrivance of the echiclema. In our texts of Henry Roman 6, pt. Roman 2, Act 3, sc. Roman 2, we read this stage direction. The folding doors of an inner chamber are thrown open, and Gloucester is discovered dead in his bed, Warwick and others standing by it. Instead of all this, the old direction merely says, bed put forth. In another early drama, we find the amusing instruction, enter so and so in bed. The aesthetic objection to the echiclema has no force whatever. The other objection rests on the fact that a more elaborate tableau is sometimes indicated than could be accommodated on so narrow a platform. The most serious example is provided by the Eumenides, where we are to imagine upon the echiclema an altar, Orestes kneeling by it, Apollo and Hermes standing beside him, and the whole chorus of Furies sleeping around them. In Aristophanes, clouds the interior of Socrates' school is exhibited, with pupils at work amid lecture-room appliances. A brilliant scene of the same poet's Acharnians depicts Dicaeopolis' interview with Euripides, who is too busy to come downstairs from his study attic, but consents to be wheeled out. Thus the echiclema shows him outside and also aloft. How could this be represented on the dray? Perhaps by elevating poet and furniture upon posts? Even this is not inconceivable. Nor is it impossible that the Furies of the Eumenides were arranged on two echiclemata of their own, thrust out of the side doors, while Orestes and the gods were upon the central platform. For Pollux does say that there were three. Other views of this machine have been offered, which explain the wheeling of which we read as the working of wheeled mechanism, such as a winch. Some would have it that the scenery opens, whether doors are flung wide or the canvas is rolled back like curtains. In this way, a considerable area behind the scenes could be revealed. This is, of course, infinitely more in accordance with modern ideas. But it will not fit all the available evidence, which talks of wheeling in and wheeling out, roll this unhappy man within, and the like. Moreover, in such a simple operation, there would be nothing for Aristophanes to parody. A third explanation is that a considerable part of the back scene was cut out and replaced so as to swing on a perpendicular axis. Projecting from this at the back was a small platform, upon which the tableau was grouped. This oblong portion was twisted round so that the platform pointed towards the spectators. It resembled, in fact, that contrivance in the modern Japanese theater by which one scene is prepared while the preceding action takes place, and is swung into position when needed. A grave objection to this is that some of the groups, those in Eumenides and Acharnians, would be too large for such a contrivance. The best view seems to be the traditional to which the evidence strongly points. As for the large scenes so displayed, various tolerable explanations may be found. Only one or two Furies and Socratic novices may have appeared on the platform, and the others may have simply walked in through the right and left doors, or even been shown on subsidiary platforms at those entrances. All other appurtenances of a performance were provided by the chorus, such things as chariots and animals, and, far the most important, costumes of chorus and actors. All dramatic performers, both actors and chorus in tragedy, comedy, and satiric drama alike, wore disguise throughout the whole history of the ancient theater. The reason in the first place was that masks or some kind of facial disguise, in Thespis, time the face was anointed with lees of wine, was a feature of Dionysiac worship. The dressing of a tragic chorus was generally a simple matter. It often represented a company of people from the district with no special characteristics. The dress was therefore the usual dress of Greek men or women, with a special shoe, the crepes, caparoida piota sigma, said to have been introduced by Sophocles. There were also obvious indications of circumstances. Old men wore beards and carried staves. Suppliants bore olive branches twined with wool. The occasional choruses of peculiar character were of course equipped specially. In Euripides, Bacchae they were dressed in fawn skins and carried timbrels. When Aeschylus brought out his Eumenides, he designed the Furies' costume himself. Their terrible masks and the snakes entwined in their hair are said to have terrified the spectators and produced most untoward effects on the more susceptible. The equipment of satiric choristers was very different. They were always dressed as satyrs or goatmen. A tight garment, representing the naked flesh, covered their bodies. Their masks were surmounted by horns, their feet were shod in hoof-shaped shoes, and round their middle they wore a woolen girdle like goatskin to which were attached the phallus and a tail, which, however, after about 400 BC, resembled the tail of a horse, not a goat, the satyr type being superseded by the Silenus type. Satiric actors seem to have worn much the same costume as the tragic, save that the dress of Silenus represented the hides of animals. The dress of tragic actors was mostly the invention of Aeschylus and showed little change throughout ancient times. Everything was done to make the actor's appearance as stately as possible. His robes were heavy, sweeping, and of brilliant colors. His size was increased by various devices. The boot, the famous cothurnus, kappa omicron theta omicron rho nu omicron sigma, or buskin, had an immensely thick sole. The limbs were padded and the height was further increased by an oncus, letter 1F44 gamma kappa omicron sigma, or projection of the mask above the forehead. The mask itself was modeled and painted to correspond with the character. A tyrant's mask wore a frown, that of a suppliant a distorted look of misery, and so forth. Increased power was given to the voice by a large orifice at the mouth. Identity was indicated wherever possible by some obvious mark. Apollo was known by his bow, Heracles by his lion's skin and club, kings by crowns and scepters. It was a joke against Euripides that his heroes so often entered in the rags of beggary. Such a cumbersome equipment would be fatal to acting as we understand it. The mask at once destroys all chance of that facial play which we deem essential. The padded limbs, heavy garments, and gigantic boots made all lifelike motion and elan impossible. This is no doubt one great reason why the playwrights rarely exhibit exciting physical action. Even so, the ludicrous sometimes occurred. Aeschines, when acting Oenomaus, fell and had to be helped up by the chorus trainer. A natural supposition is that these impedimenta date not from Aeschylus, but from the period of vulgar elaboration. Certainly, it is not easy to imagine how such scenes as the delirium of Orestes or the departure of Pentheus and the Bacchae could have been reasonably carried out, so to say, on stilts. Indeed, the whole spirit of such plays as Orestes, Ion, and Iphigenia at Aulis seems utterly alien to such equipment. But it is hard to set aside the voice of all the evidence. The best way would be to surmise that Euripides sometimes dispensed with buskins and the rest, though we should surely expect some allusion to so remarkable a change, for noble as is the work of his predecessors, it could be so performed without too absurd an effect. If Garrick's audience did not object to his playing Macbeth in a periwig and knee breeches, it is likely enough that Athens was content with such a Clytemnestra as Pollux would have us imagine. V. The performers and their work. A tragic performance was carried out by actors, extra performers, flute player, and chorus. All these were men. Extra performers, though they take up very little space in our text, were important to the spectacle. Mutes were often needed. Not only did these figure as attendants, crowds, and the like, they are sometimes important to the plot, though they do not happen to speak. The jury of Areopagites and Eumenides is vital. Children such as Eurysaces and Ajax, and the sons of Medea are important. Other extra performers were those who had very small speaking or singing parts, such as Eumelus in Alcestis. This would seem to mean a fourth actor, but so slight was the part always allotted that it is not an unreasonable statement that there were never more than 3 actors. Thirdly, an extra chorus was occasionally needed for a short scene, as the Propampi in Eumenides and the huntsmen in Hippolytus. Any such extra performer was called a paracorgema, pi alpha rho alpha chi omicron rho eta gam eta mu alpha, extra supply, and was paid by the chorus, as the name shows. The regular chorus was paid by the state. At times, a chorus sang behind the scenes and was then called a parascenion. This function would, if possible, be performed by members of the regular chorus. Instrumental music was supplied by a single flute player, paid by the chorus. He was stationed in the orchestra, very likely upon the step of the thymel, and accompanied all songs. At times, a harpist was added to the flute player. Sophocles had great success with that instrument in his own Thamyris. At the end of a play, the flute player led the chorus out of the orchestra. The music itself is a subject complicated and obscure. Practically none of it has survived, and the details are naturally difficult to determine, but some main facts are clear. Though there was much singing and dancing, the music composed by the tragedians was vastly more simple than that of a modern opera. All choral singing was in unison, and as a rule, the words dominated the music. The result was that an audience followed the language of an ode with ease, nor is it likely that such lyrics as those of the Agamemnon or the Colonus song, not to mention many others, which are masterpieces of literature, would have been written were they fated to be drowned by elaborate music. Nevertheless, a distinct change took place even in the 5th century, owing chiefly to the eminent composer Timotheus, whose innovations were of course looked upon by conservative taste as corrupt. The comic playwright Pherecrates grumbles about the way in which his notes scurry hither and thither like ants in a nest, a charge repeated almost in the same words by Aristophanes against Agathon. Euripides followed the new manner, and his novelties are brilliantly caricatured in the frogs, the elaborate but thin libretto, and the trills. The increasing use of monodies, or solos by an actor, which we find in Euripides, the exotic but effective performance of the Phrygian slave in Orsts is a conspicuous instance, also points to the growing importance of musical virtuosity. Greek music was composed in certain modes, mu omicron iota, the precise difference between which is not clear, though the ethical distinctions are known. The Dorian mode was austere and majestic, the Lydian and Mixolydian plaintive, the Phrygian passionate. We come now to the actors. These 3 performers were able to present more than 3 persons, since they could change mask and costume behind the scenes. One of them far outshone the others in importance. The protagonist, Pyro omega tau alpha gamma omega nu iota sigma tau eta sigma, first competitor. He alone was allotted to the poet by the archon, the deuteragonist and tritagonist, he selected himself. He alone could be a competitor for the acting prize. The most important role was of course performed by him. In many dramas, this was a vast responsibility. Hamlet himself, the proverbial instance, is not more vital to his play than Prometheus, Oedipus, or Medea to theirs. The other 2 divided the minor parts among them. It was the custom to give a tritagonist the role of a king when only spectacularly important. The Doge in The Merchant of Venice would have been just the part. In earlier dramas, it is plain which role would be given to the protagonist. There is no mistaking the preeminence of Clytemnestra in Agamemnon or of Philoctetes, but in some later works it is not clear who is the outstanding character. In the Bacchae, Dionysus and Pentheus, in the Orestes, Electra and her brother, have parts of fairly equal importance. In such cases, the protagonist would take an important role and a minor role. Change of costume took little time, as examination of structure sometimes shows. This restriction of the company to 3 actors had important influence upon both plot and presentation. As for plot, however many persons a dramatist used, he clearly could not bring more than 3 of them forward together. But the power to do even this was frugally used. There are but few instances of a genuine 3-cornered conversation. One of the 3 in turn is generally silent. In the recognition scene of the Tauric Iphigenia, Orestes, Pylades, and Iphigenia are all present, but though the éclaircissement fills about 200 lines, the only part of it in which all 3 share is but 20 lines in length. This frugality indicates that the simplicity of Greek tragedy is a result not only of external conditions, but of the poet's deliberate choice. As for presentation, The restriction to 3 actors would result in excellent playing of minor parts. A thoroughly competent performer would discharge such short but important roles as that of the butler in Alcestis and the herald in Agamemnon. Anyone who has been depressed by wooden Macduffs and Bassanios will realize the value of this method. A Greek actor combined the functions of a modern actor and of an operatic performer. Lyrics performed by actor and chorus together were called kami, kappa omicron mu mu omicron iota. The most elaborate instance is the great and lengthy invocation of Agamemnon's shade in the Chophoro. A solo by an actor was known as a monody. Euripides is particularly fond of these. Ion's song is perhaps the most attractive. Finally, 2 or 3 actors might sing alternately to each other without the chorus. No name for this has been preserved. Certain other passages were neither sung nor spoken, but delivered in recitative. In tragedy, these were the dialogue trochaics and anapaests. Iambics were spoken or declaimed. Obviously, the voice is of great importance to an actor's proficiency, above all in a vast open-air theater, but Greek writers lay even more stress upon it than we should have expected. Both volume and subtlety were demanded. This is illustrated by a famous story. An actor named Aeschylus ruined the sickbed scene in Orestes by a slip in pronunciation. Orestes, on recovering from delirium, says v. 279. Letter 1 F10 kappa, cap upsilon mu alpha tau omega nu, gamma letter 1 F70. Rho alpha letter 1 F56, theta iota sigma alpha letter 1 F56, gamma alpha lambda eta nu, letter 1 F41 rho letter 1 FF6. After the billows once more I see a calm. The unlucky player, instead of saying gamma alpha lambda eta nu, said gamma alpha lambda letter 1 FC6 nu. Once more do I see a weasel coming out of the waves. The theater burst into laughter, for correct pronunciation was far more insisted upon than in the English theater of today. The status of the acting profession rose steadily as time went on. At first, the poet acted as protagonist, but this practice was dropped by Sophocles, owing to the weakness of his voice. From that time, acting was free to develop as a separate profession. In the middle of the 5th century, a prize for acting was instituted, and the actor's name began to be added in the official records of victories. In the 4th century, the importance of the player increased still more. We have seen that he was so vital to the success of a playwright that for fairness' sake the 3 protagonists each acted in a single tragedy of each poet. We often hear of brilliant acting successes. In the 4th century, an actors' guild was formed at Athens and continued in existence for centuries. Its object was to protect the remarkable privileges held by the artists of Dionysus. They were looked upon as great servants of religion, and were not only in high social esteem, but possessed definite privileges, especially the right of safe conduct through hostile states and exemption from military service. About the beginning of the 3rd century, before Christ, the Amphictyonic Council, at the instance of the guild itself, renewed a decree, the terms of which have fortunately been preserved, affirming the immunity of person and property granted to the Athenian actors. The chorus, we have seen, was originally the only celebrant of the Dionysiac festival. As the importance of the actors increased, it became less and less vital to the performance. Its numbers, its connection with the plot, and the length and relevance of its songs all steadily diminished. Originally, there were 50 choristers, but we learn that early in the 5th century there were only 12, and it is suggested that this change was due to the introduction of tetralogies, the 50 choroti being divided as equally as possible between the 4 dramas. Sophocles, it is said, raised the number to 15. This account is doubtful. It is not in the nature of things likely that Aeschylus, if it was he, caused or approved such an immense drop in numbers, from 50 to 12. For the notion that the original chorus was split up into 4 is frivolous. Is it not obvious that a poet would employ the same choristers for each play of his tetralogy? Again, that Sophocles should chafe at Aeschylus, 12 singers, and alter the number, and that by a mere trifle of 3, is quite unlikely. There is, moreover, strong evidence that the elder poet used 50 choroti, at any rate in his earlier time. The Supplicus has for chorus the daughters of Danaus, and their exact number, 50, was a familiar datum of the legend. The natural view is that Aeschylus began with 50, that Sophocles ended with 15, and that between these 2 points the number gradually sank. Whether the choruti after the 5th century became still fewer is not clearly known. There is some evidence that at times they were only 7. Next, the dramatic value of the chorus steadily went down. In our earliest tragedy, the Aeschylean supplices, the chorus of Danyids is absolutely vital. They are the chief, almost the sole, interest. In other works of the same poet, their importance is certainly less, but still very great. Everywhere they are deeply interested in the fate of the chief persons, Xerxes, Eteocles, Prometheus, Agamemnon, Orestes. The chorus of the Eumenides is even more closely attached to the plot. In Sophocles, a certain change is to be felt. The connection between chorus and plot is of much the same quality as in the 5 plays just mentioned, but the emotional tie and, still more, the tie of self-interest are weaker. The chorus of Greek seamen in Philoctetes are, in the abstract, as deeply concerned in the issue as the Oceanids in Prometheus, but most readers would probably agree that they show it less. We can think away the chorus more easily from the Philoctetes. In all the other 6 Sophoclean dramas, the interest of the chorus in the action is about the same as in the Philoctetes, strong but scarcely vital. Euripides' work shows more variety. Alcestis, Heraclede, Hecuba, Ion, Troades, Iphigenia in Taurus, Helen, and Rhesus all possess choruses which are prima facie Sophoclean in this regard, though their language tends to show less personal concern. In other dramas, Medea, Hippolytus, Andromache, Electra, Phoenice, Orestes, Iphigenia at Aulis, the chorus is simply a company of spectators. Thirdly, in 2 plays, Supplices and Bacchae, the importance of the chorus is thoroughly Aeschylean. In Euripides, then, there is found on the whole a weakening in the dramatic value of the chorus. In some instances, the singers are little more than random visitors. In the 4th century, Aristotle protests against this. The chorus, too, should be regarded as one of the actors. It should be an integral part of the whole and share in the action, in the manner not of Euripides but of Sophocles. A precisely similar change operated in the length of the ode. The lyrics of Aeschylus, Supplices, form more than half the work, those of Orsts only 1/9. Even at the end of Aeschylus' career, we find in the Agamemnon odes magnificent, elaborate, and lengthy. Sophocles composed shorter songs which were still closely germane to the plot. But in Euripides, there frequently occur lyrics whose connection with the plot is slight, sometimes difficult to make out. Agathon carried this still further. His odes are mere interludes, quite outside the plot. The 15 choristers usually entered through the parodos, marching like soldiers. Drawn up in ranks upon the orchestra, they followed the action with their backs to the audience but faced about when they sang. Their work fell into 2 parts, the odes sung between the episodes and participation in the episodes. The entrance song was called the parodos or entrance and was written in anapaestic rhythm, suitable for marching. If so, it was chanted in recitative. Lyrics were sung. Songs between episodes were called stasima. This means stationary songs, not because the singers stood still, but because they had taken up their station in the orchestra. As they left at the end, they sang an exodos or exit in anapaests. Besides these, there were occasional hyperchemes, letter 1F51 pi omicron rho chiedum u alpha tau alpha, dances, short, lively songs expressing sudden joy. All lyrics were rendered by both song and dance. Singing was generally executed by all the choruti, but some passages were divided between them. The most frequent division was into 2 semi-choruses, letter 1F21 myo yota chi omicron rho ode alpha, but now and then individuals sang a few words. Incidental iambic lines were spoken by one person, and the short anapaestic system which at the end of the lyric often announces the approach of an actor was no doubt assigned to the coryphaeus or chorus leader alone. Dancing was also an essential feature, but both Greeks and Romans meant more by dancing than do we, or than we did before the rise of Salome performances. It was in fact a mimetic display, giving by the rhythmic manipulation of all the limbs an imitation of the emotions expressed, or the events described, by the song. The whole company, moreover, went through certain evolutions over the surface of the orchestra. When they sang the strophe, they moved in one direction, back again for the antistrophe, and perhaps stood still when there was an epode. But nothing is known as to details here. The center of all the dancing was the coryphaeus, kappa omicron rho upsilon phi alpha letter 1FD6 omicron sigma, top man, the leader of the chorus. When 2 semi-choruses acted separately, each had its leader. As was natural, choric dancing flourished mightily in the early days, and went down with lyrical performance in general. Thus, Phrynichus congratulated himself on having devised as many figures of the dance as are the billows on the sea under a dread night of storm. Aeschylus, too, was a brilliant ballet master. But Plato, the comic playwright, at the end of the same century grumbles amusingly. There was something to watch when the dancing was good, but now there's no acting to mention, just a paralyzed row of inflexible singers who howl as they stand at attention. During the best period of the chorus, its mimetic dancing must have been a wonderful spectacle. We hear of highly skilled performers who could reproduce action so that the audience followed every detail. They seem to have accompanied some portions of the episodes in this manner, and that fact may account for a rather curious feature in the Ion. The messenger gives a remarkably detailed description of the designs upon the embroideries wherewith Ion roofed his great banqueting marquee. The constellations and dawn pursuing the stars are all described. Possibly this was written for the sake of an unusually brilliant mimetic evolution by groups of choruti. The chorus had other duties during the episodes. As a body, they normally showed themselves interested spectators. Thus the chorus of Orsts enter in order to inquire of Electra concerning her sick brother. Not infrequently they do more, taking an actual share in events. At the close of Agamemnon, the Argive elders are at point to do battle with Aegisthus and his henchmen. In Alcestis, they join the funeral procession. At other times they aid the persons of the play, not only by misleading enemies, Chophoro, or directing friends Oedipus Tyrannus, but by keeping watch Orestes. Further, the Coryphaeus almost always delivers 2 or 3 lines at the end of every long speech, save when it ends a scene. These little interpolations are invariably obvious and feeble. After Hermione's tirade against women, the Coryphaeus comments thus: "Too freely hast thou indulged thy tongue against thy sex. It is pardonable in thee, but still women should gloss over the weaknesses of women." Anyone who has listened to the delivery of some splendid passage in Shakespeare, an outburst of Lear or Mercutio's Queen Mab speech, will remember how the applause which follows it drowns the next speaker's opening lines. Some pause is needed. This is provided in Greek tragedy by the insertion of a line or two, which will not be missed if inaudible. The satiric chorus diverged little from the tragic in the points discussed under this section. It had, however, a special type of dance called the sicines. One of the postures used was called the owl and is variously explained by the old grammarians as having consisted in shading the eyes with the hands or in turning the head to and fro like an owl. Roman 6, the audience. The time of the Dionysiac festivals, especially the Great Dionysia, was a holiday for all Athens, and the center of enjoyment was the show of tragedies and comedies. At sunrise, the theater was filled with a huge throng prepared to sit packed together for hours facing the sun with no interval for a meal or for exercise. It is important to remember that in Athens that incalculable playgoer, the average man, did really enjoy and appreciate first-class dramatic work. There were a few rows of special seats for officials and persons otherwise honored by the state. All the rest of the space, save for the separation of men and women, and the possibility that each sursize was allotted to a distinct tribe, was open to all without distinction of rank or means. The official seats were in the front rows, and the first row of all consisted of 67 marble thrones, most of which are still preserved in situ. Of these 67, 50 belonged, as the inscriptions show, to ecclesiastics, and the famous middle throne, the best and most conspicuous place in the theater, was occupied by the priest of Dionysus of Eleutheræ. Besides priests, the archons, the generals, and the 10 judges had special places, also benefactors of the state or their descendants, and the sons of men who had fallen in battle. Ambassadors from abroad, too, received this compliment of Pyro Omicron Epsilon Delta Rho Iota Alpha, foremost seat. Behind the dignified front circle of thrones rose tier after tier of stone benches, all alike and not marked off into separate seats, so that the audience must usually have been crowded. They were also cramped, for the height of each seat was but 15 inches. Spectators brought with them any cushions they needed. Admission to the theater was allowed in the first instance to any Athenian citizen. In spite of the indecency which was a normal feature of the old comedy, there is no doubt that women and boys were present at the shows both of tragedy and comedy. Slaves and foreigners also were admitted, obtaining admission, like the boys and women, through citizens. Foreigners, except the distinguished persons to whom prodria was granted, seem to have been confined to the extreme right and left sursides, next to the paradoi. All the seating which has been described dates from the time of the orator Lycurgus in the 4th century. During the 5th, Athens was content with wooden benches, called Icria, letter 1F34 Caparo Ode Alpha, planks. Admission was at first free, but the drama was so popular that the rush for seats caused much confusion. It is said that the more sedulous would secure places the night before. In the 5th century, the custom arose of charging for admission and making every one book in advance, save those dignitaries whose places were reserved. The price for one day was 2 obols, about 3d in weight, but of much greater purchasing power. At the end of that century, this sum was paid by the state to any citizen who claimed it. The money allotted for this purpose was called the theatric fund, tau letter 1F78 theta epsilon omega ode cap omicron u, money for the shows, of which we hear so much in the speeches of Demosthenes. By his time, the system had grown to a serious danger. Payments were made, not only for the original purpose, but for all the numerous festivals, and a law was actually passed that anyone who proposed to apply the fund in any other way should be put to death. Demosthenes represents the theatric fund and the Athenian affection for it as preventing Athens from supplying sufficient forces to check the growing menace from Philip of Macedonia. On paying in his 2 obols, the spectator received a ticket of lead. The sums taken were appropriated by the lessee or architecton, who in consideration thereof kept the theater in repair. As the auditorium was filled with many thousands of lively Southerners, who had to sit crammed together from sunrise till late in the day with no intermission, the question of good order might seem to have been a hopeless difficulty. It was not so. For, first, the occasion was religious, and to use blows in the theater was a capital crime. Next, stewards, letter 1Fe5 alpha beta delta omicron phi omicron rho omicron iota, rod-bearers, were at hand to keep order among the choristers, who were numerous, seeing that each dithyrambic chorus consisted of 50 men. Finally, a good deal of exuberant behavior was allowed. Serious disturbance occasionally happened. The high-spirited Alcibiades once had a bout at fisticuffs with a rival Chorgus, and the occasion of Demosthenes' speech against Medias was the blow which Medias dealt the orator when the latter was Chorgus. Though an Athenian audience had no objection, when comedy was played, to scenes which we should have supposed likely to strike them as blasphemous, they bitterly objected to any breach of orthodoxy in tragic drama. Aeschylus once narrowly escaped death because it was thought that a passage in his play constituted a revelation of the mysteries. Euripides, too, incurred great trouble owing to the opening lines of Melanippe the Wise. Approval and dislike were freely expressed. If the spectators admired a passage, shouts and clapping showed it. At times they would encore a speech or song with the exclamation alpha letter 1F56 theta iota sigma. Again, still more often do we hear of their proneness to damn a bad play. Hissing was common, and there was a special custom at Athens of kicking with the heels upon the benches to express disapproval, a method which must have been effective in the time of wooden seats. Playwrights were known to take vigorous means to win favor. That distinguished writer of new comedy, Philemon, is said to have defeated Menander himself by securing a large attendance of supporters to applaud his work, and it is certain that writers of the old comedy frequently directed their actors to throw nuts and similar offerings among the audience. In the piece of Aristophanes, barley was thus distributed. The spectators sometimes replied in kind. Bad performers were pelted with fruit, at any rate in the country, and even stones were used in extreme cases. The celebrated Aeschylus, during his career as a strolling tritogonist, was nearly stoned to death by his public. But the fruit was generally used in the city itself for another purpose. Aristotle illustrates a detail of psychology by pointing to the fact that in the theater people who eat dessert do so with most abandon when the performers are bad. Chapter 3. The works of Aeschylus. The place of Aeschylus in dramatic history has been discussed in the first chapter. We have still to give some account of his 7 extant plays and of the fragments. The supplices, letter 1F31 cap epsilon tau ota delta epsilon sigma, suppliant women, is no doubt the earliest of these. The scene is laid near the seacoast, not far from Argos. The chorus, consisting of the 50 daughters of Danaus, enter, and in their opening song tell how they have fled from Egypt to escape marriage with their cousins, the 50 sons of Aegyptus. These suitors have pursued them overseas, but they call upon Zeus, who through Io is their ancestor, to defend them. Danaus, their father, urges them to take refuge upon the steps of the altar. This they do, becoming suppliants of the state deities and acquiring a claim upon the citizens. The king of Argos enters. To him, the women make their appeal. He replies that he must consult the National Assembly before facing the possibility of war with the Egyptians. Meanwhile, he sends Danaus into the city to engage the compassion of the Argives. After another song by the chorus, in which they relate the wanderings of Io and her final peace, Danaus returns with the news that the Argive assembly is unanimous in championing the suppliants. The women burst forth into lyrical blessings upon the land. Danaus, who has been upon the watch, announces the approach of the hostile ships. He comforts his shrinking daughters, goes to fetch help, and does not return until the danger is over. After a terrified lyric, the Egyptian herald appears, accompanied no doubt by warriors. He harshly bids them go to the ship and submit to their masters. They refuse. He is on the point of dragging them away when the king enters, rebukes the herald, and defies the power of Egypt. The intruder departs with threats of war. Danaus returns, and with his daughters is given lodging within the city walls. The chorus end the drama with an ode voicing their fear of war and oppression. Such a close evidently implies that the story was continued in another work, and it has been conjectured that the Egyptians and the Danaids, daughters of Danaus, formed the second and third parts of the trilogy. Scarcely anything of these two plays has been preserved, but there is good reason to suppose that the Egyptians were victorious, that the daughters of Danaus were compelled to marry their ferocious suitors, and that on the command of their father each slew her husband on the wedding night. Hypermnestra alone spared her lover, by name Lynceus. It seems that she was put on her trial for this disobedience and was saved by the advocacy of Aphrodite, who thus foreshadows the Apollo of the Eumenides. The satiric play was perhaps the Amymone. This was the name of one of the Danaids, who was delivered from a satyr by Poseidon. Viewed not historically, but aesthetically, especially by a reader already familiar with the Orsteia, the play must be confessed bald and monotonous. Many of Aeschylus' most splendid attributes, it is true, are to be discerned, but their fire too often sinks into smoldering grimness. The only really fine passages are those portions of the lyrics which bear the impress of the poet's masculine and profound theology. Such strictures, however, are merely one way of saying that the Supplices is an early work. It would be fairer, were it only possible, to compare it with the drama of Phrynichus rather than with the Agamemnon. Here, perhaps for the first time, we have a genuinely dramatic situation, the collision between the king and the herald. There is little characterization. The chorus are simply distressed damsels, save for their vivid and strong religious faith. The king is simply a magnanimous and wary monarch, the herald simply a myrmidon. Danaus, however, shows some interesting traits. He is extremely sententious and rejoices in the fact. Inscribe this on your hearts beside the many other precepts of your father written there. His exhortation to chaste behavior, though long and, as his daughters assure him, unnecessary, is, albeit corrupt textually, one of the most striking passages in the play. But one feels that characterization is perhaps less needed in a work which, literally from the first word, is filled with the name of God, Zeus, the ancestor of the Danaids, the Lord of the universe, the guardian of right. And whensoever it is decreed by nod of Zeus that a thing be brought to fullness, it falls not prostrate, but on its feet. Yea, through thicket and shadow stretch the paths of his decrees, that no thoughts can spy them out. Equally majestic is the language concerning that other Zeus who judges the sins of men in Hades. Finally, though the thought and diction are in the main stark if dignified, a change comes over the play before the end. We get a little atmosphere. Danaus already fears personal enemies, v. 1008, and the arrangements for lodging the suppliants show a tinge of domesticity. The Persi pi epsilon rho sigma alpha iota, Men of Persia, though perhaps 20 years later, comes next among the surviving plays. The action takes place before the palace of Xerxes. It opens with a song from the chorus, who represent aged counselors of the Persian Empire. They describe the departure of the host which is to conquer Greece and their own anxiety for news. Atossa, widow of Darius and mother of Xerxes, enters distressed by an ill-omened dream. The counselors discuss this portent and the prospects of victory. A messenger arrives who announces the complete overthrow of the barbarians. The queen speedily rallies from her grief, learns that her son himself is safe, and hears the narrative of Salamis and the flight of the Persians back to Asia. She determines to offer supplications to heaven and retires to fetch the materials of sacrifice. The chorus pour forth a lyric lament and deplore the loss of Darius the conqueror. Atossa returns bearing the libation which she offers to the shade of Darius, while the chorus invoke the dead king, praying him to appear and give counsel. In answer, the ghost of Darius rises from his tomb. He learns the evil tidings, laments the impious folly of his son, and foretells the coming disaster of Plataea. After the shade has sunk back into the tomb, and Atossa has gone to meet Xerxes, the elders sing of Persia's greatness under Darius. Finally, Xerxes appears, plunged in despair. Amid the antiphonal wailings of the king and his counselors, the tragedy ends. The Scholiast says that Aeschylus won the prize in the archonship of Menon, with Phineus, Percy, Glaucus of Potnii, and Prometheus. This tetralogy seems, to judge from the titles and the fragments, to have been a collection of plays which had no relation of subject matter. Interesting to the historian, as the only extant tragedy dealing with a contemporary subject, the Percy also wins the highest admiration as a piece of literature not unworthy of its theme. The muscular and majestic diction of the speeches, the noble sweep of the lyrics, the colossal dignity of the characters, the picturesqueness and vigor which make the story of Salamis one of the greatest passages even in Aeschylus. These are characteristics of the poet which the Supplices presents only in germ. But the noblest feature of the whole is the manner in which Aeschylus has faced his chief obstacle. To dramatize the heroic spirit and overwhelming success of Athens in the presence of Athenians, was this an easy task? Nothing could be more cloying at the moment, more thin and unsatisfying to the after-reflection. Aeschylus rises clear above all this. First, he places the scene not in Athens, but before the gates of the palace at Susa. That dignity which elsewhere in Greek tragedy is secured by remoteness in time is here obtained by remoteness in space. The whole incident is held at arm's length that it may be viewed with soberness, and as a whole in perspective. Next, it has often been observed that on the one hand he chronicles a host of Asiatic nobles, while on the other not a single Greek, not even Themistocles, is named. Both these facts spring from the same source. Aeschylus, it cannot be repeated too often, was a deeply religious man. When he takes it in hand to dramatize an event of recent history, his instinct impels him, just as infallibly as if he were writing of Heracles or Prometheus, to describe occurrences not in the language of politics or of tactics, but of theology. Athens has been but the instrument of heaven. Persia has fallen, not through the brawn of oarsmen or the skill of captains, but through the blasphemous infatuation of her prince and the wrath of God following thereupon. O God, thy arm was here, and not to us, but to thy arm alone ascribe we all. When, without stratagem, but in plain shock and even play of battle, was ever known so great and little loss on one part, and on other take it, God, for it is none but thine. He is little concerned with that play of human psychology on the Greek side, which forms so brilliant a page of Herodotus. Even when he narrates that trick by which the conflict was precipitated, the false message from Themistocles to Xerxes, nothing is said of the reasons for sending it. Though the antecedent facts are known, yet he chooses to tell what he does indeed regard as the truth, that the whole error of the king came from a fiend or evil spirit, and that he fell into the trap because he perceived not the guile of the Greek nor the spite of heaven. On the Greek side, then, the creatures of a day are lost in the vision of eternal righteousness. But the poet has no such reason to obliterate the mighty names of Persia. Almost the whole effect of them is for us lost, but to an Athenian ear, these barbaric polysyllables must have sounded with all the pomp of an ancient chivalry, the waves of the boundless and terrible Orient descending in deluge upon the tiny states of Hellas. But the billows at their highest had been stayed and had sunk. The appalling roll of warlike titles was changed into a proclamation of glory, but not the glory of Greece. No Greek name is immortalized in this play, which resounds at every moment with the name of God. The 7 against Thebes, Omicron letter 1F31 letter 1F11 pi tau, letter 1F70, letter 1F10 pi letter 1F76 theta beta alpha sigma, was produced in 467 B.C. and deals with the fratricidal quarrel of the sons of Oedipus. Eteocles the elder had become king of Thebes and expelled his brother Polynices. The latter, with 6 comrades in arms and an host led by Adrastus, king of Argos, attacked the city. The 7 invading champions were met at the 7 gates by as many Theban warriors. The scene is laid in an open space in the town. A messenger brings to Eteocles the news that the enemy are on the point of assaulting the walls. The chorus, consisting of Theban maidens, enter, and in a vivid lyric express their frantic terror. Eteocles attempts to calm them, urging that their outcries will demoralize the citizens, but soon they burst forth again into wild forebodings. Then follows a long scene in which the messenger describes the 7 heroes who are to attack at the 7 gates. As each is described, Eteocles allots one of his comrades for defense. The 7th enemy is Polynices, the king's own brother. Eteocles, spurred on by the curse of his house, declares that he will himself confront Polynices. He rushes away, and the maidens lament the frightful story of Oedipus' curse. The messenger returns with the news that the invaders have been routed and that the brothers have fallen by each other's hand. After the chorus have lamented this crime, the corpses are brought forward, accompanied by Antigone and Ismene, sisters of the dead, who utter an antiphonal dirge. They are interrupted by a herald who proclaims the decree of the people's counselors. Eteocles is to be honorably buried. His brother is to be left to the dogs and birds of prey. Antigone defies the decree and declares that she will bury Polynices. The chorus divide into 2 parties, one supporting Antigone, the other giving obedience to the state. This tragedy won the prize. The trilogy consisted of Laius, Oedipus, the 7, with the Sphinx as satiric play. Aristeas and Polyphradmon, the sons of Pratinas and Phrynichus respectively, were 2nd and 3rd. Very little is known about the companion plays. The Laius contained a reference to the exposure of the infant Oedipus. The Oedipus described the death of Laius. The 7 is a magnificently vigorous and graphic presentment of war in one of its aspects. As such, it is eulogized by Aristophanes, who puts into the mouth of Aeschylus the boast that he composed a drama full of the war god, my 7 against Thebes. The chief excellences are the first chorus and the celebrated choosing of the champions. This latter contained the best-known passage in the play, where the messenger says of Amphiaraus, sigma letter 1 f c6, mu alpha delta, omicron letter 1 f 50, kappa letter 1 f 10, pi letter 1 f c6, mu kappa upsilon kappa lambda letter 1 f f3, omicron letter 1 f 50, gamma letter 1 f 70, rho delta omicron kappa epsilon letter 1 f d6, mu letter 1 f 04 rho ode sigma tau omicron sigma, letter 1 f 00 lambda lambda, epsilon letter 1 f 36, mu alpha iota, theta epsilon lambda epsilon iota. Beta alpha theta, epsilon letter 1 f d6, alpha nu letter 1 f 04 lambda omicron kappa alpha, delta iota letter 1 f 70, phi rho epsilon nu letter 1 f 78, sigma kappa alpha rho pi omicron upsilon mu epsilon nu omicron sigma. Letter 1 f 10 psi, letter 1 f 27 sigma, tau letter 1 f 70, kappa epsilon delta, nu letter 1 f 70, beta lambda alpha sigma tau alpha nu epsilon iota, beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon mu alpha tau alpha. His buckler bore no blazon, for he seeks not to seem great, but to be great indeed, reaping the deep-plowed furrow of his soul wherefrom the harvest of good counsel springs. As these lines were declaimed in the theater, Plutarch tells us, everyone turned and gazed at Aristides the Just. The first half of the play is in strictness not dramatic at all, a merely static presentment of the situation. A city in a state of siege, panic among the women, resolution in the mind of the general. The later portion gives us decisive action. The king rushes to his fratricidal duel, spurred on by the invisible curse. But even here there is no dramatic conflict of personalities like the altercation between the brothers in the Phoenicy of Euripides. Such a collision is, however, provided at the very end, where Antigone defies the state. As regards the Prometheus Vinctus, pi rho omicron mu eta theta epsilon letter 1 f 7a, sigma delta epsilon sigma mu omega tau eta sigma. Prometheus bound. We are in doubt as to the date, the arrangement of the cast, and the other parts of the trilogy. Concerning the date, we know that the play was written after 475 BC, the year in which occurred that eruption of Etna described by Prometheus, VV 363-72. Further, it is usually regarded as later than the seven owing to the increased preponderance of dialogue over lyrics. Also, the supposition that 3 actors are required has led some scholars to believe that the Prometheus belongs to the period when Sophocles had introduced a 3rd actor, and so to place it in the last part of the poet's life. The static nature of the drama might seem to forbid such a view, but possibly it formed the center of the trilogy, the most likely place for an equilibrium of the tragic forces. And the theological basis of the whole series is so profound that an approximation in date to the Orsteia is not unreasonable. On the whole, then, the Prometheus may be conjecturally assigned to about the year 465 BC. As for the division of the parts among the actors, we find in the opening scene 3 persons engaged: Prometheus, Hephaestus, and Cratos. Strength. Prometheus, however, does not utter a word until his tormentors have retired, and it has been held that only 2 actors are needed here, as in the rest of the work. On this view, Prometheus would be represented by a lay figure. Either Hephaestus or Cratos would return unseen, delivering the later speeches of Prometheus from behind the figure, through a mouthpiece in the head. But as there was no curtain in the theater, it would be necessary for the executioners to carry the lay figure forth in view of the audience before the action began. The true objection to this is not its absurdity. An audience will tolerate much awkwardness in stage management, if only it is accustomed to such conventions. But it would scarcely have harmed the play if the poet had dispensed with Cratos. The actor thus disengaged could have impersonated Prometheus from the beginning. That Aeschylus saw this possibility cannot be doubted. Therefore he did not feel bound to use a lay figure, therefore he did not, and we must assume that he employed 3 actors. 2 other tragedies were associated with this: Prometheus the Firebringer, pi rho omicron mu eta theta epsilon letter 1 f7a, sigma pi upsilon rho phi omicron rho omicron sigma, and Prometheus Unbound, pi rho omicron mu eta theta epsilon letter 1 f7a, sigma lambda upsilon omicron mu epsilon nu omicron sigma. That the latter followed the extant play is of course certain, but the position of the Firebringer is doubtful. One would naturally place it first in the trilogy: the offense, the punishment, the reconciliation. But say some, in that case one can hardly imagine how Aeschylus wrote the first tragedy without anticipating a great part of the second, the noble account which Prometheus gives of the victory of Zeus, his own offense, and the blessings it conferred upon men. Hence arises a theory that the Firebringer was the last play of the trilogy in which the Titan, reconciled to Zeus, became a local deity of Athens, the giver of fire. But this view has been discredited by evidence that there is not enough matter remaining for the Firebringer after the close of the Prometheus Unbound. These 2 difficulties about the position of the Firebringer have induced some to identify it with that Prometheus, which we know as the satiric play appended to the Percy trilogy, and to suppose that Aeschylus told the story in 2 plays only, the present trilogy being completed by a tragedy unconnected with the subject. The best view is that the Firebringer was the first play. The title suggests that it dealt with the transgression which led to the punishment portrayed in the extant drama. And the objection as to overlapping of the Firebringer and the Prometheus Vinctus is illusory. The scene is a desolate gorge in Scythia. Hephaestus, the god of fire, with Cratos and Bia, strength and violence, servants of Zeus, appear, dragging with them the Titan Prometheus. Hephaestus nails the prisoner to the rocks under the superintendence of Cratos. He has little liking for his task, but Cratos rebukes his tenderness for the malefactor who has braved heaven in order to succor mankind. At length Prometheus is left to his lonely agony. Hitherto he has been silent, but now he voices his pain and indignation to the sea and sky and earth around him. His soliloquy breaks off as he catches the sound of wings, and the chorus enter, a band of sea nymphs who have been startled from their cave by the clatter of iron. They strive to comfort him, and he tells how by his counsel Zeus was enabled to defeat the Titans. Then, consolidating his empire, the god determined to destroy mankind and create a new race. Prometheus, in love of men, saved them from destruction and bestowed upon them the gift of fire, which he stole from heaven and which has been the beginning of civilization. At this point Oceanus enters, riding upon a 4-legged bird. He is a Titan who stood aloof from the conflict with Zeus. An amiable but obsolete person, he wishes to release Prometheus, without running into danger himself, and urges submission. The prisoner listens with disdainful courtesy, refuses the advice, and hints to Oceanus that he had better not associate with a malefactor. His visitor soon bustles away, and the chorus sing how all the nations of the earth mourn over the torments of their deliverer. Prometheus then tells of the arts by which he has taught man to alleviate his misery. The nymphs ask if he has no hope of release himself. He hints at the possible downfall of Zeus. Another lyrical passage hymns the power of that god and expresses surprise at the contumacy of the Titan. Then appears Io, the heifer maiden, who at the request of the chorus describes her strange ill fortune. Beloved of Zeus, she has incurred the wrath of his queen, Hera, who has changed her into a heifer and sent her roaming wildly over the earth pursued by a gadfly. Prometheus prophesies her future wanderings, which shall end in Egypt. He speaks more clearly of the fall of Zeus, who is preparing to wed one who shall bear a child greater than his father. Then he narrates the story of Io's course up to the present hour, ending with the prophecy that in Egypt she shall bear to Zeus a son named Epaphus. He speaks of the history of this man's line, particularly of one courageous, famed for archery, who shall release Prometheus. Io, in a sudden paroxysm, rushes from the scene. The chorus sing of the dangers which lie in union with the gods. Prometheus again foretells the overthrow of Zeus by his own son. Hermes, the messenger of Zeus, enters demanding that the prisoner reveal the fatal secret. Prometheus treats his message with defiance. Hermes warns him of still more fell tortures. The winged hound of Zeus will come each day to tear his liver. A convulsion of the earth will hurl him into Hades. The nymphs again urge submission, but when the messenger declares that unless they leave Prometheus they will perchance suffer too, they haughtily refuse to listen. Amid an upheaval of the whole of nature, the Titan, still defiant, sinks from sight. The Prometheus Vinctus has impressed all generations of readers with wonder and delight. In particular, it has inspired poetry only less magnificent than itself. Shelley's Prometheus Unbound is a gorgeous amplification of its spiritual and material features. The sinister and terrific figure which dominates the early part of Paradise Lost is but Prometheus strayed at an untoward hour into Christian mythology. Again, this play is the noblest surviving example of the purely Aeschylean manner. The Orsteia is greater, perhaps, certainly more interesting to us, but their Aeschylus has reacted to the spirit of Sophocles. Here, the stark hauteur of the supplices has developed into a desolate magnificence. The lyrics which, since the Seven, have again dwindled in size, have yet grown in beauty, variety, and characterization. On the other side, there is a development of the dialogue which is amazing. Long speeches are still the rule, but line-by-line conversations are frequent. Characters in the supplices and the Seven talk as if blank-verse dialogue were a strange and difficult art, as indeed it was till Aeschylus forged it into shape. Throughout, whether in lengthy speeches or in conversation, the iambic meter has found a grace and suppleness which is too often ignored by those who come to the Prometheus fresh from the Medea or the Oedipus Tyrannus. Above all, the maturity of Aeschylus, poetic strength is to be seen in the terrific perspectives which he brings before us, perspectives of time, as the voice of the tortured prophet carries us down a vista of centuries through the whole history of Eo's race to the man of destiny. Perspectives of scenery, as the eye of the ocean nymphs from the summit of earth gazes down upon the tribes of men, horde behind horde fading into the distance, all raising lament for the sorrows of their savior. Perspectives of thought, as the exultant history of civilization leaps from the lips of him who dies hourly through untold years to found and uphold it, telling how that creeping victim of his own helplessness and the disdain of heaven goes from weakness to strength and from strength to triumph. No less wonderful is the strictly dramatic economy of the play. The action is slight. Prometheus works no more, it is his part to endure. All the secondary characters act as a foil to bring the central figure into massive relief. Each has some touch of Prometheus. Hephaestus, pity without self-sacrifice; Kratos, strength without reflection; the nymphs, tenderness without force; Oceanus, common sense without dignity; Io, sensibility to suffering without the vision which learns the lesson of pain; Hermes, the power to serve without perception of the secret of sovereignty. Most essential of all these is Io. The only human participant in the action, she reminds us that the hand of Zeus has been heavy upon innocent mortals as well as rebel gods, and thus gives fresh justification to the wrath of Prometheus. Still more, she is vital to the whole trilogy. As Hephaestus links the Firebringer to the second play, so does she join the second play to the Prometheus Unbound. It is her descendant Heracles who, after 13 generations, will free Prometheus and reconcile him to Zeus. The hero of the last drama is brought in a sense upon the scene in the person of his ancestress. Prometheus himself suggests to us the thought of Christ, and yet, as has been said, the Satan of Milton is like him too. This double kinship is made possible by the conception of Zeus which here obtains. Under the scepter of a god who hates mankind, it is possible for the savior of men to be a rebel and an outcast. Right or wrong, the Titan is godlike in his goodness, his wisdom, his courage. At one point only does his deity show a flaw. He endures his pangs not as a god, but as a man. He agonizes, he laments his pains, he utters exclamations of fear. Rightly, for if the actors in this world drama are immortal, the spectators are not. To have portrayed Prometheus as facing his punishment without a quiver would have been perhaps sounder theology, but worse drama. The human audience must be made to understand something at least of these pangs, or the greatness of the sacrifice will elude them. A parallel on which we must not dilate cannot escape the reader. One strange outcome of his rebellion is generally overlooked. Zeus had wished to destroy mankind and create a new race. That is, he meant to treat men as he treated the Titans, or would have treated them had they been mortal. Prometheus thwarted this plan, so that we men are a survival of that premoral world which the new ruler supersedes. We are the younger brothers of the Titans, and, so to put it, have all survived the flood. Our pettiness and futility condemned us in the eyes of Zeus, who wished for progress. But Prometheus loved us in spite of our miserable failings, and so insisted on carrying us over into the new and nobler world at the cost of his own age-long agony. The basic question must be briefly discussed: the relation of Prometheus to the new king of heaven. Zeus is here described as a youthful tyrant, blind to all rights and interests save the security of his recent conquest. This cannot have been the picture presented by the whole trilogy. Not only is enough known of Aeschylus' religious views to make such a theory impossible, though the Prometheus Unbound is lost, we know the story and outline. Heracles in his wanderings came upon Prometheus, now released from Hades, but still chained to his rock and gnawed by the vulture. The hero slew the bird with an arrow, and procured the release of Prometheus by inducing the wounded centaur Chiron to go down to death in his place, and by reconciling the Titan to Zeus, who promised to free him on hearing the secret of the fatal marriage. Prometheus, to commemorate his captivity, assumed a ring of iron. The authority of the king of gods was thus forever established. It is only in a different atmosphere that any inconsistency can be felt. For Aeschylus, there was a progress in the history of heaven as in the civilization of earth. Even Zeus, in the early days of his dominion, seeks to rule by might divorced from wisdom, a severance typified by his feud with Prometheus. He has his lesson to learn like all others. If he will not govern with the help of law, bowing to fate, then the hope of the universe is vain, and the blind forces of unguided nature, the half-quelled Titans, will bring chaos back. But youthful and harsh as he is, his will has a moral foundation unlike theirs, and so perhaps it is that Prometheus cannot but exclaim, "I sinned," in opposing that will. Upon the reconciliation between Zeus and his antagonist, Prometheus became a local Attic deity and no more. That eternal wisdom which he embodied is mysteriously assimilated into the soul of Zeus. This is the consummation. Omnipotence and omniscience are at one. We arrive finally at the trilogy, which bears the name Orsteia and which obtained the prize in 458 BC. This is the only instance in which the whole series has survived. The satiric play, Proteus, has perished. The name Orsteia was applied to the whole tetralogy. The background of the Agamemnon is the palace of King Agamemnon at Argos. A sentinel is discovered upon the roof. He is watching for the beacon which shall signify that Troy has at length fallen. While waiting he broods, dropping hints that all is not well at home. Then the beacon flashes forth, and he shouts the news to the Queen Clytemnestra within the house. On his departure the chorus enter, aged counselors of Argus, who have not yet heard the tidings. They sing of the quarrel between Greece and Troy and describe the sacrifice of Iphigenia, Agamemnon's daughter, who was offered up to Artemis in order to obtain a favorable wind for the fleet. All the altars are blazing with incense. Clytemnestra enters, and they ask her the reason. Troy, she replies, was taken last night. A system of beacons has been arranged. The signal has spread over sea and land before dawn. She ponders over the state of the captured city and hopes that the victors have not sinned against the gods of Troy. The old men sing praise to heaven and moralize on the downfall of human pride. A herald appears, announcing that Agamemnon has landed and will soon reach the city. He dilates on the miseries of the campaign till the queen sends him away with her welcome to Agamemnon. The chorus call him back and ask news of Menelaus, the king's brother. Menelaus, he replies, is missing. As the Greeks were sailing home, a tempest arose which scattered the fleet. Agamemnon's ship has returned alone. The elders, after he has gone, sing of Helen and the deadly power of her beauty. Agamemnon arrives, accompanied by the daughter of the Trojan king Priam, Cassandra the prophetess, who has become his unwilling concubine. Clytemnestra greets him with effusiveness, to which he responds haughtily. She persuades him against his will to walk into the palace over rich carpets like an oriental conqueror and accompanies him within doors. The chorus express forebodings which they cannot understand. The queen comes forth and orders Cassandra within to be present at the sacrifice of thanksgiving, but the captive pays no heed and Clytemnestra in anger retires. The elders attempt to encourage the silent girl, who at last breaks forth into incoherent cries, not of fear but of horror, and utters vague but frightful prophecies of bloodshed and sin, punctuated by the bewildered questions of her hearers. She tells them that they will see the death of Agamemnon, bewails her own wretchedness, greets her death, and prophesies the coming of an avenger. She passes into the house. After a lyric on wicked prosperity, the voice of the king is heard crying within that he has been mortally wounded. Another shriek follows, and then silence. The chorus are in a tumult when the doors are flung open and Clytemnestra is seen standing over the corpses of Agamemnon and Cassandra. She has slain the king with an axe, entrapping him in the folds of a robe while in his bath. In reply to the furious accusations of the elders, she glories in her act. She is the personification of the ancestral curse, and she has avenged the murder of Iphigenia. The altercation has for the moment reached something like calm when Aeschylus appears. He is the cousin of Agamemnon, but between the two families there is a murderous and adulterous feud. Aeschylus himself is the lover of Clytemnestra and has shared in the plot. The Argives turn on him in hatred and contempt, which he answers with tyrannical threats. They remind him that Orestes, the king's young son, is alive and safe abroad. Swords are drawn, but Clytemnestra insists that the quarrel shall cease. She and Aeschylus must rule with dignity. A novel theory of the plot has been put forward by the late Dr. A.W. Verrall in his edition of the play. He finds the following difficulties in the usual acceptation. Agamemnon lands in Argos on the morning after the night in which Troy was captured, though as a matter of course and a matter of history, several days, at the very least, must have elapsed before the Greek host so much as embarked, and though a storm has befallen the fleet on its way. Roman 2, the story given by Clytemnestra about the beacons is absurd. Why has the arrangement existed for only 1 year of the 10? Why make an arrangement which would depend so entirely on the weather? How could the beacon on Mount Athos have been seen from Euboea, 100 miles away, when a tempest was raging on the intervening sea? Roman 3, this mystery, that Agamemnon reaches home only 2 or 3 hours after his signal, is never cleared up. Neither he nor the queen mentions it when they meet. Roman 4, thus the whole affair of the beacons is gratuitous as well as incredible. V, we are not told how Agamemnon was slain. That is, though the poet is precise enough about the details of the actual murder, we are not enlightened as to how a great and victorious prince could be killed with impunity by his wife and her lover, who thereupon, with no difficulty, usurp the government. Roman 6, what does Aeschylus mean by claiming to have contrived the whole plot? On the face of it, he has done nothing but skulk in the background. Dr. Verrall's explanation, set forth with splendid lucidity, skill, and brilliance, may be briefly summarized thus. For a year, Clytemnestra and Aeschylus have been joined in a treasonable and adulterous league. Aeschylus knows what is happening at Troy and has the first news of Agamemnon's landing, at night. He lights upon Mount Arachneus a beacon which tells Clytemnestra that all is ready. Her story of the fire chain is a lie to deceive the watchmen and the elders. Agamemnon thus naturally arrives only an hour or two after the news that Troy has fallen. The assassination plot succeeds for various reasons. During the 10 years, many citizens of Argos have been alienated from the king by the enormous loss of Greek lives. Hence, the usurpers have a strong body of potential adherents. In fact, several passages which our texts attribute to the chorus really belong to conspirators. Next, Agamemnon, by the accident of the storm, has with him not the great host, but a single ship's company. Finally, though he has heard much ill of his wife, this only can account for the brutality wherewith he greets her. He does not suspect her resourcefulness, wickedness, and courage. Verrall's theory should probably be accepted. This tragedy is beyond compare the greatest work of Aeschylus. The lyrics surpass those of any other drama. To the majesty and scope familiar everywhere in Aeschylean choric writing, and to the tenderness which diffuses a gentle gleam through the Prometheus, are now added matchless pathos and the authentic thrill of drama. The picture of Iphigenia, VV 184-249, is not merely lovely and tearful beyond words. It is a marvel that this gloomy colossus of the stage should, for a moment, have excelled Euripides on Euripides' strongest ground. It is as if Michelangelo had painted Raphael's Madonna of the Grand Duke amid the prophets and sibyls of the Sistine Chapel. Even more poignant, because more simple, are the brief lines VV 436-47, which tell how the war god, the money changer of men's bodies, sends back from Troy a handful of charred dust, the pitiful return for a man who has departed into the marketplace of death. Best known of all, perhaps, is the passage VV 402-26, which portrays the numb anguish of a deserted husband. Further, these lyrics are dramatic. The choric songs do not suspend the action by their sublime elucidations. The comments enable us to understand the march of events, giving us the keynote of the scene which follows each lyric. For instance, when the first stasamon dilates, not upon the glory of conquest, but upon the fall of pride and the sorrows of war, we are prepared for the herald and his tale in which triumph is overborne by the memory of hardship and tempest. The misgivings which brood over the third stasamon, in spite of the victorious entry of the king which has just been witnessed, is a fit prelude to the terrible outbreaks of Cassandra. The characterization shows a marked advance on the Prometheus in variety and color. This is not so much because 3 actors are needed as against 2 in the earlier play, for though they are necessary, comparatively little use is made of the increased facilities. But while Clytemnestra is technically as great a creation as Prometheus, the secondary persons are much more interesting in themselves than in the earlier drama. They do, of course, form a series of admirable foils to the queen, but they are worthy of careful study for their own sakes, which cannot be said very heartily for the lesser personages of the Prometheus. The sentinel is excellent, sketched in a few lines with a sureness of touch which is a new thing in this poet's minor characters. The sense of impending trouble mixed with expected joy, the flavor of rich colloquialism about his speech, and the hearty dance upon the palace roof wherewith he hails the beacon, make him live. Even more commonplace, theoretically, is the part given to the herald, but him again Aeschylus has created a real man. The passionate joy with which he greets his native soil, and the lugubrious relish wherewith he details the hardships of the army before Troy, make him our friend at once, and present us with that sense of atmosphere which is often lacking in Greek tragedy. Agamemnon may seem a disappointing figure, very naturally, for it is the poet's purpose to disappoint us. To depict a great and noble king would have spoiled the splendid effect of Clytemnestra. Agamemnon's murder must be made for the moment as intelligible as may be. Therefore the dramatist shows us a conceited, heavy-witted, pompous person, who none the less reveals certain qualities which have made it possible for such a man to overthrow Troy. Clytemnestra is Aeschylus' masterpiece, not indeed a masterly picture of female character. Such work was left to others, but a superb presentment of a woman dowered with an imperial soul, pressed into sin by the memory of her murdered child, the blind ambition of her husband, and the consciousness of an accursed ancestry. Here, as elsewhere in these 3 tragedies, the architectural skill with which Aeschylus plans his trilogy invite the closest study. In this first part, all the justification which Clytemnestra can claim is held steadily before the eyes. The slaughter of Iphigenia, which killed her love for Agamemnon, is dwelt upon early in the play and recalled by her once and again during her horrible conversation with the chorus after the king's death. Another wrong to her is brought visibly upon the scene in the person of Cassandra. The sordid side of her vengeance, her amour with Aeschylus, remains hardly hinted at until the very end, where it springs into overwhelming prominence. But at the very moment when we are preparing to pass over to the choephoro, the second great stage of the action, in which the mission of Orestes is to be exalted. Clytemnestra has been often compared to Lady Macbeth, but Shakespeare's creation is more feminine than that of the Athenian. She evinces inhuman heartlessness and cynicism till the task is accomplished. Before the play ends, she is broken forever. Clytemnestra never falters in her resolution. Hardly a quiver reveals the strain of danger and excitement upon her nerves, while success is still unsure. When the deed is accomplished and the strain relaxed, then, instead of yielding to hysterical collapse, she is superbly collected. Years after, she reappears in the choephoro, but time, security, and power have, to all seeming, left little mark upon this soul of iron. At the last frightful moment when she realizes that vengeance is knocking at the gate, her courage blazes up more gloriously than ever. "Give me the axe, this instant, wherewith that man was slain." It is a superb defiance. For thrilling audacity, this passage stands perhaps alone until we come to the splendid, "Stand neuter, gods, this once, I do invoke you," with which Vanbrugh rises, for his moment, into the heights where Aeschylus abode. Yet next moment the knowledge that her lover is dead brings her to her knees. Cassandra and Aeschylus have not yet been considered, for they belong also to the next topic, the method in which the unity of the play is so handled that it does not interfere with, but helps to effect, the unity of the whole trilogy. The indescribable power and thrill of Cassandra's scene may easily blind us to the slightness of the character drawing. Simply as a character, the princess is no more subtly or carefully studied than the herald. The extraordinary interest which surrounds her arises not from what she is or does, but from what happens to her. She is the analogue of Io in the Prometheus. The mere structure of both plays allots to Io and Cassandra precisely the same functions. Passive victims of misfortune, they are the symbol and articulation of the background in the particular drama. Further, they are vital to the economy of the whole series, in that they sum up in themselves the future happenings which the later portions of it are to expound. So far, they are the same. But when we go beyond theoretical structure and look to the finished composition, Cassandra far outshines Io. The Argive maiden suffers, shrinks, and laments in utter perplexity. The Trojan suffers, but she does not quail. Her lamentations are hardly lamentations at all, so charged are they with lofty indignation and the sense of pathos in human things. Io is broken by her calamity. Cassandra is purified and schooled. The poet who in this very play sings that suffering is the path to wisdom has not made us wait long for an example. There is, too, a definite technical advance in this, that Io merely hears the prophecy of justification and the possibility of revenge, while Cassandra in her own person foretells the return of Orestes. Aeschylus also, but less obviously, is important to the progress of the trilogy. His appearance and his speeches are no anticlimax to the splendid scene of Clytemnestra's triumph. The Queen and Cassandra have talked of the Pelopid curse. Aeschylus is the curse personified. It is through ancient wickedness that he has passed a half-savage life of brooding exile. The sins of his fathers have turned him into a man fit to better their instruction. Again, this last scene brings before us in full power that aspect of Clytemnestra which has been almost ignored, her baser reason for the murder of her husband. This is done precisely at the right place. To dwell on the Queen's intrigue earlier would have deprived her of that measure of sympathy which throughout this first play she needs. Not to have depicted it at all would have left that sympathy unimpaired, and we should have entered upon the choephoro fatally unable to side with Orestes in his horrible mission. The story of the choephoro, chi omicron eta phi omicron rho omicron iota, libation bearers, is as follows. The back scene throughout probably represents the palace of Argos. In the orchestra is the tomb of Agamemnon. Something like 10 years have elapsed since the usurpation of Aegisthus. Orestes, son of the murdered king, accompanied by his friend Pylades, enters and greets his father's grave, laying thereon a lock of his hair in sign of mourning. They withdraw. The chorus, led by Electra, enter, attendants of Electra carrying libations, to be poured in prayer upon Agamemnon's tomb. Their song expresses their grief, hints at revenge, and explains that they have been sent by Clytemnestra herself, who is terrified by a dream interpreted to signify the wrath of Agamemnon's spirit. Electra discusses the situation with her friends and pours the libations over the mound in her own name, not on behalf of her mother, calling upon the gods and Agamemnon's spirit to bring Orestes home and punish the murderess. Electra discovers the tress of hair left by Orestes. That it has come from him she knows, as it resembles her own, he must have sent it. In the midst of her excitement, she perceives footprints. These, too, she recognizes as like her own. Suddenly Orestes appears and reveals himself. She still doubts, but he exhibits a piece of embroidery which she herself worked long ago. Electra falls into his arms. Orestes explains to his friends that Apollo has sent him home as an avenger. In a long lyrical scene, Kappa Omicron Mu Mu Omicron Sigma, the chorus, Electra, and Orestes invoke Agamemnon to assume life and activity in aid of his avenger. The chorus leader tells Orestes of Clytemnestra's vision. She dreamed that she gave birth to a snake, which drew blood from her breast. He expounds this as foretelling the death of the queen at his hands. Explaining that he and his followers will gain admission to the palace as travelers, he departs. The maidens raise a song of astonishment at the crimes of which mortals are capable, dwelling especially upon the treachery of an evil woman. Orestes comes back accompanied by his followers and tells the porter that he brings news for the head of the house. Clytemnestra appears and receives the feigned message that Orestes is dead. The queen is apparently overwhelmed, but bids the visitors become her guests. While the chorus utter a brief prayer for success, the aged nurse of Orestes comes forth, in grief for the loss of her foster son. She tells the chorus she has been dispatched by Clytemnestra to summon Aeschylus and his bodyguard, that he may question the strangers. They persuade her to alter the message, let Aeschylus come unattended. When she is gone, they raise another lyric in passionate encouragement of Orestes. Aeschylus enters and goes into the guest wing of the house. In a moment his scream is heard, the chorus retire. A servant of Aeschylus bursts forth, proclaiming the death of his master. He flings himself upon the main door, desperately shouting for Clytemnestra, who in a moment appears. His message, the dead are slaying them that live, is clear to her. Doom is at hand, but she calls for her murderous axe. Orestes rushes out upon her with drawn sword. His first words announce the death of Aeschylus, and she beseeches him piteously for mercy. Orestes, unnerved, asks the counsel of Pylades, who for the first and last time speaks, reminding the prince of his oath and the command of heaven. Clytemnestra is driven within to be slain beside her lover. After a song of triumph from the chorus, the two corpses are displayed to the people. Beside them stands Orestes, who brings forth the blood-stained robe wherein Agamemnon was entangled. The sight of it brings upon the speaker a perturbation strange even in such circumstances. It is the coming of madness. He sees in fancy the furies sent by his mother's spirit, and rushes away to seek at Delphi the protection which Apollo has promised. The play ends with a few lines from the chorus, lamenting the sinful history of the house. The chophoro is less popular with modern readers than either of its companions. This is owing partly to the difficulty of perusal, for the text of the lyrics is often corrupt. It is still more due to no accident, but to technique. The second play of a trilogy was usually more statuesque than the other two. There is, of course, a progress of events, not merely a Phrynischian treatment of a static theme, but the poet carefully retards his speed. Thus the chophoro should be compared rather with the Prometheus than with the Agamemnon. We then observe an improvement, if we wish to call it so in construction. The great Camus keeps the play almost at a standstill, but the rest of the work is full of dramatic vigor. It is true that none of the characters has the arresting quality of those in the Agamemnon. The nurse is a worthy companion to the watchman. Her quaint and explicit references to the trouble caused her by Orestes when a baby are the most remarkable among the few comic touches found in our poet. And the part of the slave who gives the alarm, minute indeed, is yet the finest of its kind in Greek tragedy. But the persons of greater import, Electra, Aeschylus, and Pylades, would not have taxed the skill of a moderate playwright. Clytemnestra is magnificent, but less through her present part than through the superb continuation of her role in the Agamemnon. Her scenes are brief, like the glimpse of a fierce sunset after a lowering day. She is the only person characterized, except, indeed, Orestes, and even he through most of the drama is not a character, but a purpose and a few emotions speaking appropriate sentences. This is true even of the scene where he condemns his mother. The only touch of genuine drama is the instant where he quails before her entreaty, but though this is real enough, it is not great. The undoubted power of the scene is due not to dramatic skill, but to the intrinsic horror of the situation. Aeschylus has given us almost as little as we could expect. But turn the page and study Orestes, addressed to the Argive state. The increase in dramatic force is appalling. He begins by stately, vigorous, and impassioned eloquence equal to almost anything in the Agamemnon. The blood-stained robe is displayed, and the hideous sight seems to eat into his brain. His grip on what he means to say slips. He struggles to recapture it. One can see his failing mind stagger from the mother of whom he strives to speak to the garment of death before him. A word rises to the surface of his thoughts. He snatches at it, but it brings up with it the wrong phrase. The horror passes into us. This half-madness is not lunatic incoherence, but the morbidly subtle coherence of a masterful mind struggling against insanity. The deadly net entangles his brain as it entangled his father's body. By a final effort, he collects himself and declares that he goes to Delphi to claim the protection and countenance of heaven. Then his doom settles upon him, the Furies arise before him, and he flees distraught. That such immense force should be manifested only at the end of the play, that until and during the crisis Aeschylus exerts only sufficient dramatic energy to present his situations intelligibly, is the most significant fact in the Choephoro. This is deliberate in an artist who has composed the Agamemnon and the Eumenides. In the opening stage, it is human sin and courage which provide the rising interest. In the third, the righteousness and wisdom of the Most High unloose the knot and save mankind. At both periods, personality is the basis of action. But in the middle stage, the master is not personality, but the impersonal fury demanding blood in vengeance for blood, a law of life and of the universe, named by a name but possessing no attributes. This law may be called by a feminine title Erinus. It is called also by a phrase, do and suffer. It is the shade of Agamemnon, thirsting, is it for blood as a bodily drink or for death as expiation, and sending the dark progeny of his soul up from Hades. This fact then, and no person, it is which dominates the play. And that is why the persons concerned are for the time no magnificent figures of will or valor or wisdom, but the panting, driven thralls of something unseen which directs their movements and decides their immediate destiny. The plot of the third play, the Eumenides, epsilon letter 1F50, mu epsilon nu iota delta epsilon sigma, the kindly ones, and euphemistic name of the Furies, is as follows. Outside the shrine at Delphi, the Pythian priestess utters a prayer to all the deities connected with the spot, after which she enters the sanctuary. Almost instantly she returns in horror, and tells how she has seen a blood-stained man seated upon the omphalos and round him a band of sleeping females, loathly to the sight. She departs. From the temple the god appears with his suppliant Orestes, whom he encourages and sends forth, led by the god Hermes on his wanderings, which are to end in peace at Athens. When the two have disappeared, the ghost of Clytemnestra rises and awakens the sleeping Furies. They burst forth from the temple in frenzy at the escape of their victim. In the midst of the clamor, Apollo, with words of contemptuous hatred, bids them begone. The scene now changes to Athens, where Orestes throws himself upon the protection of the goddess Athena, whose statue he clasps. In a moment, the chorus of Furies enter in pursuit. They discover Orestes and describe the horrible doom which he must suffer. He defies them and calls upon the absent Athena. But they circle about him, chanting their fearful, binding song, the proclamation of their office, and rights as the implacable avengers of bloodshed and every other sin. As their strains die away, Athena enters. She hears the dispute in outline, the Furies insisting that for matricide there can be no pardon, Orestes declaring that he has been purified ritually by Apollo who urged him to his deed. The goddess determines that the suit shall be tried by a court of her own citizens. Meanwhile, the Furies sing of the danger to righteousness which must result if their prerogatives are withdrawn. Terror has a rightful place and must sit forever watching over the soul. The court of justice is now assembled on the Areopagus. Athena presides. With her are the jurymen, generally supposed to number 12. Before her are the Furies and Orestes. Behind is a great crowd of Athenian citizens. A trumpet blast announces the opening of the session, and Apollo enters to aid Orestes. The trial begins with a cross-examination of Orestes by the Furies, in which he is by no means triumphant. Apollo takes his place and gives justification for the matricide under three heads. It was the command of Zeus. Roman 2, Agamemnon was a great king. Roman 3, the real parent of a child is the father, the mother being only the nurse. To prove this last point, Apollo instances the president herself, Athena, born of no mother but from the head of Zeus. He ends by promising that Orestes, if acquitted, will be a firm and useful ally to Athens. The goddess now declares the pleading at an end, but before the vote is taken, she delivers a speech to the jury, proclaiming that she now and hereby founds the Areopagite court, which shall forever keep watch over the welfare of Athens by the repression of crime. The judges advance one by one and vote secretly, but before the votes are counted, Athena gives her ruling that if an equal number are cast on either side, Orestes shall be acquitted, for she gives her casting vote in his favor. The votes are counted and found equal, and the goddess proclaims that Orestes is free. Apollo departs, and Orestes breaks forth into thanksgiving and promises that Argus shall ever be the friend of Athens. He leaves Athena and her citizens confronted by the Furies, who raise cries of frantic indignation, turning their rage upon Athens and threatening to blight the soil, the flocks, and the people. Athena seeks to placate them by offering a habitation and worship in Attica. For a time they refuse to listen, but after their fourth song of vengeance they relent. Athena promises that they are to become kindly earth deities domiciled in Attica, blessing the increase of crops, of herds, and of the family. The citizens, with torches in their hands, form a procession led by Athena, and conduct the new divinities to their dwelling in a cave beneath the Acropolis. It remains to deal with the literary and religious aspects of the play. The poet sketches Orestes in but a rudimentary style. There is, indeed, hardly any character drawing in him. He is simply any brave, sensitive, religious man. The human interest is almost confined to the gods, without our forgetting that they are surrounded by human auditors. Athena and the Furies are made to live by a few noble sweeping strokes. Athena, the majestic presentment of Olympian wisdom and the visible head of her favored city, the Furies majestic in their rage, unanswerable in their claim that punishment of crime cannot be done away if the world is to endure. Apollo is a curious study, less sublime than we expected. His manner under cross-examination by the Furies is a little too human, indeed he loses his temper. The fact is that, though Aeschylus has no desire to treat Apollo irreverently, he is by no means concerned to depict a perfect being, and for two reasons. Firstly, he insists on reminding us that Apollo is but the minister of Zeus. It is Zeus only whom he is bent on exalting. Secondly, he knows well that his audience, as between the Furies and Apollo, have a strong bias in favor of the latter. The poet does acquit Orestes, but it is of the deepest importance in his eyes that we should not complacently regard the Furies as mere malicious fiends, rooted by a gloriously contemptuous Olympian. The Furies may be wrong, perhaps, but prima facie they have a terribly strong case. Therefore, in the scene of the pleadings, they at least hold their own. Apollo may be more right than they. He is emphatically not their superior. His personal fiat is not a spiritual sanction profounder than theirs. Neither party has got to the root of things. The Furies say, "This man shed the blood of a kinswoman, he must be forever damned." Apollo says, "He has not sinned, for Zeus bade him act thus." The acquittal of Orestes is not the solution of this disagreement, it is but the beginning. We can hardly understand the dispute as yet. We thus come to the religious aspect of the Eumenides. Aeschylus is of course too sincere to be satisfied, or to allow us to be satisfied, with the fact that Orestes actually escapes. His pursuers attack not the Argive prince only. Much of their language is an indictment of Apollo, and ultimately of Zeus. It is very well for Apollo to revile them as beasts detested by the gods, but the gods are themselves arraigned. The earth powers stand for the principle that sin, especially bloodshed, must be punished. This demand is recognized as just by Athena and is not repudiated by Apollo. Yet Zeus, the sovereign of all things, extends his hand over the man who has fallen under their sway by his act. How shall these claims be reconciled? The solution of Aeschylus is not unlike that which, it appears, he offered at the end of the Prometheus trilogy. We are to imagine that we witness the events of a time when Zeus himself has not attained to full stature. His face is set towards the perfection of righteousness, but development awaits even him. In the instance of Orestes, the jar between Furies and Apollo, or more ultimately between the earth powers and Zeus, shows that neither party is perfectly right. Nonetheless, it is essential that there should be but one master of the universe, and the Furies are compelled to submit. But Aeschylus does not lay down his pen at this point. Nothing does he avoid more carefully than an ending which might appear as desirable as obvious to a vulgar playwright, some showy tableau of groveling fiends and triumphant goddess. The Furies themselves look for nothing less than moral annihilation as the result of defeat. But something of which they have never dreamed, of which probably no Greek in the theater has dreamed, is in store for them, neither victory nor defeat, but recognition by the power to which they have been forced to bow, assimilation to that religion from which they have kept themselves so jealously sundered. They are still to be mighty powers of earth, yet their function is to be cursing no more, but blessing only. But is this a solution at all? Is it enough to hint at the thunderbolt, to offer a bribe of power and worship that the Furies may forget their rage against Attica? What is to become of their function as inflexible champions of righteousness, which has been the moral safeguard of men? This duty the goddesses leave as a legacy to the newly formed court of chosen Athenians. Muidatau, letter 1 F04 Nyalfro chi omicron u, Muidatau epsilon, delta epsilon sigma pi omicron tau omicron epsilon mu epsilon u omicron u, letter 1 F00. Sigma tau omicron letter 1 FD6. Sigma pi epsilon rho ode sigma tau epsilon lambda omicron epsilon sigma iota. Beta omicron epsilon epsilon omega. Sigma epsilon beta epsilon iota nu. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76. Mu letter 1 F74 tau, letter 1 F78. Delta epsilon iota nu letter 1 F78. Nu pi letter 1 FB6. Nu pi omicron lambda epsilon omega sigma, letter 1 F1 xi omega. Beta alpha lambda epsilon letter 1 FD6 nu. Loyalty and worship do I urge upon my citizens for a polity neither anarchic nor tyrannical. Fear must not be banished utterly from the state. These are the words of Athena. They are also the words of Aeschylus, a solemn warning to his fellow citizens. Finally, they are the words of the Furies themselves. The very phrases which they have used are here borrowed, and go far to explain why they consent to relinquish their prerogative. First, they have regarded the Areopagus with misgiving as a possibly hostile tribunal, then with hatred as an enemy. At the last, they look upon it with benevolence as their heir to those stern duties which must not be suffered, under whatever ruler of the world, to fall into oblivion. It is true at the same time that the poet wished, for reasons of contemporary politics, to impress upon his countrymen the sacredness of this ancient court, then threatened with curtailment of its powers and prestige at the hands of the popular party led by Pericles and Ephialtes, and the manner in which he weaves this consideration of temporal interests into the fabric of a vast religious poem is magnificently conceived. What in a smaller man would have been merely a vulgar dexterity is sanctified by religious genius. It is not the degradation of religion, but the apotheosis of politics. The close of the Eumenides is anything but an anticlimax. It is closely knit to the body of the whole trilogy, showing the manner in which the playwright supposes the necessary reconciliation between Zeus and the Furies to be made possible and acceptable. The King of Heaven is mystically identified now and forever with fate. The joyful procession of pi omicron mu pi omicron iota is the sign not only that the moral government of the world has been set at last upon a sure basis, but also that this government is already in operation and sanctifying human institutions. These 7 plays are all that survive complete of the 80 tragedies and satiric dramas written by Aeschylus. Our knowledge of the lost works rests upon some hundreds of fragments and scattered mention or comment in ancient writers. Most interesting and important are those plays which were associated with the extant dramas. These have been already discussed. Next in attractiveness is the Lycurgia, lambda epsilon kappa omicron epsilon rho gamma epsilon iota alpha, or trilogy of Lycurgus, to which the Bacchae of Euripides had close affinity in subject. Lycurgus was a king of the Edoni, a Thracian people, who opposed the religion of Dionysus when it entered his realm, and was punished with death. The first play, the Edoni, letter 1 F20 delta omega nu omicron iota, depicted the collision between Dionysus and his enemy. There was an interview in which Lycurgus taunted the god with his effeminate looks, and which apparently closed with the overthrow of his palace by the might of the god. The longest fragment gives an interesting account of the instruments of music used in the Bacchic orgies. The name of the second play is not certain. It was either Euripides, beta alpha sigma sigma alpha rho iota delta epsilon sigma, or Basari, beta alpha sigma sigma alpha rho alpha iota, the women of the fawn skin. Here the anger of Dionysus fell upon Orpheus the musician, who neglected the new deity and devoted himself to Apollo. He was torn to pieces by the Bacchantes, and the Muses gathered his remains, to which they gave sepulture in Lesbos. The youths, nu epsilon alpha nu iota sigma kappa omicron iota, formed the last piece of the trilogy. Practically nothing is known of it. It was the chorus which gave its name to the play in all three cases. The satiric drama was called Lycurgus. If we may judge from one of the three fragments, the tragic treatment of wine was transformed into a comic discussion of beer. Another celebrated trilogy had for its theme the tale of Troy. The Myrmidons, mu epsilon Romeo iota delta omicron nu epsilon sigma, named from the followers of Achilles who formed the chorus, dealt with the death of Patroclus. Achilles, withdrawn from battle because of his quarrel with Agamemnon, is adjured by the chorus to pity the defeat of the Greeks. He allows Patroclus, his friend, to go forth against the Trojans. After doing valiantly, Patroclus is slain by Hector. The news is brought by Antilochus to Achilles, who gives himself up to passionate lament. This play was a favorite of Aristophanes, who quotes from it repeatedly. In this drama occurred the celebrated simile of the eagle struck to death with an arrow winged by his own feathers, which was cited throughout antiquity and which Byron paraphrased in one of his most majestic passages. The story was apparently continued in the Nereids, nu eta rho eta iota delta epsilon sigma. Achilles determined to revenge Patroclus. The magic armor made for him by Hephaestus was brought by his mother Thetis, accompanied by her sisters, the sea nymphs, daughters of Nereus, who formed the chorus. The last play was the Phrygians, phi rho epsilon gamma epsilon sigma, or Ransom of Hector, letter 1F15 kappa tau omicron rho omicron sigma, lambda epsilon tau rho alpha, in which Priam prevailed upon Achilles to give up the corpse of Hector for burial. It appears likely that in the two preceding plays Aeschylus followed Homer somewhat closely. But in the Ransom he did not. Besides the detail to which Aristophanes makes allusion, that Achilles sat for a long time in complete silence, no doubt while the chorus and Priam offered piteous and lengthy appeals, there are differences of conception. In Homer, one of the most moving features of the story is that Priam goes to the Trojan camp practically alone. He is met by the god Hermes, who conducts him to the tent of Achilles. Then, solitary among his foes, he throws himself upon the mercy of his son's destroyer. No such effect was to be found in Aeschylus. The chorus of Phrygians accompanied their king, and we find in a fragment of Aristophanes a hint of much posturing and stage-managed supplication. The women of Aetna, alpha letter 1F30, tau nu alpha letter 1FD6 alpha iota, was produced in Sicily at the foundation of Hiero's new city. In the men of Eleusis, letter 1F10 lambda epsilon epsilon sigma iota nu iota, omicron iota, Aeschylus dealt with the earliest struggle of Athens, the war with Eleusis, his own birthplace. More ambitious in its topic was the Daughters of the Sun, letter 1F21 lambda iota alpha delta epsilon sigma, which dealt with the fall of Phaethon. Pretty fragment alludes to that bull of the sun, so brilliantly described by Mimnermus, in which the god travels back by night from west to east. It seems that the geographical enumerations prominent in the Prometheus trilogy were found here also, tinged less with grimness and more with romance. In the Thracian women, theta rho letter 1FC7 sigma sigma alpha iota, Aeschylus treated the same theme as Sophocles in the Ajax. It is significant that the death of the hero was announced by a messenger. Possibly, then, it was a desire for novelty which caused the younger playwright to diverge so strikingly from custom as to depict the actual suicide. The Kabiri, kappa alpha beta epsilon iota rho omicron iota, was the first tragedy to portray men intoxicated. In the Niobe, nu iota omicron beta eta, occurred splendid lines quoted with approbation by Plato. Close kin of heavenly powers, men near to Zeus, who upon Ida's peak beneath the sky their father's altar serve, their veins yet quickened with the blood of gods. The Philoctetes is the subject of an interesting essay by Dio Chrysostom. All the three great tragedians wrote plays of this name, and Dio offers a comparison. Naturally, but for us unfortunately, he assumes a knowledge of these works in his readers. Still, certain facts emerge about the Aeschylean work. Men of Lemnos, the island on which Philoctetes had been marooned, constituted the chorus. To them, the hero narrated the story of his desertion by the Greeks and his wretched life afterwards. Odysseus persuaded him to come and help the Greeks at Troy by a long recital of Hector's victory and false reports of the death of Agamemnon and Odysseus. Neither Neoptolemus nor Heracles, important characters in Sophocles, seems to have been introduced by Aeschylus. Dio comments on the style and characterization. The primitive grandeur of Aeschylus, he remarks, the austerity of his thought and diction, appear appropriate to the spirit of tragedy and to the manners of the heroic age. Odysseus is indeed clever and crafty, but far removed from present-day rascality. In fact, he seems absolutely patriarchal when compared with the modern school. That the play is named after one of the persons and not the chorus leads one to attribute it to a comparatively late period in the poet's life. Finally, the weighing of the souls, psi upsilon chi omicron sigma tau alpha sigma iota alpha, is remarkable for the scene in heaven, modeled upon a passage in the Iliad, where Zeus, with Thetis, mother of Achilles, on one hand, and Aeis, mother of Memnon, on the other, weighed in a balance the souls or lives of the two heroes about to engage in fight before Troy. In attempting a general appreciation of this poet, one should avoid making the error of judging him practically by the Agamemnon alone. Otherwise, we cannot hope to understand the feeling of 5th century Athens towards him. Most of his work has vanished, but the collection we possess seems fairly representative of his development. If we give weight to his comparatively inferior plays, we may understand the feeling of two such different men as Aristophanes and Euripides. Incredible as it may seem, by the end of that century Aeschylus was looked on as half obsolete. Euripides thought of him much as Mr. Bernard Shaw now thinks of Shakespeare. Aristophanes, lover of the old order as he was, seems to have felt for the man who wrote the Agamemnon a breezy half-patronizing affection. While putting him forward in the frogs to discomfit Euripides, he handles the older poet only less severely than he handles the younger. He and his contemporaries viewed Aeschylus as a whole, not fixing their eyes exclusively on his final trilogy. Let us consider him first as a purely literary artist, a master of language, leaving his strictly dramatic qualities on one side. We find that his 3 great notes are grandeur, simplicity, and picturesqueness. To describe the grandeur of Aeschylus is a hopeless task. Some notion of it may be drawn from the account of his individual works just given, but the only true method is of course direct study of his writings. The lyrics, from the Supplices to the Eumenides, touch the very height of solemn inspiration and moral dignity. As it has been often said, his only peers are the prophets of Israel. The non-lyrical portions of his work, stiff with gorgeous embroidery, are less like the conversations of men and women than the august communings of gods. That majestic poem which has for auditors the sun himself, the rivers, the mountains, and the sea, and for background the whole race of man, is not merely written about Prometheus. It might have been written by Prometheus. But such magnificence has its perils. The mere bombast for which Kyd and even Marlowe are celebrated, and which has given us such things as the golden sun salutes the morn, and, having gilt the ocean with his beams, gallops the zodiac in his glistering coach, was not unknown to Aeschylus, as his wayward supporter Aristophanes with much relish demonstrates. It seems that such extravagances, the beefy words, all frowns and crests, the frightful bogey language, occurred entirely in the lost plays. But in those which survive we have much bombast of phrase, if not of words. The thirsty dust, sister and neighbor of mud, Zeus, chairman of the immortals. Typhos, who belcheth from fire-reeking mouth black fume, the eddying sister of the flame. Drill these words through thine ears with the quiet pace of thy mind. Breathe upon him the gale of blood, and wither him with the reeking fire of thine entrails. Aeschylus, indeed, like all poets, understood the majesty of sounding words, apart from their meaning. As Milton gloried in the use of magnificent proper names, so does the Athenian delight in thunderous elaboration. Therefore, not possessing the chastity of Sophocles, he is occasionally barbarous and noisy. Aristophanes jests at his lyrics for their frequent exhibition of sound without sense. Oddly combined with this occasional savagery of phrase is the second quality of simplicity. Aeschylus, so far as we know, was the creator of tragic diction. However greatly his successors improved upon him in flexibility, grace, and subtlety, it was he who first worked the mine of spoken language, strove to purify the ore, and forge the metal into an instrument of terror and delight. But even the creator needed practice in its use. He has a giant's strength, and at times uses it like a giant, not like a gymnast. In his earlier work, he seems muscle-bound, clumsy in the use of his newfound powers. He wields the pen as one more familiar with the spear. The warrior of Marathon does fierce battle with particles and phrases. He strains ideas to his breast and wrestles with elusive perfection. We seem to hear his panting when at last he erects as trophy some noble speech or miraculous lyric. This stiffness of execution persists faintly even in the Oresteia. The earlier tragedies, both in the characters and in the language, are rough-hewn for all their glory. In the supplices, this stark simplicity is actually the chief note. Here, more than elsewhere, the poet has a strange way of writing Greek at times as if it were some other language. The opening words of the Egyptian herald, sigma omicron letter 1 Fe6, sigma theta, epsilon sigma omicron letter 1 Fe6, sigma theta, letter 1 F10, pi letter 1 F76, beta letter 1 FB6, rho iota nu letter 1 F45 pi omega sigma, pi omicron delta letter 1 FF6 nu, can only be described as barbaric mouthing. Throughout this play, the complete absence of lightness and speed, the crude beginnings of greatness, a certain bleak amplitude, are all typical of a new art form not yet completely evolved. The poet, himself the beginner of a new epic, fills us with an uncanny impression of persons standing on the threshold of history with little behind them but the deluge. In the Percy and the Septim, there is the same instinct for spaciousness, but the canvas shows more color and less of the bare sky, for we are now more conscious of background, the overthrow of Persia and the operations of human sin. The third characteristic, picturesqueness, is the most obvious of all. The few instances of bombastic diction noted above are but the necessary failures of a supreme craftsman. Homer does not stay to embroider his language with metaphor, which belongs to a more reflective age. Pindar's tropes are splendid and elaborate, a calculated jog to the attention. For Aeschylus, metaphor seems the natural speech, unmetaphorical language a subtlety, which requires practice. Danos in his perplexity ponders at the chessboard. When the assembly votes, heaven bristles with right hands. An anxious heart wears a black tunic. Heaven loads the scales to the detriment of Persia. The trumpet blazes. Misfortune wells forth. Amphiaraus reaps the deep furrow of his soul. The sea laughs in ripples without number. The snow descends with snowy wings. For an intrepid woman, hope treads not the halls of fear. Fate, the maker of swords, is sharpening her weapon. Anarchy in the state is the mixing of mud with water. The best example of all is the celebrated beacon speech in the Agamemnon. The flame is conceived as some mighty spirit. It vaults over the back of the sea with joy. It hands its message to the heights of Macestus. It leaps across the plain of Aesopus and urges on the watchmen. Its mighty beard of fire streams across the Saronic Gulf as it rushes along from peak to peak, until finally it swoops down upon the palace of the Atradi. Allied to this picturesqueness of phrase is a picturesqueness of characterization. Aeschylus loves to give life and color even to his subordinate persons. Attic literature is so frugal of ornament that the richness of this writer gains a double effect. The watchman of the Agamemnon has the effect of a 10 years peasant. Orestes' nurse in the Chophoro is a promise of the nurse of Juliet. The Egyptian herald conveys with amazing skill the harem atmosphere. One seems to see that he is a Negro. Hermes in the Prometheus is the father of all stage courtiers. Again, direct appeals to the eye were made by various quaint devices, the winged car of the ocean nymphs, their father's four-legged bird, and the tawny horsecock. Whatever it was, which so puzzled Dionysus. Such curiosities were meant merely as a feast for the idle gaze, at first, but the serious mind of the poet turned even these to deeper issues. The red carpets of the Agamemnon, and the king treading upon them in triumph, provided a handsome spectacle to the eye. But the mind at the same instant fell into grimmer bodements as the doomed man seemed to walk in blood. So, too, the word pictures which please the ear are raised by genius to an infinitely higher power, as in that same scene when Agamemnon complains of the waste of purple stuffs, and the queen seems but to say that there is dye enough left in the sea. There is a sea, and who shall drain it dry? The meaning of the words is as inexhaustible as the ocean they tell of, revealing abysses of hatred and love hellishly intertwined, courage to bear any strain, and her hereditary curse whose thirst for blood is never sated, a bottomless well of life. If we now consider Aeschylus on his purely dramatic side, as a builder of plays, we find again the three distinctive notes: grandeur, simplicity, and picturesqueness. The grandeur of his architecture is an authentic sign of his massive genius. It by no means depends on his selection of divine or terrific figures. The Percy and the Septim are witnesses. It is the outcome of his conception of life as the will of God impinging upon human character. Aeschylus knows nothing about puppets of fate. Around and above men is a divine government about which many things may be obscure, but of which we surely know that it is righteous and the guardian of righteousness. Man by sin enters into collision with the law. The drama of Aeschylus is his study of the will and moral consciousness of man in its efforts to understand, to justify to itself, and to obey that law. Supreme justice working itself out in terms of human will, such is his theme. Another source of grandeur lies in the perspectives which his works reveal. This, perhaps most evident in the Prometheus, runs through the other plays, and a technical result of this power is the skill with which the whole trilogies are wrought. To compose trilogies rather than simple tragedies shows, indeed, the instinct for perspective working at the very heart of his method. Again, if this instinct likens his work to painting, still more are we led by historical considerations to make a comparison with sculpture. It has been said that the earliest play is like one of those archaic statues which stand with limbs stiff and countenance smiling and stony. This brilliant simile is full of enlightenment. Just as those early Greek statues which seem to the casual observer merely distressing are to be contrasted, not with the achievement of Praxiteles, but with non-Hellenic art, the winged bulls of Assyria and the graven hummocks which present the kings of Egypt, whereupon we perceive the stirrings of life and beauty. So should the supplices, were it only in our power, be compared to the rigid declamations from which, to all seeming, tragedy was born. In the supplices, tragedy came alive like the marble Galatea. Daedalus was reputed to have made figures that walked and ran. It is no fable of Aeschylus, but the history of his art. Simplicity, the second note of Aeschylus, needs little demonstration after the detailed account of his plots. The four earlier works contain each the very minimum of action. The characterization is noble, but far from subtle. All the persons are simply drawn, deriving their effect from one informing concept and from the circumstances to which they react. Euripides in the Frogs fastens upon this, remarking, "You took over from Phrynichus an audience who were mere fools." A later generation demanded smartness and subtlety. Aeschylus was anything but artful, and so the same critic accuses him of obscurity in his prologues. The Orsteia exhibits a marked advance in construction. Leaving on one side the vexed question of the plot in the Agamemnon, we observe in the Choephoro what we may call intrigue. Orestes has a device for securing admission to the palace. The libations by which Clytemnestra intends to secure herself are turned into a weapon against her. The chorus intercept the nurse and alter her message so as to aid the conspiracy. This ingenuity is perhaps due to the influence of Sophocles. Thirdly, what may be termed picturesqueness in structure is a matter of vital import for Aeschylus. To write dramatically is to portray life by exhibiting persons, the vehicles of principles, in contact and collision. For an artist of the right bent, it is not difficult to select a scene of history or an imagined piece of contemporary life, which under manipulation and polishing will show the hues of drama. But the earliest of dramatists turns aside in the main from such topics. His favorite themes are the deepest issues, not of individual life, but the life of the race or the structure of the universe. What is the relation between justice and mercy? Why is the omnipotent omniscient? May a man of free will and noble instincts escape a hereditary curse sanctioned by heaven? Such musings demand surely a quiet, unhurried philosophically poem, not the decisive shock of drama. Aeschylus devoted himself, nevertheless, not to literature in the fashion of Wordsworth, but to tragedy. How was he to write a play about justice and mercy, to discuss a compromise between the rigidity of safe government and the flexibility of wise government? Justice and mercy are both essential to the moral universe, says the theologian, but they are incompatible. Friendship and strife are both essential to the physical universe, says Empedocles, but how can they be wedded? This impossibility is everywhere, and everywhere by miracle it is achieved. This union of opposites pervades the world, from the primitive protoplasm, which must be rigid to resist external shock but flexible to grow and reproduce itself, to the august constitution of the eternal kingdom in which righteousness and peace have kissed each other. Where, then, is the playwright to find foothold? His innumerable instances merge into one another. Aeschylus, with noble audacity, lifts us out of the current of time and imagines a special instance, an instance which presents the problem in dual form, for example the human tangle of the Atridian house and the superhuman conflict between Zeus and the powers of earth. It is assumed that there has been no earlier, less decisive jar. In the future, there will be no more. The great question is raised once for all in its completest, most difficult form. The gradual processes of time are abolished. Thus Atlas is punished by condemnation to the task of upholding heaven forever. How it was sustained before his offense is a question we must not raise. Hypermnestra is put on trial for disobeying her father that her husband may live. She is saved by Aphrodite, and the innumerable cases of conflicts of duty which have broken hearts in days past are summed up, rather than disregarded, by this ultimate example. In the Orsteia, a man is hunted well-nigh to death by fiends because he has obeyed the will of God. Why? It can only be said that until the judgment in the Eumenides all is nebulous, the world is being governed desperately as by some committee of public safety. Morals, justice, and equity are still upon the anvil. After this one case, no man will ever again be tortured like Orestes, nor indeed, we may conjecture, will the oracles of Zeus issue behests so merciless as that which he received. Finally, something should be said about Aeschylus' views on religion. Other subjects had an interest for him, geography, history, and politics, but his never-failing and profound interest in religion overshadows these. Not only was he interested in the local cults of Athens, as were his great successors, he is at home in the deepest regions of theology. Even more than this, he brings back strange messages from the eternal world. He seeks to purify the beliefs of his fellows by his deep sense of spiritual fact. He writes the chronicles of heaven and bears witness to the conquests of the Most High. Among Greek writers, he is the most religious, and, with Plato and Euripides, most alive to the importance of belief to the national health. He is not ashamed of the traditional gospel when he thinks it true. The act comes back upon him that did it, so runs the thrice-old saw. Still less is he ashamed to denounce false maxims. From of old hath this hoary tale been spread abroad among men, that when prosperity hath grown to its full stature it brings forth offspring and dies not childless. Yea, that from good hap a man's posterity shall reap unendingly a harvest of woe. But I stand apart from others, nor is my mind like theirs. This originality and sincere mood is shown everywhere. Already we have noted how earnestly just he is towards the claims of the Furies. The case was no foregone conclusion for him. To realize how terrible the quarrel was in his eyes, we have only to imagine our feelings had Apollo been defeated. And defeated he nearly is. The human judges vote equally. The poet's clear thinking and ethical soundness are shown in his treatment of the hereditary curse, or ate, letter 1F04 tauida. Some great sin brings this curse into being, and it oppresses the sinner's family with an abnormal tendency to further crime. But the descendants are not forced to sin. The action of the curse, according to Aeschylus, is upon their imagination. When some temptation to wrongdoing occurs to them, as to all men, they may suddenly remember the curse and exclaim in effect, "Why struggle against this temptation? Our house is ridden by an ate which drives us to sin." Thus they rush upon evil with a desperate gusto and abandon. So Aeschylus cries. Since he even thus strongly urges on th event, let Laius race, by Phoebus loathed, all before the wind sweep down the stream of hell. But the curse can be resisted. The house of Atreus fed its curse from generation to generation by criminal bloodshed. But Orestes shed blood only at the behest of heaven, and so combined necessary vengeance with innocence. Thus the curse was laid to rest. The revision to which he subjected the myths of popular religion is therefore characteristic. There were 4 leading phenomena which it was necessary somehow to coordinate if a consistent faith was to be possible. First, there was the Olympian hierarchy, the object of the state religion at Athens as elsewhere. Secondly, there was Chthonian religion or the worship of earth powers. Thirdly, there was the vague, less personal power called fate. And lastly, there was conscience, the feeling that sin polluted the soul, not merely the hands of the wrongdoer. None of these four conceptions was by itself adequate in the eyes of Aeschylus. The Olympians, though the rulers of men and on the whole their friends, were according to universal report stained with all the crimes of humanity. The earth deities ruled only by fear, they punished, but they did not inspire, nor was it clear that their power was not somehow subordinate to that of heaven. Fate was impersonal and had no moral aspect on which men could base their understanding of its law. The conception of personal righteousness had no visible basis in the scheme of things. There was no power outside man who guaranteed the authenticity of his thirst for holiness. When once Aeschylus set out on his self-appointed path, he brooked no obstacle. First, as to the Olympian gods, he explains away the difficulties. Most of them are frankly ignored, edifying accounts being substituted for them. Some few are accepted with a shrug. Zeus is no longer the head of a turbulent confederacy. He has become the father and lord of powers who obey him implicitly and derive their prerogatives from his will. The earth deities, as has been shown, surrender their moral functions and become mere spirits of fertility, localized, in the case of the Furies, upon Attic soil. Nothing, even in this writer, is more audacious than the monotheistic fervor, which transforms these terrific beings into a species of fairy. Fate, again, is mysteriously assimilated to Zeus. The unvarying laws of the universe are invested with a moral tendency and a personal will. And lastly, the conception of human holiness finds its sanction in that will. Zeus bids us be righteous, and our faith affirms that he will punish the guilty and reward the good. Chapter 4. The works of Sophocles. Of more than 100 plays written by Sophocles, only 7 survive entire. These shall now be discussed in what is probably the chronological order. The Ajax, alpha letter 1F34 alpha sigma, sometimes called alpha letter 1F34 alpha sigma mu alpha sigma tau o, a gamma omicron phi omicron rho omicron sigma, from his scourging of the cattle, cannot be dated. It is generally agreed that this work and the Antigone are the 2 earliest extant plays. Which of the 2 was produced first, it is difficult to say. Perhaps an important feature of technique settles this. Both tragedies need 3 actors, but the Ajax in this respect is more tentative than the Antigone. The scene is laid before the tent of Ajax on the plain of Troy. Enraged by the action of the Greeks in awarding to Odysseus instead of to himself the arms of the dead Achilles, Ajax sought to slay Agamemnon, Menelaus, and others in their sleep. The goddess Athena sent madness upon him so that he slaughtered cattle in their stead. Coming to himself, he realizes his shame, and eluding his friends, the chorus of Salaminian sailors and the Trojan captive, Tecmessa, who has borne him a son, he retires to a lonely spot by the sea and falls upon his sword. His brother Teucer returns too late to save him, but in time to confront and defy Agamemnon and Menelaus, who have decreed that Ajax' body shall be left unburied. At length, Agamemnon is induced by Odysseus to forego his purpose. No Greek play gains so much by rereading as the Ajax. The character of the hero steadily grows on us. It is not that we admire him more, but that we feel a deeper sympathy. As he gains in clearness, he lifts the other characters into the light. Ajax is a man dowered with nobility, sensitiveness, and self-reliance, but ruined by the excess of those qualities. His nobility has become ambition, his sensitiveness morbidity, his self-reliance pride. He offends heaven by his haughtiness, and is humbled. Then, rather than accept his lesson, he shuns disgrace by suicide. This resolution is strong enough to overbear the appeals of Tecmessa and the silent sway of his little son. He faces death calmly and even thoughtfully. Grouped round the central figure are first Tecmessa and Teucer, and on a lower plane Odysseus, Menelaus, Agamemnon, and the chorus. Athena stands apart. Tecmessa is one of the loveliest creations of Sophocles. There clings about her a silvery charm, which is strangely refreshing amid the turbid grandeur of the play. Tenderness, patience, courage, these are commonplace enough upon the stage. Yet Sophocles has made of them something frail but indestructible, and touched her with his own greatest charm, an unearthly eloquence of which we shall speak later. Letter 1F00 lambda lambda. Letter 1F34 sigma chi epsilon, kappa letter 1F00, mu omicron letter 1F E6, mu nu letter 1F C6, sigma tau iota nu. Letter 1F00 nu delta rho iota, tau omicron iota, chi rho epsilon letter 1 f7c, nu mu nu eta mu eta nu, pi rho omicron sigma epsilon letter 1 fd6, nu alpha iota. Tau epsilon rho pi nu letter 1 f78, nu epsilon letter 1 f34, tau iota, pi omicron upsilon, pi alpha theta omicron iota. When Ajax is dead, it is she, not Teucer, as Ajax had hoped, who finds the body, and this marvel of quiet tenderness gleams forth again. She hardly laments at all. The chorus who accompany her are more moved. So accustomed is she to sorrow and self-repression that grief is her natural element. She utters a few quiet words of noble pity, and when the sailors press forward to view the dead, she gently says, "You must not look on him," and covers the body with a robe. Her self-command is so absolute that it can bend. She will even say, "Alas, what shall I do?" when confronted with a mere perplexity about the removal of the corpse. Teucer is Ajax himself without the madness and the illumination. He stands in the same relation to his half-brother as Mark Antony in Shakespeare to Julius Caesar. He is an ideal presenter of Ajax, claims if they are to be presented at all to people like Menelaus and Agamemnon. Menelaus is more active in debate, more brilliantly vulgar, than his brother, who wisely takes his stand upon general principles and hardly mentions at all the decision not to bury Ajax. Agamemnon is conscious of his weak position. Finally, he succeeds in retiring without complete loss of dignity. Odysseus is apparently intended as the antithesis to Ajax, discreet, forgiving, and impressed by the power of heaven. Though but a sketch, he is a striking figure. After all the anguish and outcry, it is the normal man who emerges as the pivot of events and saves the situation. The Salaminian sailors offering no special features, there remains only Athena, who dominates the prologue. In contrast with the fully developed beings whom we have studied in the Orsteia, she is amazingly crude. The fact is that we ought not to consider her character at all. She is simply divine punishment roughly, but not casually, personified and given the name Athena. She gloats over the madman whom even the mortals standing beside her pities, and the only lesson she draws for him is that men must shun pride. It is natural, but useless, to call her a fiend. She serves merely as the visible and audible symbol that heaven punishes haughty independence of spirit. That instead of mere evolutions of puppets, we have a striking drama, is due simply to the fact that Sophocles is interested far more in Ajax than in the goddess. Two real or apparent defects must be noted. Firstly, we are shocked, or we should be shocked, by the actions, if not the character of Ajax, a point often disregarded, probably through an idea that his bloodshed was caused by madness. But the goddess, by so deluding him, turned his rage from man to beast. He makes a deliberate attempt to murder the Atridae in their sleep, together with an indefinitely large number of their followers, and this in the course of a campaign. It can hardly be doubted that the doom pronounced by the general, that such a man, to ignore his personality for the moment, shall not be buried, would have met with faint reprobation, either at the time supposed or among the contemporaries of the poet. Again, the indifference with which Ajax treats Tecmessa amounts to sheer brutality. Many readers have supposed that the prince cherishes affection for her, but conceals it under a show of roughness to avoid breaking down. This is a mere fancy. Nothing in Ajax's conduct, and practically nothing in his words, betrays any interest whatsoever in Tecmessa. The man is absorbed almost entirely by his sense of wounded dignity. He bids an affectionate farewell to his child. He speaks lovingly of his own parents and of Teucer, but nothing can prevent him from escaping disgrace by self-destruction. When about to fall upon his sword, he mingles with his farewells a fierce behest to the Furies to destroy the whole Greek host which has slighted him. So far as the first part of this tragedy is concerned, Ajax is a magnificent brute. He is better dead. The second difficulty is that Ajax dies at v. 865, but the play continues for 500 or 600 lines more. This great space is occupied by a long dispute about his burial, which modern readers find tedious. But the difficulty arises from a mischievous idea that the culmination of every tragedy is the hero's death. Often it is only a step towards the real crisis. In Ajax, the theme is not his death, but his rehabilitation. The disgrace, the suicide, the veto on his burial, Teucer's defiance, the persuasions of Odysseus are all absolutely necessary. The culminating point is the dispute about his burial, especially since Ajax was one of the Attic heroes, and the center of a hero's cult was his tomb. This explanation enables us to regard the whole play as an organic unity. It helps, moreover, to meet the first difficulty, the character of Ajax. It must be remembered that a man became a hero not necessarily through any nobility or holiness of his life. It was rather the fact that he had passed through strange, unnatural experiences, had even committed morbid crimes, so long as those offenses were purged by strange sufferings and death, violent, superhuman, or pitiable. Such was Oedipus, and such is Ajax. Greek feeling would have made a hero of Lear, of Hamlet, perhaps of Othello. Ajax is a man of essentially noble mold. This the speeches of Teucer express admirably, who sins deeply and suffers strangely. That he happens to evoke less admiration from us than the other tragic figures just mentioned matters little. Lack of tenderness towards women was the rule at Athens, and hatred of enemies, which Ajax carried to such insane length, was commoner still. But what of the lowered tone which marks the end of the tragedy? Teucer's speech on the warlike achievements of his brother is, indeed, beyond praise, but much of his other remarks, and of the language held by the Atridae, is mere brawling. But these quarrels bring into relief the proud nobility of the man who lies between the disputants, dead because he would not stay to rehabilitate himself by such bickering. The Antigone, letter 1F00 nu tau ode gamma omicron uida, was produced about 441 BC. The scene is laid before the palace at Thebes, on the morning after the repulse of the Argives who had come to restore Polynices. Creon, king of Thebes, publishes an edict that no one shall give burial to the corpse of Polynices on pain of death. Antigone, sister of the dead man, despite the advice of her sister Ismene, performs the rite and is haled before Creon. She insists that his edict cannot annul the unwritten primeval laws of heaven. The king, disregarding the admonitions of his son Haemon, betrothed to Antigone, sends her to the cave of death. The prophet Tyreges warns him that the gods are angered by the pollution which comes from the unburied corpse. Urged by the chorus, Creon relents and hastens first to bury Polynices, then to release Antigone, who has, however, already hanged herself. Haemon stabs himself by her body. On hearing of his death, his mother Eurydice, wife of Creon, commits suicide. The play ends with Creon's helpless grief. This play is perhaps the most admired of Sophocles' works, but the admiration often rests on a misunderstanding. It is customary to regard Antigone as a noble martyr and Creon as a stupidly cruel tyrant, because of an assumption that she must be what a similar figure would be, and often has been, in a modern play. Memories of Cordelia confronting Lear, of Dorothea in the Virgin Martyr of Massinger and Dekker, beguile us so that we read that character into the play. The principle upheld by Antigone and that upheld by Creon are prima facie of equal validity. The poet may, possibly, agree with Antigone rather than with the king, but the current belief, that the princess is splendidly right and her oppressor ignobly wrong, stultifies the play. It would become not tragedy but crude melodrama. In judging Attic literature, there is nothing which it is more vital to remember than the immense importance attached by Athenians to the state and its claims. We are alive to the sanctity of human life, but think far less of the sanctity of national life. An English reader, therefore, regards Creon with all the reprobation which his treatment of Antigone can possibly deserve. But whatever justification is inherent in the case, he almost ignores. The truth is that Creon commits a terrible act owing to a terrible provocation. His act is the insult to Polynices' body, which he maintains at the cost of Antigone's life. His justification is the fact that the dead man, though a Theban, was attacking Thebes and would have destroyed the state. Antigone stands for respect to private affection, Creon for respect to the community. It is impossible to say at the outset which is the more important, and the problem may well be insoluble. But it is precisely because of this that the Antigone is a tragedy. To accept the customary view, and yet insist that Sophocles is a great dramatist, is mere superstition. The work becomes the record of an insane murder. On a priori grounds, then, we may believe that Sophocles by no means condemns Creon offhand. It is not satisfactory to argue that Thebes should have been satisfied with the death of the invader. Since he was a Theban, his attack was looked on as the foulest treachery, which merited extreme penalty, both by way of revenge and as a warning to others. Just the same view is held by the authorities in the Ajax. The play presents a problem both for the king and for his kinswoman. I am right to punish this traitor's corpse. Am I justified in killing others who thwart the punishment? I am right to show love and pity for my dead brother. Am I justified in flouting the state? Antigone is only Creon over again with a different equipment of sympathies. That one loves his country with a cold concentration, which finds enemies and treachery everywhere, while the other passionately loves her dead brother, should not blind us to the truth that Antigone has all Creon's hardness and narrowness, and especially all his obstinacy. That tenderness and womanly affection which we attribute to the princess are amiable inventions of our own, except the love which she bears Polynus's. This love is not to be in any sense belittled, but it is simply an instinct, like that of Creon in matters of state, an instinct to which she will, like him, sacrifice all else. If Creon sacrifices Antigone for his ideal, she sacrifices Haemon for hers. He shows brutality to his son, she to her sister. That a compromise between the demands of the state and private conscience is, however unwelcome, necessary, never occurs to either party, and those who, like Haemon and Ismene, urge such a thought upon them are insulted. This blindness to the psychology of Antigone has led to actual meddling with Sophocles' text. In her last long speech occurs a celebrated difficulty, namely, her statement that if the dead man had been a child or husband of hers, she would not thus have given her life. But the case of Polynus's is different, since, her father and mother being dead, she can never have another brother. These lines are generally bracketed as spurious because unworthy of Antigone's character and inconsistent with the reason for her act which she has already given, namely, the unwritten and unshaken laws of heaven. Any idea that the passage was inserted in later times is rendered impossible by the fact that Aristotle quotes it about 340 BC. And the presumption is that the words are the poet's own. Indeed, the difficulty exists only in the minds of those who attribute inconsistency in a character to incompetence in the playwright. But while illogical people exist, it is hard to see why a dramatist should not depict them. Antigone's reason is stupid, no doubt, but what could be more dramatic? It is no novelty that a person capable of courageous action cannot argue well about it. There is a logic of the heart that has little to do with the logic of the brain. Antigone has no reasons, she has only an instinct. Here, and here only, Sophocles has pressed this point home, and the popular view has no resource but to reject the passage. Whom does Sophocles himself approve, the king or his opponent? Neither. Attention to the plot will make this clear. The peripeteia or recoil is the revelation that the gods are angered by the pollution arising from the body, and that owing to their anger grave peril threatens Creon's family. It is this news which causes his change of purpose. Polynus's is therefore buried by the king himself despite his edict. These facts show that ultimately both Antigone and Creon are wrong. Heaven is against Creon, as he is forced at last to see. Antigone's appeal to the everlasting unwritten laws is in this sense justified. But Antigone is wrong also. She should have left the gods to vindicate their own law. Such a statement may seem ignobly oblivious of religion, human nature, and the courage which she shows. But it is not denied that Antigone is noble and valiant. She may be both, yet mistaken and wrong-headed. One is bound to consider the facts of the plot. Why is she at first undetected yet compelled by circumstances to perform the burial rites twice? Simply to remind us that, if Creon is resolved, she cannot bury Polynus's. The king has posted guards who remove the pious dust which she has scattered, and this gruesome contest could continue indefinitely. She throws away her life, and with no possible confidence that her brother will in the end be buried. It is precisely this blindness of hers which makes the tragedy, her union of noble courage and unswerving affection with inability to see the crude facts of a hateful situation. Her obstinacy brings about the punishment of Creon's obstinacy, for Eurydice's death is caused by Haemon S and Haemon S by Antigone's. Had she not intervened, all these lives would have been saved. The whole action might have dwindled to a mere revolting incident, the king's barbarity, the anger of the gods, and the king's submission. The tragedy would have disappeared. It is Antigone's splendid though perverse valor which creates the drama. A difficulty of structure has been found in the fact that Creon, despite his haste to free Antigone, tarries for the obsequies of Polynus's. Why does he not save the living first? This problem arises merely from our insistence on the overwhelming importance of Antigone and our disregard of the real perspective. The explanation is simply that Creon has just been warned of the grave danger to the whole state and his family from the anger with which the gods view his treatment of Polynices, an offense which Tiresias emphasizes far more than that against Antigone. And the community, nay, even the several persons of Creon's family, are more important than one woman. The lyrics of this play are among the finest in existence. The first ode expressing the relief of Thebes at the destruction of the ravening monster of war, the third which describes the persistence of sorrow from generation to generation of the Theban princes, the brief song which celebrates the all-compelling influence of love, with its exquisite reminiscence of Phrynichus, the last lyric, a graceful invocation to the god Dionysus, and above all, the famous ode upon man and his quenchless enterprise, all these are truly Attic in their serene, somewhat frigid loveliness. The Electra, letter 1F20 lambda epsilon kappa tau rho alpha, has by most critics been regarded as next in time to the Antigone. The scene shows the palace of Agamemnon now inhabited by his murderers, Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus. Orestes, son of Agamemnon, returns to avenge him by slaying his own mother Clytemnestra. He is accompanied by Pylades, his friend, and by an old slave. Chrysothemis, daughter of Agamemnon and sister of Electra, is sent by Clytemnestra to appease the ghost of Agamemnon, but is persuaded by Electra to pray his help for Orestes. The slave of Orestes brings false news to the palace that Orestes has been killed in a chariot at Delphi, so that the queen is relieved from fear of vengeance. Chrysothemis returns, joyfully announcing Orestes' arrival. She has seen a lock of his hair on the tomb, but her sister replies that he is dead. While Electra mourns for her brother, he himself brings in an urn, pretending to be a messenger who has conveyed home the ashes of Orestes. Electra's lamentation over it reveals who she is, and Orestes makes himself known. Then the men go inside to slay Clytemnestra, while Electra remains watching for Aegisthus. After the slaughter, he arrives and triumphantly orders the body to be carried forth, but when he uncovers it, he finds the corpse of Clytemnestra. He is then driven within to death. The Chophoro, the Electra of Sophocles, and the Electra of Euripides supply the only surviving instance in which the three tragedians handled the same story. At present, it is enough to note the differences between the method of Sophocles and that of the Chophoro. For Aeschylus, the slaying of Clytemnestra is a question of religion and ethics. For Sophocles, it is a matter of psychology, the emotional history of Electra. He is content to take the religious facts for granted, and then to proceed with no misgivings to a purely human drama. The play begins amid the bright, cheerful surroundings of dawn and ends with happiness. When Orestes comes forth, his sword wet with his mother's blood, he is entirely satisfied and untouched by any misgivings, simply because the question of matricide has been settled for him by heaven. He is a personified theory of Olympian religion. His words to Electra after the queen is dead, "In the house all is well, if Apollo's oracle spoke well," are the summary of Sophocles' religious point of view, carefully and confidently referring the question of this matricide to a higher judge than man. He proceeds to his actual business. Equally marked is the difference between the closing sentence of the Chophoro, where then will end the fatal fury, when pass into closing calm, and that of the later work, "O house of Atreus, through how many sufferings hast thou come forth at last in freedom, crowned with good by this day's enterprise?" For Sophocles the deed is done and behind us. For Aeschylus it lives to beget new sorrows. Electra dominates the action, scarcely leaving the scene after her first entry. Though not a great character study, she impresses us by the pathos of her situation and by the splendid expression of her emotions. Her lament over the funeral urn is perfect in the rhetoric of sorrow. Almost motionless throughout the long and varied action, the mark for successive onslaughts of insult, misery, surprise, grief, hatred, and joy, she is thrown into relief by all who approach her, especially Chrysothemis, whose princely robes add emphasis to the heroic meaning of the sordid dress worn by her royal sister. She is a simple character and needs little ornament. Her devotion, patience, and courage are plain to behold. But we should note the masterly yet unobtrusive way in which her feelings towards Clytemnestra are portrayed. Hating her steadily as the slayer of Agamemnon, she cannot quite forget, as does Euripides' heroine, that Clytemnestra is her mother. After her outburst of reproach against the queen, she has enough flexibility of mind to own that she is in a way ashamed of it, a simple touch which shows Sophocles a master, not a slave, of his own conceptions. A more subtle indication of her spirit is shown in Electra's speech to Chrysothemis urging her to aid in the deed of vengeance. All she proposes is that they should slay Aegisthus. But there is an undercurrent of emphasis which shows that she intends the death of Clytemnestra also. The other personages are mostly well drawn. Orestes is commonplace, but the other four are distinctly imagined. The tiny part of Aegisthus admirably reveals the malicious upstart. Chrysothemis is another Ismene with more energy and lightness. The pedagogus reminds one of the guard in the Antigone by his quaint witticisms. If I had not been watching at the door from the first, your plans would have entered the house before your bodies. Clytemnestra, too, is admirable. More closely akin to an Euripidean than to an Aeschylean character, she defends herself elaborately and gives way to fits of ill temper and petty rancor. But she has some maternal feeling left. Witness the confusion of emotions with which she greets the news of Orestes' death. The sorrows and character of Electra form one of the two great features of this tragedy. The other is the stagecraft. First, there is a distinct element of intrigue, that is, of plot as contrived not by the poet but by the characters. Not only do the Avengers gain access to the house by a false story, this much is to be found already in the Choephoro. There are two distinct visitors to the house, the pedagogus with his tale of the fatal race and Orestes bringing the funeral urn. It is to this duplication, for otherwise Clytemnestra would have been present when the urn was brought, that we owe the splendid scene of the recognition, with its introductory lament by Electra. Again, as in Aeschylus, the nurse sent by Clytemnestra is induced to change her message to Aegisthus in a way vital to the conspirators, so here Chrysothemis is caused by her sister to invoke the aid of Agamemnon against the queen instead of seeking to assuage his wrath. Further, whereas Aegisthus might have entered the house and been slain without more ado, Electra, by telling him that the messengers have brought the very body of Orestes home, induces the king to summon them forth with the corpse. Thus the end of the play is rendered vigorous, indeed melodramatic, by his triumphant unveiling of the body, which proves to be that of the queen. Besides these admirable strokes of a rather sophisticated sense of the theater, there are powerful effects which arise naturally from the circumstances. Clytemnestra offers a prayer to the very god who has sent the avenger. Electra's wonderful address to the ashes of her brother gains greatly by the fact that he stands living beside her. A splendidly dramatic effect is obtained by the return of Chrysothemis, the most modern point of the whole work. She has been sent away for a certain purpose, but in the stress of later happenings we forget her. Suddenly she reappears with news, the result of her mission, news startling in itself, but 10 times more so because of the events which, without her knowledge, have just occurred. Again, it is quite natural that Electra should come forth while Clytemnestra is being slain, since someone must be on the alert for Aegisthus. This gives opportunity for the terrible little passage, where the queen's agonized appeals inside the house are answered by the tense answers or comments of this tragic figure, rigid before the gate. The Oedipus tyrannus, Omicron letter 1F30, delta iota pi Omicron, upsilon sigma, tau upsilon rho alpha nu Omicron sigma. Often called Oedipus Rex or Oedipus the King, is a play of uncertain date, but it seems later than Electra and earlier than Philoctetes. The plot is rather intricate and must be given at greater length. The scene shows the palace of Oedipus at Thebes. The people are smitten by a pestilence, and all look to the king, who has already sent his wife's brother, Creon, to ask advice from the Delphic oracle. Creon enters, bringing tidings that Thebes will be freed if the city is purged of those who killed Laius, the former king. Oedipus asks for particulars and learns that Laius was killed by some robbers. Only one man escaped. The king calls upon the slayer to declare himself, promising no worse treatment than exile. He asks also any man who knows the guilty one to speak. If no one confesses, he denounces civil and religious excommunication against the unknown. The chorus leader suggests that the prophet Tiresias should be consulted. Oedipus replies that he has been already summoned. The Coryphaeus remarks casually that some say Laius was slain by certain wayfarers. Tiresias enters, but shows a repugnance even to discuss the problem, till Oedipus in a rage accuses Tiresias of complicity in the murder. An altercation follows in which the prophet accuses Oedipus of having killed Laius. The other, filled with wrath, proclaims that Tiresias and Creon are plotting to make Creon king in his stead. Tiresias threatens the king with mysterious horrors and downfall. Oedipus bids him begone and rates him for a fool. "Foolish, perhaps, in your eyes," says the old man, "but thought wise by the parents that begat thee." Oedipus is startled. "Parents, stay, what man begat me?" The answer is, "This day shall show thy birth and thy destruction." The king again bids him go. As he turns away, Tiresias utters his farewell speech. "The murder of Laius is here, supposed an alien, but in reality Theban-born. Bereft of his sight and his riches, he shall go forth into a strange land, and shall be found brother and father of his children, son and husband of his wife, murderer and supplanter of his father." Creon enters, dismayed by the charges of Oedipus. When the king appears, heaps reproaches upon the supposed traitor, and insists that Creon shall die. The noise of their dispute brings from the palace Jocasta, sister of Creon and wife of Oedipus. She brings about a half-reconciliation between the two princes and asks the cause of the quarrel. Oedipus tells of the accusation pointed at himself by Tiresias. Jocasta seeks to console him by a proof that soothsaying is not trustworthy. An oracle once came to Laius that he should be slain by a son of his and mine. Nonetheless, he was slain by foreign robbers at a place where 3 roads meet, and the child, not 3 days old, was cast out upon a mountain, his ankles yoked together. This speech, so far from comforting the king, fills him with alarm. The phrase, "a place where 3 roads meet," has struck him. He anxiously asks for a description of Laius and the number of his followers. The replies disturb him still more, and he asks that the single survivor, now a herdsman far from the city, should be sent for. Jocasta asks the reason. He tells the story of his early manhood. He is the son of Polybus, king of Corinth, but one day a man insulted him by saying he was no son of Polybus. The youth asked the Delphic oracle of his birth, but the god, instead of answering directly, announced that he was fated to marry his mother and kill his father. Oedipus cheated the oracle by never seeing his parents again. On his way from Delphi, he met a body of men such as Jocasta has described, and after a quarrel slew them all. It seems that he is himself the slayer of Laius and is subject to the curses which he has himself uttered. His only hope lies in the survivor who, it is understood, always spoke of robbers, not of a single assailant. If this is accurate, Oedipus is not meant by the recent oracle. A messenger from Corinth enters, bringing news that the people of that city intend to make Oedipus their king. Polybus is dead. Jocasta exclaims that Polybus was the man whom Oedipus feared he must slay. She mocks at the oracle and summons Oedipus, who shares her relief, but reminds her that his mother still lives. The messenger asks what woman they are discussing. "I can free you from that fear," he exclaims. "Oedipus is not the son of Polybus and Merope." Further questioning from Oedipus brings forth the explanation. The present messenger gave Oedipus, when a babe, to Polybus. He was found in the glens of Cithaeron, where the man was tending flocks, his ankles fastened by an iron thrust through them. Who did this the Corinthian cannot say, but the man who gave him to the Corinthian should know. Another herdsman brought him, one of the household of Laius. Oedipus asks if this man can be found. The chorus answer that probably he is the person already summoned, and that perhaps the queen can tell. Oedipus turns to Jocasta, who flings him a few words of agony and sorrow, and rushes into the house. Oedipus turns away in contempt, for he believes that Jocasta's distress springs from a fear that he will be found of ignoble birth. The aged servant of Laius now approaches, and is recognized by the Corinthian as the man who gave him the child. A conversation of intensest thrill follows between the two herdsmen, in which the Corinthian is eager, while the Theban is utterly reluctant, only answering under the direst threats from the king. At length it becomes plain that the babe Oedipus is the son of Laius and Jocasta. The king, with a cry of horror, rushes into the palace. A slave enters and tells how Jocasta has hanged herself and how Oedipus has destroyed his own sight. After an interval, Oedipus staggers forth, a sight of ghastliness and woe. Creon now appears as ruler of the city and bids Oedipus be hidden in the house. The wretched man asks that he be cast forth to dwell upon Cithaeron. Creon replies that the oracle must first be consulted. Oedipus bids a heartbroken farewell to his little daughters, and Creon takes them all into the palace. The Oedipus Tyrannus has been universally admired as a masterpiece ever since the time of Aristotle, who in his Poetic takes this play as a model of tragedy. The lyrics are simple, beautiful, and even passionately vigorous. The dialogue in language and rhythm is beyond praise. and the tragic irony, for which this poet is famous, is here at its height. But the chief splendor of the work is its construction, its strictly dramatic strength and sincerity. The events grow out of one another with the ease of actual life, yet with the accuracy and the power of art. We should note the two great stages. First, the king fears that he has slain Laius. Second, that he has slain his father Laius. This distinction, so vital to the growing horror, is kept admirably clear and is especially pointed by the part of the aged Theban. When he is summoned, it is to settle whether Laius was slain by one man or by a company. By the time he arrives, this is forgotten, and all wait to know from whom he received the outcast infant. Equally wonderful is the skill with which almost every stage in the discovery is made to rise from the temperament of Oedipus. He is the best drawn character in Sophocles. Not specially virtuous, not specially wise, though full of love and pity for his people and vigorous in his measures for their safety, he is too imperious, suspicious, and choleric. His exaggerated self-confidence, dangerous in a citizen, is almost a crime in a prince. The only notable virtue in his character is the splendid moral courage with which he faces facts, nay, more, with which he insists on unearthing facts which he might have left untouched. And the core of the tragedy is that this virtue of Oedipus, his insistence on knowing the truth, is the source of his downfall. Had he not sent for Tiresias, Tiresias would not have come forward. Had he not urged the prophet to reply, Tiresias would not have uttered his accusations. By these apparently mad charges, Oedipus is stung into accusing Tiresias of plotting with Creon. This in turn brings Creon to the palace. The anger with which he reviles Creon causes a dispute which draws Jocasta from the house. Then, to calm Oedipus, she gives him the dreadful consolation that oracles have no weight, which first makes the king fear he may have done the deed which is plaguing Thebes, and so to the end. One exception to this sequence should be noticed. The arrival of the Corinthian messenger at this moment is purely accidental. Without it, the witness of the old retainer would have fastened upon Oedipus the slaying of Laius, not known to be the king's father, and he would have gone forth from the city, but not as a parricide. Moreover, the relation between him and the queen would have remained unknown. Judged by the standard of the whole play, this fact constitutes a flaw in construction. Why did not the poet contrive that the news of Polybus, death, should arrive, and arrive now, as the direct result of something said or done by Oedipus, just as the arrival of the old Theban, with his crushing testimony, is due to the king's own summons? No doubt this occurrence is meant to mirror the facts of life, which include accidents as well as events plainly traceable to character. At this point should be mentioned other possible faults, whether inherent in the drama or antecedent to it. Some of the preliminary facts are to a high degree unlikely. These points are three. First, Oedipus and Jocasta, though each separately has received oracular warning about a marriage, make no kind of inquiry at the time of their own wedding. Secondly, Oedipus all these years has never heard or inquired into the circumstances in which Laius was killed. Third, Jocasta has never yet been told of the incident at Corinth, which sent Oedipus to Delphi. Indeed, she has apparently not even heard that he is the son of the king and queen of Corinth. Within the play itself is the strange feature that when Tiresias accuses Oedipus of slaying Laius and hints darkly at greater horrors, hints which in spite of their obscurity might surely, one would think, have united themselves in the mind of Oedipus with the oracle of long ago, Oedipus is merely moved to fury, not to misgiving. Now of the first three difficulties it must be owned that despite the palliatives suggested, they are irritating. These things are impossible, or, if not, they are oddly irrational, which is the same thing so far as the enjoyment of dramatic art is concerned. They are, however, to be explained thus. The unquestioning marriage of Oedipus and Jocasta is a datum of the legend with which the poet could not tamper. All that the dramatist could do he did. He placed the unlikely fact outside the plot and dwelt on it as little as possible. Indeed, he hints at some sort of excuse, the confusion in Thebes owing to the oppression of the Sphinx. Next, the postponement of explanations about the death of Laius and the exile of Oedipus from Corinth is a direct result of dramatic treatment. Just as Aeschylus, in order to handle dramatically a religious question, the bearings of which fill the whole of time, insists on contracting the issue to a single great instance, so Sophocles forces into the compass of one day's happenings the life of years. In actuality, this tragedy would have been spread over a great lapse of time. The climax and the horror would have been much the same essentially, but the poet presents the whole in a closely knit nexus of occurrence, so as to make the spectator feel the full impact undissipated by graduations. The difficulty concerning Tiresias is of another sort. Oedipus, apparent madness, is not so great as it seems. Not only is he by his rank and superb self-confidence shielded from misgivings, not only is he already suspicious that the murderer must be some treacherous Theban, but he has now lost his temper and has just been furious enough to accuse Tiresias himself of complicity in the deed. It is therefore easy for him to assume that the prophet in his turn is only uttering his accusations as a wild insult. It might also be asked, why is not the scene with Jocasta, in which she fortifies the king against soothsayers and oracles, not placed at the end of the Tiresias episode? This question leads one to suppose that there is great importance in the quarrel with Creon, which intervenes between the departure of Tiresias and the queen's appearance. Its importance clearly is, partly to depict Oedipus more plainly, by contrast with his equable kinsman, but most of all to give force and impressiveness to the end of the play, in which Creon appears as king. After the appalling climax of the play and the frightful return of the blind Oedipus, there is danger that Creon's entry will fall flat. But with faultless skill, Sophocles has prepared the ground so well that when the agony is at its worst, our interest is not indeed increased, but refreshed and relieved by the appearance of this man whom we have forgotten, but whom we recognize in a flash as being now the pivot of events. This admirable stroke reminds one of the return of Chrysothemis in the Electra, but it is far more powerful. Another feat of dramatic power must be noted, marvelous even where all is masterly, the reappearance of Oedipus after the climax. Nothing in Greek tragedy is more common than for a person, after learning frightful news, to rush within the doors in despair. But he does not return. A messenger tells the news of his fate. In this play, news is indeed brought of the bloody deeds that have befallen. Then comes a sight almost too appalling for art. The doors open, and the man of doom staggers into the light of day once more. Spiritually, he is dead, but he may not destroy himself, since he cannot go down to Hades where his father and mother dwell. He must live, surviving himself, as it were a corpse walking the upper earth. The waters of doom have closed over his head, but he reappears. Jocasta is more slightly drawn than Oedipus, yet what we have suffices. Two features are stressed by the poet: her tenderness for Oedipus and her flippant contempt in regard to the oracles. This last is clearly a dramatic lever of great power. Through it, the king is first brought to suspect that he is the guilty man. It has a strong and pathetic excuse. Because of the oracle, she was robbed of her child, and yet all in vain. The infant not yet 3 days old was cast away, but none the less Laius was killed. It is precisely her rage against the oracle for cheating her which brings to Oedipus the knowledge that it has been fulfilled. Further than this, Sophocles has not characterized the queen. He places an ordinary woman in a situation of extraordinary horror and pathos, leaving us to feel her emotions without any elaboration of his own. To read the conversation between Oedipus and the Corinthian, with the short colloquy of Oedipus and Jocasta which follows, is to experience, as perhaps nowhere else can be experienced, that purgation of pity and terror, which is the function of tragedy. It all centers for the moment in Jocasta, yet she says very little. We are required to imagine it for ourselves. The intertwined amazement, joy, loathing, despair, which fill the woman's heart during the few minutes for which she listens in silence to the king and the messenger. To have lost her child at birth, then after mourning his death for many years at length to find that he lives, that he stands before her, mature, strong, and kingly, but her own husband. Then to realize that not now but long ago did she recover him, yet did not know him but loved him otherwise. This even Sophocles has not put into speech. Only one hint of it comes to us in the queen's last words. Letter 1F30 Omicron letter 1F7a. Letter 1F30 Omicron upsilon. Delta upsilon sigma tau eden u epsilon, tau, Omicron letter 1F6, tau Omicron gamma alpha rho, sigma, letter 1F14 chi omega, mu Omicron u, pi rho Omicron sigma epsilon iota pi epsilon letter 1F d6 nu. Letter 1F04 lambda Omicron delta, Omicron letter 1F54, pi Omicron theta, letter 1F55 sigma tau epsilon rho Omicron u. First, she screams at his ignorance and would tell all in one word, son. But she cannot say it, nor dare she use again the name, husband. All dear titles have been forfeited by being all merited together, and with the cry, unhappy one, she goes to death. The two herdsmen are perfect in their degree. Instead of mere machines for giving evidence, we have a pair of real men, subtly differentiated and delightful. The Corinthian, as befits a man coming from a great center of civilization to the quieter town of dull Boeotians, is polite, rhetorical, ready of tongue, and conscious of his address. Eager and inquisitive, he increases his importance by telling the tale piecemeal, and will even tell it wrongly for that purpose. The Theban herdsman is an excellent foil to his brisk acquaintance. Quiet and slow, with the breeding and dignity often found in the lowly members of a backward community, he does his best to recall the memories on which a king and a nation are hanging in suspense, until he begins to see whither the questions tend. Then, only the fiercest threats can drag the truth from his stubborn loyalty. Sophocles loved this character. Long before he appears, we have a charming little description of him from hints of Jocasta and the chorus. The poet has even given him one of those magical lines to which we shall come again later. Lambda epsilon gam epsilon iota sigma, letter 1F00, lambda eta theta letter 1F6. Kappa alpha iota pi epsilon rho, letter 1F10 kappa, mu alpha kappa rho omicron letter 1Fe6, chi rho omicron nu omicron upsilon. The women of Trachis, Trachiniae, tau rho alpha chi iota nu iota alpha iota, is perhaps the next play in chronological order. The scene is before a house in the state of Trachis not far from Euboea. Deianira, the wife of Heracles, is troubled by his absence because of an oracle which says that in this last enterprise he shall either die or win untroubled happiness. Hyllus, her son, goes off to help him in his attack on the city of Eurytus in Euboea. The messenger Liches brings news of Heracles' triumph. With him are certain captive girls, one of whom, Iole, daughter of Eurytus, is beloved by Heracles. Deianira learns this fact after a pathetic appeal to Liches. Then she sends him back with a gift to Heracles, a robe which she has anointed with the blood of the centaur Nessus as a charm to win back her husband's love. After Liches has gone, she finds by an accident that the robe is poisoned. Then Hyllus returns with news that his father is dying in torments and reproaches his mother. She goes into the house and stabs herself. Hyllus learns the truth, and when the dying hero is carried in, cursing his false wife, he explains her error. Heracles gives orders that his body is to be burnt on Mount Oda and that Hyllus must marry Iole. It is customary to regard the Trachiniae as the weakest extant play of Sophocles. The picture of Heracles' physical agony near the close seems wearisomely elaborate, and in the second place we are utterly dissatisfied with him. He does not seem worthy of the trepidation, awe, and grief which he has excited throughout the play. All that follows the suicide of Deianira appears empty or offensive. This objection may be put thus, that there are two tragedies, that of Deianira and that of the hero. Now, though it is quite true that one can point to a thought which unifies the play, the passion of Heracles for Iole, or more fundamentally, the destructive power of love, this does not meet the difficulty, which will then simply be restated thus, that the poet has not maintained a due perspective. The story of Deianira's emotions and of her plan bulks too largely and impedes what should have been the climax. But it is a fundamental law in the criticism of Greek tragedy, and especially in the study of Sophocles, that we must ponder it until we find some central thought which accounts for the whole action and for the perspective in which the details are placed. Such a central thought is, after all, not lacking in the Trachiniae. It is the character of Deianira, her instincts, and her actions. This play is in structure very similar to the Ajax. In the earlier work Ajax, death occurs far from the end, but the latter portion is no anticlimax. So here, the topic is not especially the death of Deianira or the end of Heracles. It is the heroine's love for her husband and the attempt she makes to win him back. The poet's interest in her does not vanish at the moment of her silent withdrawal. Her act, her love, survive her. What is the result of her pathetic secret wooing of Heracles? She has longed for two things, his return and a renewal of his affection. To both these purposes is granted a dim, painful phantom of success. Instead of tarrying in Euboea, Heracles hastens home, though every movement of his litter is torment. Deianira's passion has brought him back, though not as she meant. As for her plan to regain his love, It is true that when he learns her innocence, not a word of pity or affection falls from him. He never mentions her again. It may be that he is merely stupid and callous. It may be that he is ashamed to recant his bitter words. It may be that he is at once engrossed in the sudden light which is thrown upon his own fortunes. However this may be, the promise of Nessus on which she relied is fulfilled. This shall be to thee a charm for the soul of Heracles, so that he shall never look upon any woman to love her more than thee. The hero's passion for Iole is quenched. This conception gives a wonderful beauty to what is otherwise a mere brutality of the dying man. In forcing his son to marry Iole, he outrages our feelings as well as the heart of Hylas, unless we have understood. But this is his reparation to Deianira. The charm of Nessus has been potent indeed. The maiden is nothing to him. He loves no woman more than Deianira. But this act is more than cold reparation. It is a beautiful stroke of silent eloquence. Heracles not only relinquishes Iole, he gives her to his son, to one many years his junior. This is an unconscious reply to the touching complaint made by the wronged wife. The flower of her age is in its spring, but mine in autumn. And the eyes of men still pluck the blossom, shunning withered charms. For him his wife was the true mate. Let Iole wed a man of her own years. Thus the hope of Deianira is in a terrible way half fulfilled. Just as Heracles was mistaken in his reading of the oracle which promised him rest at the end of his toils, so was she mistaken in the meaning she put upon the centaur's promise. The oracles of heaven, by their own power and still more by the terrible misinterpretation of man, help to mold the play, as they mold the Oedipus Tyrannus. Thus the Trachiniae becomes a real unity. Deianira's fate is now no overdeveloped episode, for in a spiritual sense it fills the tragedy. The doom of Heracles is no anticlimax or tedious addendum, it is the exposition before our eye of the havoc which can be wrought by sincere love misled. A great structural danger lies herein, that the picture of Heracles' torment may eclipse the tragedy of his wife. But the poet has surmounted this by making the agony scene not too long, and above all by reminding us of Deianira through the repeated allusion to her made by Heracles and through the explanation of Hylas. Certain peculiarities of detail in the plot strongly support the view that Deianira is the subject of the whole drama. First is the conduct of liches. This part is carefully constructed so as to lead up to the great appeal in which the heroine describes the might of love. If Liches had really kept his secret instead of tattling to the townsfolk, Deianira would not have known it and so appealed to Liches. If, on the other hand, Liches had not tried to deceive his mistress, she would not have needed to offer any appeal. His conduct has been devised solely to portray her character by means of this marvelous speech. A second point is the way in which Hylas learns his mother's innocence. After his speech of denunciation, she goes without a word into the house. The Trachinian maidens know the truth and have heard from Deianira herself that she will not survive her husband, but they say nothing to Hylas. Yet the playwright who is here so strangely reticent allows the prince to learn the facts in a few minutes, from the people in the house, as he casually phrases it. The reason is that if Hylas were informed at once, he would prevent his mother's suicide. This would have destroyed the dramatic treatment without altering events. For Deianira is not concerned in being proved innocent. She wishes to die now that Heracles is destroyed. Hylas, intervention would only mean procrastination of death. In the interests of drama, it must happen now. Further, he must learn the truth as soon as she is dead, for someone must confront Heracles with a defense of the dead woman if her fate and her love are, as we said, dominant throughout the play. Here, too, there is a resemblance between the Trachiniae and the Ajax. Hylas, in this last scene, resembles Teucer championing the fame of Ajax. The character drawing is here as admirable as elsewhere. Liches, well-meaning but foolish and shifty, is contrasted with the messenger who is perfectly honest though spiteful. Hylas is a character of a type which we have often discussed already. He has no personality, and we are interested in him not because of what he is, but because of what happens to him. The women of the chorus are simply a band of sympathetic friends. Heracles, on the customary reading of the tragedy, is the most callously brutal figure in literature. One need not labor the proof. His treatment of Deianira, of Iole, of Hylas, of Liches, of everyone whom he meets, is enough. The poet has taken the only possible course to make us witness the hero's pangs at the close with a certain satisfaction. But the other possible theory does away with this sham tragedy. Heracles as a coarse, stupid man of action, who is yet capable of reflection and a touch of the melting mood. Shown by his giving Iole to Hylas when the secret of his wife's heart is at last irresistibly pressed upon him, is dramatic indeed. But the glory of this work is Deianira. A comparison of the Trachiniae with the Ajax illustrates the development of ideas in the poet's mind. Tecmessa's character and position have been analyzed, and we find, instead of one woman, two, Iole and Deianira. Iole is mute. It is not her conduct, but her involuntary influence, which contributes to the tragedy. In Deianira, however, we meet the Trojan princess once more, older and with more initiative, tenderer she could not be. It is this union of gentleness with force of mind, of love and sad knowledge of the world, which makes her character so appealing and gracious. A smaller poet would have made her haughty or abject, revengeful or contemptible. Sophocles has portrayed a noble lady who will bend but not kneel. Her interview with Iole and the later conversations, in which first she excuses her husband, and then on reflection finds that she cannot share his home with the newcomer. These scenes, painted with quiet mastery, are the greatest work of Sophocles in the portraiture of women. There can be no doubt that the Trachiniae is the work of Sophocles. Considerations of style, hard to describe but overwhelming, settle the case beyond dispute. Nonetheless, we cannot ignore the influence of another school of drama, the Euripidean. The features more or less certainly due to this influence are the subject itself. Sophocles has studied a woman's love and its possibilities of unintended mischief in a way which recalls many plots of Euripides. Roman 2, the prologue, especially the explanatory speech of Deianira, is not in the usual manner of the playwright, but quite in that of Euripides. Roman 3, the last lines, with their reproach against the hardness of the gods who neglect their children, and the total silence about the deification of Heracles, which was the most familiar fact of this story, a silence emphatic throughout, are in spirit Euripidean. Roman 4, the chorus is almost negligible as a dramatic factor, and one of its songs, the first Stasimon, is literally commonplace. It would fit any kind of joyous occasion. The turns of expression occasionally recall those of the younger poet. The colloquial pi omicron iota alpha nu delta omicron cap eta sigma iota nu cannot be paralleled in tragedy except in his work. One line seems borrowed almost without change. Deianira s homely, almost coarse words, and now we too await his embrace beneath one rug, are not what one expects from the stately Sophocles. The prosaic phi alpha rho mu alpha cap epsilon upsilon sigma and the allusion to Heracles' unheroic side, letter 1 f21 nu iota kappa, letter 1 f26 nu, letter 1 fa0 nu, omega mu epsilon nu omicron sigma, when he was deep in wine, are on the same level. But most Euripidean of all is the description Deianira gives of her dreadful suitor. There is nothing unlike Sophocles in this acceptance of the legend that Deianira was wooed by a river god. But the studied nonchalance of the first line, my suitor was a river, Aeschylus that is, and the absurdity of the second, in which the divine wooer is represented as applying, with a punctilio strange to river gods of legend, to the lady's father for her hand, and calling phi omicron iota tau letter 1 ff6 nu on different occasions as a different animal. All this mixture of horror and comedy is absolute Euripides. The fact appears to be that Sophocles deliberately took up the attitude of Euripides for two reasons. Firstly, for the sheer delight of a strange and difficult feat of artistry. Secondly, in order to show how Euripides, even from his own standpoint, ought to have written. Philoctetes, phi iota lambda omicron kappa tau eta sigma, was produced in the spring of 409 BC when the poet was 87 years old and won the first prize. The hero Philoctetes was one of the chieftains who sailed for Troy. When the fleet touched at Chryse, he was stung in the foot by a snake. The wound was incurable, and its noxious odor, together with the cries of the sufferer, were so troublesome to the Greeks that they deserted him when asleep upon the island of Lemnos, leaving with him a little food and clothing, and his bow and arrows, the last a legacy from Heracles. In the 10th year of the war, the Greeks learned that Troy could only be taken by help of Philoctetes and the weapons of Heracles. 2 men were sent to Lemnos with the purpose of bringing the maimed warrior to Troy, Odysseus because of his craft, Neoptolemus because he was unknown to Philoctetes. The scene is a desolate spot on the island, in front of the cliff face in which is the cave inhabited by Philoctetes. Neoptolemus wins the confidence of the sufferer while Odysseus keeps in the background, though by a subtle device of a false message he aids the plot greatly. But when the fated weapons are secured and Philoctetes, who supposes he is to be conveyed back to Greece, is ready to accompany Neoptolemus, the latter tells him the truth. Philoctetes' misery, rage, and reproaches induce the youth to restore the weapons despite Odysseus' opposition, and to promise Philoctetes a passage home. But at the last moment, Heracles appears in glory above their heads and commands Philoctetes to proceed Troywards. He willingly consents and bids farewell to the scene of his long sorrow. In structure, this play is perhaps the most interesting extant work of Sophocles. As elsewhere, we find a great simple character of vast willpower exposed to a strong temptation, Philoctetes confronted by the chance of healing, happiness, and glory, if only he will meet in friendship men whom he is determined to hate. But for once there is a secondary interest which is not purely secondary. Many will even find the development of Neoptolemus more impressive than the situation of Philoctetes. While the latter shows the heroic character as it appears after the experience of life, strong, reflective, sad, a little fierce if not soured, the other is the hero before such experience, eager and noble but too responsive to suggestion. Neoptolemus has just begun life, and his first task is to betray, for the public good, no doubt, but still to betray, a noble stranger who merits not only respect but instant pity and tendance. "Oh, that never had I left Scyros," he exclaims. Life, after all, is not a blaze of glorious war as his father Achilles found it, but a sordid affair of necessary compromises. One of the most charming things in the drama is the clearness with which Philoctetes, in the midst of his rage, sees the tragedy of his youthful captor. Confronted by the kindness of the youth, he reveals himself not as a mere savage, living only on thoughts of revenge. He becomes more flexible, open-hearted, almost sociable. So revealed, he is the direct cause of the change in Neoptolemus' purpose. Beside these stands Odysseus, only less striking and equally indispensable. For a chief note of this drama is the skill with which the poet avails himself of the three actors, whose possibilities are here for perhaps the first time fully employed. It is easy, but mistaken, to label Odysseus as the villain. In reality, he is the state personified. There is no modern reader who does not hate and contemn him, but it remains true that whereas Philoctetes, whom we pity, and Neoptolemus, whom we love, both take a strictly personal view, Odysseus, at the risk of his life, insists on pressing the claim of the community. It is necessary to Greece that Troy should fall. She can only fall through the arrows of Heracles. The man who owns them will assuredly not consent. It follows that he must be compelled to help, by force or guile. A conquering nation must have its Philip as well as its Alexander. Odysseus stands for facts which 20 years of the Peloponnesian War had driven home into Athenian minds. Neoptolemus is the type of many a young warrior who has learned with aching, disgust that the knightly exploits which tales of Marathon had fired him to perform must be thwarted unceasingly by the politic meanderings of niches, by considerations of corn supply, or the representations of some remote satrap. And in the end, Odysseus gets his way. As the two friends start for home, leaving the Greeks at Troy to defeat and the oracles of heaven to non-fulfillment, a god appears to command from the sky that self-sacrifice shall be revoked and hate forgotten. What are we to think of this intervention of Heracles? Is he not an extreme instance of the deus ex machina? Is not mere compulsion employed to change a settled resolve? This is the most striking and the most difficult feature of the construction. Rather, it seems the negation of structure. Why is it employed? Some have been content to suggest Euripidean influence, of course no answer at all. Some have thought that Heracles is personified conscience, rising to remind Philoctetes of his duty to Greece. A suggestion ruled out by the fact that his duty has been urged clearly by Neoptolemus. A more attractive idea is that the genuine peripetia of the play consists in Neoptolemus' change of front. In this way, an inner dramatic unity is secured, while the external change induced by Heracles is a mere concession to the data of legend. This in its turn is vitiated by the fact that for the dramatist Philoctetes, and not Neoptolemus, is the central figure. This is proved by the work as a whole and by the title which the poet himself gave it. If the deus ex machina is not to be condemned utterly, it follows from the basic law of Attic art that the play up to the moment of Heracles' appearance, however complete it seemed to us a moment ago, is not complete, that some coping stone is still needed. And if we consider the action up to that point, we cannot really be content. To disregard the oracles which tradition said were fulfilled, the action, as Sophocles depicts it, is unsatisfactory. Philoctetes is to get the revenge which seems rightly his, and we approve his young companion who aids him at such cost. But by this time, we feel a little dubious about the sufferer. There has been perhaps too much detail in his outcries and his account of his sufferings. Hatred which will refuse both health and fame, without any loss but that of aged intentions, has begun to seem a moral falsetto. But who can say, without misgiving, that, on pagan principles, he is wrong? One person only in heaven and earth, Heracles. Every ordinary consideration of public and personal interest has been put before Philoctetes in vain. But there is another thought which neither the victim himself, nor Odysseus, nor Neoptolemus has strength enough to suggest, or even to remember. One character alone in Greek story rises above the conception of personal injury or personal benefit as a motive to action. Heracles is the great reminder, not so much that wrongs to oneself should be forgiven, as that life is too short and precious to be wasted on revenge. Heracles would return a blow with vigor, but a vendetta, in the light of his career, seems a childish folly. One does not forget that some pictures of his character, that, for instance, in the Trachiniae belie this conception, but Sophocles here sees fit to choose a different and the more usual view. Suddenly, the husk of selfish spite falls away from the sufferer's soul. He who has just promised to use the weapons of Heracles in a private quarrel, and has already attempted so to use them, at last remembers that they are the rightful instrument of well-doing, and that it was for such a reason that he received them from the hero at his passing into glory. Heracles, then, is introduced as the only person who can press upon Philoctetes an argument which the cunning of Odysseus and the candor of Neoptolemus have alike ignored. That he appears as a deus ex machina is in part accident. He is not selected by the poet for that reason. But it is a happy accident, for the glory which envelops him is the visible warrant of his inspiring behests. Anything rather than the sign of overwhelming might summon to break a reasonable human resolve. Thus the close of this play is a real ending, not a breakdown. It is the pagan analogue of the Quo Vadis legend. The whole play is an example of intrigue. The episode of the pseudo-merchant is the most brilliant feat of Sophocles in this department. It reveals to Philoctetes that he is being pursued by the Greeks, without arousing his suspicion of Neoptolemus, and so gives occasion for the transfer of the bow when the sufferer's fit seizes him. It conveys a strong reminder of urgency to Neoptolemus, and it enables Odysseus to learn how his plot progresses. Odysseus, merely by telling of his promise to capture Philoctetes, is in a fair way to fulfill it, as it throws his prey into the arms of Neoptolemus. One apparent fault of construction is of a type which we have already noted. It is vital that Philoctetes, before his first consent to leave the island, should know his friend's real purpose of taking him to Troy. But why is he told of it? The merest beginner in duplicity would surely postpone such a revelation until the victim was at sea. But Sophocles chooses to tighten his plot up in order to give the situation in one picture. Dio Chrysostom, in one of his most valuable essays, sets up a comparison between the plays on Philoctetes composed by the three tragedians. The work of Sophocles is the latest, and two peculiarities help us to see how far his originality went. Firstly, as a companion to Odysseus he introduces, not Diomedes as Euripides had done, but a figure new to the Trojan War, an ingenuous lad whose sympathy brings out what gentleness remains in the sufferer's heart. Secondly, the chorus consists of Greek sailors, not of Lemnian natives as in the two other playwrights. Sophocles will have no Lemnian visitors, because for him it is a cardinal fact that Philoctetes all these years has been a lone save for a chance ship. Thus we gain for a moment a glance into the actual thoughts of Sophocles. He has made up his mind that his Philoctetes must be quite solitary. So essential is this that he falsifies known facts. Lemnos, he says in the second line of his play, is untrodden, uninhabited by men, whereas, both in the times supposed and in the poet's own day, it was a populous place. This, then, gives an invaluable indication of the extent to which Sophocles felt himself free to remodel his subject matter. On the play itself it throws light. The question is to be studied not from the point of view of the Greek army, but from that of their potential helper, soured as he is by a more extreme suffering than Aeschylus and Euripides had imagined. The picture thus conceived is painted with splendid power. Romantic desolation makes itself felt in the opening words of Odysseus, and this sense of the frowning grandeur of nature to which Philoctetes in his despair appeals is everywhere associated with the pathos of lonely suffering. While the mountain nymph, babbling echo, appearing afar, makes answer to his bitter cries. All that he says, from his first exclamation of joy at hearing again the Greek language to the noble speech in which he bids farewell to the bitter home which use has made something like a friend, is instinct with this mingling of romance and pathos. Deserted by all men, he has yet found companions whom in his misery he addresses. His hands, his poisoned foot, his eyes, his bow, and the familiar landscape, vocal with the bass roar of the sea upon the headland. Closer even than these is his eternal unseen companion, Pain, whom he found at his side on first awakening after the departure of the Greek host. When my scrutiny had traversed all the land, no inhabitant could I find therein save sorrow, and that, my son, could be met at every turn. It has been suspected that the play contains allusions to contemporary politics, that the poet is thinking of Alcibiades' return from exile. In 410, the year before this play was produced, he had gained credit from the naval victory of Cyzicus. Some, moreover, have seen in Odysseus the cynical politician of the day. Other passages read like criticism of the public atmosphere at Athens in the closing years of the Great War. The dramatist is making deliberate comments on contemporary Athenian politics, but he assuredly did not choose the whole theme of Philoctetes merely because of Alcibiades' restoration. The Oedipus Colonius, Omicron letter 1F30, delta iota pi Omicron upsilon sigma letter 1F10, pi letter 1F76 kappa Omicron lambda omega nu letter 1FF7, or Oedipus at Colonus, was according to the customary view produced in 401 BC, 3 years after the poet's death, by his namesake and grandson. The background represents the grove of the Furies at Colonus, a village near Athens. Oedipus, exiled from Thebes, an aged blind wanderer, enters led by his daughter Antigone. They obtain the favor of King Theseus and the citizens, Oedipus promising that after his death his spirit shall defend Athens. Ismene, his daughter, brings news that an oracle has said that in the struggle between Thebes and the seven led by Polynices, son of Oedipus, that side shall win which has possession of Oedipus. Both parties are now eager for his support, but he curses both his sons. Creon, king of Thebes, enters and failing to gain aught but reproaches, carries off the 2 girls, and is about to seize the father also when he is checked by the arrival of Theseus, who rescues the maidens. Polynices next comes to beg his father's aid, but is sent to his doom with curses. Then a peal of thunder announces to Oedipus that the moment of his passing is at hand. He bids farewell to his daughters, and, watched only by Theseus, descends to the underworld. The place of his burial is to be known to none save Theseus and his successors. Ismene and Antigone in vain beg to be shown the spot, and finally Antigone resolves to seek Thebes that she may reconcile her brothers. This play is simple in structure, superbly rich in execution. Oedipus dominates all the scenes, which reveal with piercing intensity his physical helplessness and the spiritual might which, marked at the opening, is overwhelming at the close. The poet's task is not merely to portray the last hours of a much-tried man, but the novitiate of a superhuman power. Oedipus at last reaches peace and a welcome from the infernal gods. He becomes a delta alpha ota mu omega nu. The terrific feature is that even in the flesh he anticipates his demonic qualities. In the interview between him and Polynices, the implacable hatred, the strength, the prophetic sight of the father, and the hopeless prayers, the wretchedness, the despair and moral collapse of the doomed son, are nothing but the presentation in human life of the actual demon's power as prophesied for future generations. Before the close, we feel that the aged exile's sufferings, somber wisdom, and simple burning emotions have already made him a being of unearthly powers, sundered from normal humanity. His strange passing is but the ratification of a spiritual fact already accomplished. But this weird climax is preceded by an equally wonderful study of the human Oedipus. The king who appears in the Oedipus Tyrannus can here still be recognized. Passionate anger still directs much of his conduct, as friend and foe alike remind him. But even his faults are mellowed by years and contemplation. His very anger shows some gleam of a profounder patience. Throughout, the temper of Oedipus is like that of the heavens above him, gloom cleft by flashes of insight, indignation, and love. Unlike other aged sufferers, he does not dwell in the past. Unlike the saint and martyr whom a Christian dramatist might have portrayed, he does not lean upon a future of glory or happiness. Nor again has he sunk into a senile acquiescence in the present. He is far from being absorbed by the loving tendance of his daughters. The center of his life has shifted, but not to any period of time, rather to another plane of being. Still in the flesh, his human emotions as essential as ever, his life is growing assimilated to the non-human existence of the whole earth. And so it is that Oedipus meets death with cheerfulness. He is departing to his own place. At the last moment, the blind man leads those who see to the place of his departure. What to them is dreadful and secret is to him the center of his longing. The terrific figures who inhabit his new home are welcome friends. At the beginning of the play, he addresses the Furies themselves as sweet daughters of primeval night. The whole drama at the end is full of this sense. In the farewell song of the chorus which commends the wanderer to the powers of earth, there is an eerie precision and picturesqueness in the description of the lower world. The infernal moor and the guardian hound gleam forth for an instant into strange familiarity. The other characters are carved, though in lower relief, yet with richness and vigor. Theseus is the ideal Athenian gentleman, suddenly called to show pity to a pair of helpless wanderers, then unexpectedly involved in battle with a neighbor state, and finally confronted with the most awful mysteries of divine government without ever losing his courage or his discretion. Creon and Polynices, such is the immense understanding of the aged poet, share too in this nobility of mind. They can face facts, and whether villains or not, they are men of breeding. The stranger who first accosts Oedipus is a charming embodiment of that local patriotism to which we shall return in a moment. The two sisters are beautifully distinguished by the divergent experiences of years. Antigone's wandering and hardship have made her the more intense and passionate. Ismene's life in Thebes have given her comprehension of more immediate issues. It is through Antigone, moreover, who declares that she will seek Thebes and attempt to save her brothers, that the poet obtains one of his noblest effects. Overwhelming, as is the story of Oedipus, his end does not close all. Life goes on to further mysteries of pain and affection. On the purely literary side, the Oedipus Colonius is certainly the greatest and the most typical work of Sophocles. The most celebrated lyric in Greek is the splendid ode in praise of Colonus, our white colonus, where the nightingale, a constant guest, trills her clear note in the covert of green glades, dwelling amid the wine-dark ivy and the gods in violet bowers, rich in berries and fruit, unvisited by sun, unvexed by wind of any storm. Where the reveler Dionysus ever walks the ground, companion of the nymphs that nursed him, and of the whole land with its peculiar glories, the olive of peace and the steed of war. To this should be added that address of Oedipus to Theseus concerning the fickleness of all things earthly, which is less the speech of one man than the voice of life itself. Noblest of all is the account of Oedipus, Last Moments, a passage which in breathless loveliness, pathos, and religious profundity is beyond telling flawless and without peer. It is curious that Sophocles in this work which, more than any other, reveals his own poetic mastery should have definitely drawn attention to the power of language. At various crises in the play, he speaks of the little word and its potency. Oedipus reflects how his two sons, for lack of a little word, in his defense, have suffered him to be thrust forth into exile. The nobility of Theseus, the sudden hostility of Thebes in days to come, the appearance of Polynices, are all matters of the little word which means so much. And in his marvelous farewell to his daughters, Oedipus speaks of the one word which has made all his sorrows vanish: love. Every masterwork of literature has a prophetic quality, and sending its roots down near to the deepest wells of life is instinct with unconscious kinships. The Oedipus Colonius is rich in this final glory of art. The whole conception of the sufferer, aged and blind but gifted with spiritual sight, recalls the blind Milton's sublime address to the light which shines inward, and the thought adds charm to Sophocles' description of the nightingale which sings darkling and in shadiest covert hid tunes her nocturnal note. Again, just as the whole scheme suggests King Lear, so does the simple vigor of Theseus. Words, when he enters at the terrific close amid the bellowing of the unnatural tempest. Pi alpha nu tau alpha gamma letter 1 F70, rho theta, epsilon omicron letter 1 Fe6, tau omicron iota alpha letter 1 Fe6, tau alpha chi epsilon iota mu alpha zeta omicron nu tau omicron sigma, epsilon letter 1 F30, kappa alpha sigma alpha iota pi alpha rho alpha. Recall the pelting of this pitiless storm. So too the divine summons which comes many times and manifold to Oedipus brings to mind the call Samuel. Samuel? The mystery of Oedipus' tomb suggests the passing of another august soul. No man knoweth of his sepulchre unto this day, and of Joseph, named among the faithful, who, when he died, made mention of the departing of the children of Israel, and gave commandment concerning his bones. This play is deeply religious in the very details of its theme as well as in its tone. Besides the usual orthodox background, there is the lovely presentation of a minor local worship, the cult of the Eumenides at Colonus, Sophocles' native village. The aged poet in his last years seems to have returned with special affection to the simple observances which he had learnt as a boy, and which evoke one of his most characteristic phrases. Tau omicron iota alpha letter 1 Fe6, tau alpha sigma omicron iota, tau alpha letter 1 Fe6 tau, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota nu, letter 1 F66 xi epsilon nu, omicron letter 1 F50 lambda omicron gamma omicron iota sigma, tau iota mu mega mu epsilon nu, letter 1 F00 lambda lambda letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 FC7, xi upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma iota letter 1 FB3, pi lambda epsilon omicron nu. The piercing simplicity of which, as well as the theme, suggests Wordsworth. The lustral bowls, he is careful to tell us, are the work of a skilled craftsman. He is almost on the point of telling us his name. One can imagine the boy of 80 years ago gazing on these cups, and his first sense of beauty in workmanship. Those who would offer sacrifice will find dwelling on the spot a sacristan to instruct and aid them. Everything on this ground is both familiar and hallowed. The mysterious, brazen threshold, the statues of local deities and heroes, the hollow pear tree, and the other local sanctities are carefully particularized, so that the calm beauty of the countryside and the terrors of religion are strangely and beautifully interwoven. As for religion in the broader, profounder sense, we have as elsewhere a reference of human suffering merely to an inscrutable, divine purpose. But the dramatist indicates carefully the contribution of human nature to the fulfillment of the oracles. Polynices becomes subject to his father's curse, because his own sense of honor forbids him to relinquish his foredoomed enterprise. Oedipus himself has attained to a wiser conception of sin than that which rules him at the close of the Tyrannus. He has acted wrongly, therefore his suffering is just, but he is morally innocent, and his past actions afflict him as sorrows, not as crimes. The fragments of the lost plays are on the whole disappointing. A large proportion are single rare words quoted by ancient lexicographers, and most of the rest are short sentences or phrases. There remain the few longer fragments, to which in recent years important additions have been made. It seems that the Triptolmus was his first play, produced in 468 B.C., when the poet was 28. It would then be one of the works with which he won his victory over Aeschylus, and it bore marks of the older writer's influence. The theme is the mission of Triptolmus, who traversed the earth distributing to men corn, the gift of Demeter, and founded the mysteries at Eleusis. This topic gave room for a long geographical passage which recalls those of the Prometheus. Other early dramas were the Thamyras, in which the dramatist himself took the name part and played the Cythera, and the Nausicaa or women washing, wherein Sophocles acted the part of that princess and gained applause by his skill in a game of ball. The satiric drama Amphiaraus contained a curious scene wherein an illiterate man conveyed some name or other word to his hearers by a dance in which his contortions represented successive letters. Another satiric play, The Mustering of the Greeks, letter 1 F00, chi alpha iota letter 1 FF6, nu sigma upsilon lambda lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, or The Dinner Party, sigma upsilon nu delta epsilon iota pi nu omicron iota, earned the reprobation of Cicero apparently for its coarseness, which can still be noted in the fragments. In The Lovers of Achilles, letter 1 F00 chi iota lambda lambda epsilon omega sigma, letter 1 F10 rho alpha sigma tau alpha iota, there was a passage describing the perplexity of passion, which in its mannered felicity recalls Swinburne or the sonnets of Shakespeare. Love is a sweet perplexity of soul, most like the sport of younglings. When the sky in winter clearness scatters frost abroad, they seize a glittering icicle, filled awhile with joy and wonder. But ere long the toy melts, and they know not how to grasp it still, though loth to cast it from them. So with lovers, their yearning passion holds them hour by hour poised betwixt boldness and reluctant awe. The Laocoon, which dealt with a famous episode in the capture of Troy, supplies a fragment describing Aeneas' escape from the city with his father upon his shoulders. One or two other passages besides this recall Virgil's treatment. Another tragedy from the same cycle of stories, the Polyxena, is praised by Longinus in the same terms of eulogy as the culmination of the Oedipus Coloneus itself. The Tereus, to judge from the number of fragments, was very popular. It dealt with the frightful fable of the Thracian king Tereus, his wife Procne, and her sister Philomela, all of whom were at last changed into birds. Aristophanes has an obscure series of jests about this play and the beak mask with which Sophocles outraged the Thracian monarch. A solitary relic of the Orithyia tells how the maiden was carried off by the wind god Boreas. Unto earth's verge, beyond the farthest sea, vistas of heaven and well springs of the dark to the sun's ancient garden. In 1907, there came to light at Oxyrhynchus, in Egypt, considerable fragments of two Sophoclean dramas. Most of these once formed part of the Ichneutae, letter 1F30 chi nu epsilon upsilon tau alpha iota, or detectives. Formerly, we had only two brief and obscure fragments, and one word quoted by Athenaeus. It was known that the play was satiric. The theme was quite uncertain, and conjecture is now shown to have gone quite astray. Sophocles, we find, has dramatized the myth so admirably treated in the Homeric hymn to Hermes. A considerable portion of the work can now be read. The god Apollo announces that his cattle have been stolen and that he cannot trace them. He offers a reward to anyone who catches the thief. Silenus and the chorus of satyrs undertake the quest. They are the trackers from whom the play is named. After a time, they spy the footprints of oxen and exclaim that some god is leading the colony. A noise which they cannot understand is heard behind the scenes. The numerous tracks now give them trouble. They point backwards here and there. An odd confusion must have possessed the herdsmen. Next, the satyrs fall on their faces, to the amazement of Silenus, who likens this trick of hunting on your stomach to the position of a hedgehog in a bush. They bid him listen. He importantly replies that they are not helping my investigation, loses his temper, and roundly reviles their cowardice. They recover themselves and soon arrive at a cave. Silenus kicks at the door until the nymph Silene comes forth. She protests against their boisterous behavior, but is appeased by their apologies. When they ask the meaning of the strange sound, Silene reports the birth of the god Hermes, whom she is tending within, and his amazingly rapid growth. The noise is produced by the babe from a vessel filled with pleasure made from a dead beast. The detectives are still perplexed. What is this creature? The goddess describes the creature in riddling language. They make laughably divergent guesses. A cat, a panther, a lizard, a crab, a big-horned beetle, and at last they are told that the beast is a tortoise. She describes the delight which the child draws from his playing. The satyrs inform Silene that her nursling is the thief. She indignantly denies that a son of Zeus can have so acted and takes the accusation as a joke. They vigorously repeat their charge and begin to quarrel with Silene. From this point onwards, practically nothing can be made of the papyrus scraps, except that Apollo reappears and seems to be giving the detectives their reward. The papyrus which contained the other play, the Euripides, is in tiny fragments, but some of these, combined with our independent knowledge of the story, enable us to give an outline of the plot. Astyache, mother of Euripides, was induced by Priam to allow her son to help the Trojans against the Greeks. He met Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, in battle and was slain. A messenger related the encounter to, it seems, his mother Astyache. The body was received by Priam with lamentation, as if for a son of his own. This fragment is much the most striking of the collection. Sophocles' position in literary history has already been indicated. We shall here discuss his mind and his art in general outline. Of his political opinions, little is known. Though his work abounds in saws of statecraft, these are of quite general application, and it would be dangerous to declare which side, if any, he took in the political crises which were so numerous and so grave in 5th century Athens. There is perhaps one hint that he did not approve the ascendancy of Pericles. As for religion, he seems to have accepted both the orthodox cults of his country and the current beliefs of the ordinary Athenian with little reserve or none. This brings us at once to a fact which must not be ignored: the feeling among readers of our own day that Sophocles, for all his merits, is a little too complacent, too urbane, lacking somehow in profundity and real grip upon the soul. The answer is that we come to Sophocles preoccupied by the religious questionings which fill our own time and which, moreover, interest both Aeschylus and Euripides. But there is no reason why Sophocles should share our disquiet or that of his fellow craftsmen. That which for Aeschylus is the foreground of his work forms for Sophocles only the background. He is not especially interested in religion itself, but in humanity. For Aeschylus, religion is an affair of the intellect. For Euripides, it is an affair of morals. For Sophocles, it belongs to the sphere of emotion. And the two great instruments with which he constructs his plays are human emotions and human will. For all the plays which we possess, the same genesis exists. The chief character experiences some mighty appeal to the emotions. The feeling of self-respect in Ajax and Oedipus at Athens, of family love in Antigone and Electra, of revengefulness in Philoctetes, of wifely dignity and affection in Deianira, of pity in Oedipus at Thebes. And then creates drama by the magnificent pathetic staunchness wherewith the will, taking its direction from the emotions so aroused, presses on ruthlessly in its attempt to satisfy this impulse. Nothing seems so dear to him as a purpose which flaunts cold reason, the purpose of any others, and indeed every other emotion save that which has started the action upon its course. He sets before us a person determined on some striking act, and subjects him to all conceivable assaults of reason and preachments on expediency, showing him unbroken throughout. The onslaughts upon Ajax, Antigone, Philoctetes, Oedipus are not mere stage rhetoric. They are sound common sense, appeals to one's better self, and no logical denial can be opposed to them. Only one power in man is able to withstand them: the will, taking its stand once for all upon some instinct for clear, simple action. If we never listen to reason, we are lost, but if we always listen, we are lost equally. That these heroes of the will so often come to misery or death matters little. They have saved their souls alive instead of sinking themselves in a sordid acceptance of a second-hand morality. Over against these figures, to emphasize their defiant grandeur, the poet loves to set persons admirable indeed, but more commonplace, who emerge in the dread hour when the haughty will has brought ruin, and approve themselves as the pivot of the situation. The hero is great and strikes the imagination, but it is on the shoulders of men like Creon in the Oedipus Tyrannus, Odysseus, Hylas, Theseus in the Oedipus Colonius, that the real burden of the world's work may be safely cast. None the less he loves Antigone better than he loves Ismene, Oedipus rather than Theseus. In one place at least, in his dislike for the reasonable spirit of compromise, he suffers himself a malicious little reductio ad absurdum. When Chrysothemis finds Electra uttering her resentment at the palace gate, she says, "Sister, again, why standest at the door holding this language? Will no span of years teach thee at length to grudge thy foolish spleen such empty comfort? Yet mine own heart too knows how it sorrows for our present state. I avow that in thy spirit dwelleth righteousness, not in my words. Yet, if I would be free, I must in all things bend to those in power." As for the plots themselves, their main feature is that deliberate complexity which we have called intrigue, and which was made possible by the poet's use of a third actor. After the great achievements of Aeschylus, it became necessary to add some fresh kind of interest. This Euripides found in a readjustment of sympathies, Sophocles in an increase of dramatic thrill. It is an exciting moment in the Trachiniae when, just as Deianira is about to re-enter the palace, the messenger mysteriously draws her apart and reveals the truth about the captive Iole. The magnificent death scene of Ajax is the outcome of the cunning wherewith he has thrown his friends off the scent. The Electra is full of this method. The mission of Chrysothemis is turned into a weapon against the murderess who sent her, and the episode of Orestes' funeral urn is a magnificent piece of dramatic artistry. In the Oedipus Tyrannus, the king brings about his own fatal illumination by sending for the herdsman. The Philoctetes, above all, is filled with the deliberate plotting of Odysseus. The marked increase in complexity which Sophocles, work thus shows as compared with that of Aeschylus is undoubtedly the chief, perhaps the only reason for his desertion of the trilogy form. Side by side with this attention to mechanism is that curious indifference to the fringes of the plot which we have had occasion to notice in several places. Another characteristic of Sophocles is that famous, tragic irony, by which again he imparts new power to old themes. It turns to magnificent profit a circumstance which might seem to vitiate dramatic interest, the fact that the spectator knows the myth and therefore cannot be taken by surprise. Between an audience which foresees the event and the stage personages who cannot, the playwright sets up a thrilling interest of suspense. He causes his characters to discuss the future they expect in language, which is fearfully and exquisitely suitable to the future which actually awaits them. Ajax, while his madness still afflicts him, stands amid the slaughtered cattle and proclaims his triumph over the Greek chieftains, just before he awakes to the truth that by his triumph he has ruined himself. More elaborate is the scene in which Deianira explains her stratagem of the robe, which is to bring back the love of Heracles. But the Oedipus Tyrannus provides by far the finest instance. As the king in scene after scene accumulates horror upon his own unconscious head, the spectator receives, always at the right moment and in full measure, the impact of increasing disaster. Yet since his perception is a discovery which he himself has made, horror is tempered by an intellectual glow, a spiritual exaltation. In the art of iambic verse, Sophocles stands beyond all other Greeks unrivaled. Beside him, Aeschylus sounds almost clumsy, Euripides glib, Aristophanes vulgar. Only Shakespeare has that complete mastery over every shade of emphasis, every possibility of grandeur and simple ease alike. The iambic line in Sophocles, hands can at will display a haunting romantic loveliness, the profoundest dignity, the sharpest edges of emotion, or the quiet prose of every day. Consider the following lines, which begin near the end of Electra's long speech of complaint to the chorus. Eta lambda. Letter 1 F10, gamma letter 1 F7C, letter 1 F40 epsilon sigma tau eta nu, tau letter 1 F6, nu delta epsilon pyro omicron sigma mu epsilon nu omicron epsilon sigma, letter 1 F00 epsilon letter 1 F76, pi alpha upsilon sigma tau letter 1 FC6, rho letter 1 F10 phi eta xi epsilon iota nu letter 1 F21, tau alpha lambda alpha iota nu. Letter 1 F00 pi omicron lambda lambda epsilon mu alpha iota. Mu epsilon lambda lambda mega nu gamma letter 1 F70, rho letter 1 F00, epsilon letter 1 F76 delta rho letter 1 FB6, nu tau iota tau letter 1 F70, sigma omicron letter 1 F54, sigma alpha sigma tau epsilon mu omicron epsilon kappa alpha letter 1 F76 tau letter 1 F70 sigma. Letter 1 F00 pi omicron epsilon sigma alpha sigma, letter 1 F10 lambda pi iota delta alpha sigma, delta iota epsilon phi theta omicron rho epsilon nu. Letter 1 F10 nu, omicron letter 1 F56, nu tau omicron iota omicron epsilon tau omicron iota sigma, omicron letter 1 F54, tau epsilon sigma omega, phi rho omicron nu epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu, phi iota lambda alpha iota. Omicron letter 1 F54 tau. Epsilon letter 1 F50, sigma epsilon beta epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu pi alpha rho epsilon sigma tau iota nu letter 1 F00 lambda lambda. Letter 1 F14 nu tau omicron iota, kappa alpha kappa omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma pi omicron lambda lambda eta. Sigma tau, letter 1 F00 nu alpha gamma kappa eta, kappa letter 1 F00, pi iota tau, eta delta epsilon upsilon epsilon iota nu. Kappa alpha, chi omicron. Phi epsilon rho, epsilon letter 1 F30, pi epsilon, pi omicron tau epsilon rho omicron nu letter 1 F44 nu tau omicron sigma, alpha letter 1 F30, gamma iota sigma theta omicron upsilon pi epsilon lambda alpha sigma, lambda epsilon gamma epsilon iota sigma tau alpha delta, letter 1 F21 mu letter 1 FD6 nu. Letter 1 F22 beta epsilon beta, letter 1 FF6 tau, omicron sigma letter 1 F10 kappa, delta omicron mu omega nu. Eta lambda. Letter 1 F26 cap alpha rho tau alpha, mu letter 1 F74 delta omicron cap epsilon iota, mu letter 1 F04 nu. Epsilon letter 1 F34, pi epsilon rho letter 1 F26 nu, pi epsilon lambda alpha sigma. Theta upsilon rho alpha letter 1 FD6, omicron nu omicron letter 1 F30, chi nu epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu letter 1 FE6 nu delta, letter 1F00, gamma rho omicron letter 1FD6, sigma iota, tau upsilon gamma chi alpha nu epsilon iota, chi omicron. Letter 1F26, kappa letter 1F02, nu letter 1F10, gamma letter 1F7c, theta alpha rho sigma omicron letter 1Fe6, sigma alpha mu letter 1Fb6, lambda lambda omicron nu letter 1F10 sigma, lambda omicron gamma omicron upsilon sigma, tau omicron letter 1F7a, sigma sigma omicron letter 1F7a, sigma letter 1F31 kappa omicron iota mu eta nu. Epsilon letter 1F34, pi epsilon rho letter 1F67 delta epsilon, tau alpha letter 1Fe6 tau, letter 1F14 chi epsilon iota, eta lambda. Letter 1F61 sigma, nu letter 1Fe6, nu letter 1F00 pi omicron nu tau omicron sigma, letter 1F31 sigma tau omicron rho epsilon iota, tau iota, sigma omicron iota, phi iota lambda omicron nu. Electra's speech is solemn poetry. The large number of spondees, there are 3 in the last line, the slow elaboration of the ideas, an elaboration admirably pointed by tau omicron iota, which brings the rhythm almost to a standstill, make a strong contrast with the following conversation. There the relaxation of the rhythm is unmistakable. Phi epsilon rho, epsilon letter 1F30, pi epsilon is almost casual in its lightness, and it is at once followed by a tribrach. The rather odd use of the bare dative letter 1F00, gamma, rho omicron letter 1FD6 sigma iota is a delightfully neat tinge of colloquialism, supported by tau epsilon gamma chi alpha nu epsilon iota. The Philoctetes will repay special study from this point of view. There is a remarkable tendency to divide lines between speakers in order to express excitement. This device is elsewhere very uncommon. From this play, we may select one example of amazing skill in rhythm. Philoctetes is explaining how he contrives to crawl to and fro in quest of food and the like. Gamma alpha sigma tau rho letter 1F76, mu letter 1F72, nu tau letter 1F70, sigma epsilon mu phi omicron rho alpha, tau omicron psi omicron nu, tau omicron delta, letter 1F10 xi eta epsilon rho ota sigma kappa epsilon. Tau letter 1F70, sigma letter 1F51 pi omicron pi tau epsilon rho omicron epsilon sigma, beta alpha lambda lambda omicron nu, pi epsilon lambda epsilon iota alpha sigma, pi rho letter 1F78, sigma delta letter 1F72, tau omicron letter 1Fe6 theta. Letter 1F45 mu omicron iota, beta alpha lambda omicron iota, nu epsilon upsilon rho omicron, sigma pi alpha delta, letter 1F74, sigma, letter 1F04 tau rho alpha kappa tau omicron sigma. Alpha letter 1F50, tau letter 1F78, sigma letter 1F02 nu, tau alpha lambda alpha sigma, epsilon letter 1F30. Lambda upsilon omicron mu eta nu delta epsilon sigma tau eta nu omicron sigma, letter 1F10 xi epsilon lambda kappa omega nu, pi omicron delta alpha, pi rho letter 1F78, sigma tau omicron letter 1Fe6 tau, letter 1F04 nu. The dull repetition of pi rho letter 1F78, sigma tau omicron, letter 1Fe6, tau omicron, and of letter 1F04 nu. The extremely slow movement of the penultimate line with its 3 spondees, and the word ending at the close of the second foot. Above all, the manner in which the whole dragging sentence leads up to the monosyllable letter 1F04 nu, so rare at the end of a sentence, and there stops dead, is a marvelous suggestion of the lame man's painful progress, and of the way in which at the end of his endurance he falls prone and spent upon the object of his endeavor. Specially striking phrases are not common. Sophocles obtains his effect not by brilliant strokes of diction, but by the cumulative effect of a sustained manner. There are such dexterities, of course, like Antigone's pi omicron theta omicron sigma, tau omicron iota, kappa alpha letter 1F76, kappa alpha kappa letter 1F6, nu letter 1F040, letter 1F26 nu tau iota sigma, and the cry of Electra to her brother's ashes. Tau omicron iota gamma alpha rho, sigma letter 1F7a, delta epsilon psi alpha iota, mu letter 1F10 sigma tau letter 1F78, sigma letter 1F78, nu tau omicron delta epsilon, sigma tau epsilon gamma omicron sigma, tau letter 1F74, nu mu eta delta letter 1F72, nu epsilon letter 1F30, sigma tau letter 1F78, mu eta delta epsilon nu. A poet who can, by that infinitesimal change from tau letter 1F78, nu mu eta delta epsilon nu, to tau letter 1F78 mu eta delta epsilon u, indicate the very soul of grief, may claim to be one of the immortal masters of language. Modern readers find one great fault in this poet: colorlessness, coldness, and absence of hearty verve. He seems a little too polished and restrained. The truth is that in Sophocles the Attic spirit finds its literary culmination. Aeschylus lives in the pre-Periclean world. Euripides is too restless and cosmopolitan to reflect the spirit of one nation only. Plato and Demosthenes belong to the age of disillusionment which came after Aegispotami. And Thucydides, though he shows many Attic qualities, is without limpidity. Anyone, then, who would understand the Athenian genius as embodied in letters must read Sophocles. He will find the most useful commentary in the Parthenon and its friezes, and in the remains of Greek statuary. One of the most marvelous and precious experiences in life is to gaze upon works like the so-called Fates in the British Museum, the Venus of Milos, or the Ludovisi Hera. Many a casual visitor has glanced for the first time at these works and known strong disappointment. A mere piece of marble accurately worked into a female face or figure, majestic to be sure, but is this all? If he will look again, he at last perceives that the stone has put on, not merely humanity, but immortality. An invisible glow radiates from it like the odor from a flower. We have never found any name for it but beauty. It is indeed the quintessence of loveliness, delicate as gossamer yet indestructible as granite. So with the tragedies of Sophocles. It is possible to read the Oedipus Tyrannus in certain moods and find it mere frigid elegance. But as with the beauties of nature, so with the glories of art, it is the second glance, the lingering of the eye beyond the careless moment, that surprises something of the ultimate secret. For reticence is one of the notes of Athenian art. No writer ever effected so much with so scanty materials as Sophocles. He carries the art of masterly omission to its extreme. Shakespeare attempts to express everything. The mere exuberance of his phraseology is as wonderful as anything else in his work. But even King Lear or Hamlet, being written by a man, share the weakness of humanity and leave the foundation of life undisclosed. Such a disability may daunt the scientist. It is the salvation of the artist, for the effect of all art rests on cooperation between the maker and the spectator of the work. In literature, then, the author knows that he must omit, and the reader or hearer must supply for himself the contributions of his own heart and experience. How much, then, is he to omit? On the varying answers to that question rest the different forms of literature and the divergent schools of each form. Sophocles has left more to his hearer than any other writer in the world. Another note of Athenian art is simplicity. It is not crudeness, nor naivete, nor baldness of style. In 1,000 passages of Sophocles, Thucydides, and Plato, the line between savorless banality and the words they have written is fine indeed, but that little means a whole world of art. Many a fine author, Marlowe is a conspicuous example, writes nobly because he writes violently or with a conscious effort to soar. But let him once trip, and he sprawls in bombast or nerveless garrulity. Simplicity without baldness is the most difficult of all literary excellences, and is yet achieved everywhere by Sophocles except when he rises to a different level, of which we shall speak later. Such then is the cause of Sophoclean frigidity and lack of color. He is led to write so by his Attic frugality and economy of effect, by his knowledge that his audience can follow him into his rarefied atmosphere, and by another cause. In our own time, men have looked to art for a message from more exciting or more lovely spheres. We talk of the literature of escape. For us, art must be an expanding influence. The Athenians sought in it a concentrating influence. Each citizen who witnessed the Antigone was a member of a sovereign assembly. He understood foreign policy at first hand. War or peace depended upon his voice. Many came to watch the Ajax who had but a while ago fought at Oenophyta or in Egypt. Such men did not need local color and exciting technicalities. Their own lives were full of great events. What they asked of art was serenity, profundity, to blend their own scattered experiences into one noble picture of life itself, life made beautiful because so wonderfully comprehended. This was the function of Sophocles and his brother craftsmen. Beyond the normal lucid beauty of lyrics and dialogue, and beyond the frequent outpourings of splendid eloquence in long speeches, there is a still higher level of poetry which should be noted. Now and again, his pages are filled with an unearthly splendor. Reference has been made before to certain isolated lines which combine utter simplicity with bewildering charm. But here and there, the poet has given us whole speeches in this divine manner. They are always a comment on the matter in hand, but they are conceived in the spirit of one who contemplates all time and all existence, who stands apart from man and sees him in his place amid the workings of the universe. One of these ethereal utterances is the speech of Oedipus to Theseus, who has expressed his doubt whether Thebes will ever desert the friendship of Athens. It begins, "Fair Aegeus' son, only to gods in heaven comes no old age nor death of anything. All else is turmoiled by our master time. The earth's strength fades and manhood's glory fades, faith dies, and unfaith blossoms like a flower. And who shall find in the open streets of men or secret places of his own heart's love one wind blow true forever?" More personal, but instinct with the same glow of imaginative beauty, is the soliloquy of Ajax when at the point of death. It is in passages like these that one realizes the value of the restraint which obtains elsewhere. When the author gives his voice full scope, the effect is heart-shaking. Ajax, appeal to the sun god to check his gold-embossed reign, fills with splendor at a word the heavens which were lowering with horror. It recalls Marlowe's lines of the same type, an effect though in different application, which suffuse the agony of Faust with bitter glory. "Stand still, you ever-moving spheres of heaven, that time may cease, and midnight never come." The greatest achievement of Sophocles was, however, reserved till the close of his life. The messenger's speech, narrating the last moments of Oedipus, is the culmination in Greek of whatever miracles human language can compass in exciting awe and delight. The poet has bent all his mastery of tense idiom, of varied and haunting rhythm, all his instinct for the pathos of life and the mystery of fate, to produce one mighty uplifting of the hearer into the region where emotion and intellect are no longer opposed but mingle into something for which we have no name but life.